this has been a campaign, at least by Dan Saltman, specifically to smear me.
Talk to Dan, talk to Ethan Klein on that. I don't give a most of the time for any of that. You can ask my chat, you can watch literally any of these programs.
It feels like he's your attack dog. It feels like he's your attack dog. You have plausible deniability. That's what it feels. I'm just telling you how it feels. I'm telling you how it feels.
I think you're, listen, I still love you, buddy. But yeah.
So do you think that he would, oh, I see Destiny in the Stream Disagreements. Let's bring him on. What up, Steven?
Hold on, I heard people were discussing me. What's going on here?
So the point is the following, as I understand it. There's this clip going around from after November where they're represented, you're floating, synergistically working with Hasan and Vosh for the purpose of turning out the vote for Democrats. If that's the case, would you have a problem with us doing a similar...
What's the context of that clip? What am I talking about in that clip?
I'm not sure.
How long have you been talking about
it? He brought it up. I've seen what he brought up.
Well, people just told me that there was a conversation going on here, but how long has this conversation been going on about the clip?
It's about 15 minutes, maybe.
And you have no idea what the clip is about?
I see the guy, this guy, whatever his name is, Paul something. I've heard him on your stream before. I have no idea of the context, broader context. If there's something you want to clarify, I'm asking people to come on and clarify it.
Oh, okay. What's the... I don't know why you would ask other people to come on and clarify, but I'm guessing it probably came from a larger video. I don't usually do like 20-second videos, but it's possible I did. But my guess is probably
there's a video. There's a big stream, Paul's ego stream, and I'm usually this is disagreements. I'm bringing on people who want to take issue with how I present myself in the debate, and we brought an ogre boy who's a communist. I was going to yell at him being a communist, and he brought up this clip, and I'm asking people to, is this out of context? What's going on? And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I'm wondering about it.
Okay, sure. So I don't know what the, I don't know what here. I don't care. I know because I've said this like same thing like 4 or 5 times. I think what I've said is some variation of it would be really cool if all the largest like left-leaning content creators could do content together, but they can't because they're all literally brain broken on it. Hasan is too cloud obsessed to work with Vosh. Vosh is too brain broken and scared of debating me, so he won't debate me. And then Hasan won't work with Vosh because Hasan only goes upwards when it goes to clout. So as a result, all of your largest leftist content creators literally can't do any content together, as opposed to the right, where all of these guys are literally like each other in the White House now with Benny Johnson, the Russian paid dude, because that's how like integrated their system is. And I said, man, it's gonna be nice that the people over here are able to work together, right? So earlier overall, I made the joke about you, and I heard you say this.
Like the roadblock isn't.
What?
The roadblock isn't you, though, correct?
There are a million different roadblocks, but it depends on what you're talking about.
If someone were to ask you flat out what the roadblock is between the three of you working together, and then you responded with, it's not me, it's them, and then you explain why it's them.
What do you mean by working together?
Synergistically working together, and the afterthought was...
anything. Do you mean like doing debates on like Israel-Palestine? Do you mean doing...
What did you mean? What did you mean by synergistically working together?
What did you mean?
Well, literally doing any type of like content together would be a huge boost for viewership for all of us.
As opposed to antagonistic. Antagonistic, I take to be kind of contentious. Synergistic.
No.
What did you mean?
I'm saying even a debate can be antagonistic. Like antagonistic content can still garner views too. But usually when I'm bringing this up, the point is that these people literally
both to be clear.
Viewership. What?
You specified both to be clear. You said antagonistic, but even synergistic. You gave both options on the table. And in that specific event, you said that the obstacle was not them, that it was you.
Okay, why don't you tell me what you think I meant? Let's hear it. I'm curious.
I think I'm going to be polite and not actually think what I think the motivation behind it was, but ultimately I'm saying
no, wait, what, hold on,
reality where you're saying wait.
No, say what you mean. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm going to be polite and hide my feelings like a little bitch. Just say what you mean. What do you mean?
Well, if you look at the timing on when you're saying this, I think you were kind of in a spot where you were desperate for as many associates as you possibly could.
What is this after the Pixie shit or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Have I ever said this comment before on stream?
Not to my knowledge.
I've said it like 4 or 5 times before. If you go and you could probably ask my chat, like, has Destiny ever said, wow, isn't it I've probably even said this on podcasts before, that it's crazy that all of the largest leftist content creators can't do content together.
So would you work synergistically in the future?
This has nothing to do with anything that we've talked about.
It may or may not.
It doesn't.
What?
So you saying that the roadblock is them and not you. As you said on your VOD that is still on your channel, what I linked in both Pisco's YouTube and in his Twitch channel.
Okay, boy. Let's assume that the reason why, okay,
there's no reason for formality.
Let's assume that the reason why I was so desperate, okay, to escape, the racist reputation or whatever, that I wanted to work with them. How would that even be an argument in your favor?
Because it shows that you were desperate and that you were nowhere near as bitter, maybe like a spite-filled as you are now towards seeing other people
your argument,
growing and branching out and networking beyond accolades that you should be getting.
Hold on.
By the way, Overboy, this wasn't after the Pixie stuff.
Stop, hold on, wait. You think that my goal was to grow and branch out and that I was only doing this out of desperation? And if that's your assumption of my mind state, why would you take that as a foundation to build a good argument for building collaboration within the future?
Wait, let's
Ultimately, I'm still saying that you're hypocritical
Ogre.
because at the end of the day, you are taking a position on someone, a couple of someone's that you know full well about at that point in time. You knew anything and everything that you needed to know about Hasan in regards to how he talks about the Democrats and anything he has to say about terrorism. And at that point, you're saying it would be great for you guys all to work together synergistically.
Okay, so
if you're telling me that I'm reaching out at a point in time where I am compromised in some way, and then you're trying to say, aren't you being hypocritical? If that's your mind read of me, then the answer is probably yeah, right? Like, let's assume that I was addicted to crack cocaine and I went and stole food from a store. Hold on, haven't you advocated in the past that people shouldn't steal? And when you were addicted to crack cocaine, you stole? Doesn't that make you a big hypocrite? You're not.
Well, let's put that aside. Let's put that aside. It's just like, what is the actual prescription? Would you be open to, in the future, working synergistically with Vosh and Hasan to promote the election of Democrats as your today position?
At this point, I'm not entirely sure, but it depends on what you mean by working synergistically.
What did you mean by working?
What do you mean by working synergistically?
Well, according to you, I was just desperate to do any content.
I'm trying to see what you mean.
Generally, when I talk about this, I would have to see the particular video this is pulled from, but generally when I talk about this, I usually just remark at the irony that all of the largest leftist content creators cannot work together, and that's crazy to me. Do you have
Pisco's YouTube chat open? I'll drop the link in there so you can watch it yourself.
Wait, I'm just
They are the roadblock when it comes to things like so Hasan is the roadblock when it comes to debating, obviously. Vosh is the roadblock when it comes to like debating and doing content together. Vosh is somebody I'm still kind of sort of on the fence on because I don't know where the he's at with the whole whatever shit. But like the point when I'm generally making this is that like it's just crazy that none of the largest leftist content creators can work together. That's insane.
Okay, but excising them for the Nazis that they are, that's not an issue then.
When I say excising for the Nazis somebody is, when I say that, what I'm saying is that Nazis will deliberately hide their power level. They're not forthcoming with their beliefs, and they're usually trying to be subversive in whatever movements they enter.
So let's just get clarity.
Hasan's belief on November 30th of 2024.
Do what?
You discovered Hasan's beliefs on November 30th of 2024. Because you said this on November 29th of 2024. So if he was hiding his power level and you found out the next day, I get it then, I guess.
Hold on. Let me ask you one more time. I don't know if you keep forgetting this. What kind of content did you think I was saying that I would do with Hasan? What, that I would go and campaign with him for Socialist, or that I would do debate content with him?
I don't know.
Actually, you said both. You said get out the vote, and you said debate content. You said antagonistic content, and you said synergistic content.
Do you think that it would have been to go out and
view videos?
Do you think that it would have been to go out and promote socialism and socialist candidates? Or do you think it would have been to promote?
No.
Like,
does it matter?
Does it matter?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does matter.
Oh, wait, so I can work with the Vanguard, therefore, to get out the vote for Democrats, right? Synergistically.
You're not working with the Vanguard in the capacity to get out the vote for Democrats. You're working with them when they're actively shit on the party.
No, but I take those videos, the high-performing videos.
Hadn't shit on the party on the end of November of last year?
So,
what? Is this going to be do I have to produce the clip on my cell phone in bed? No. Like, your mom's already pissed enough at me that I'm like rolled over not talking to her right now. What do you want me to do? You want me to dig a clip out? Do you think Hasan was a huge fan of the Democratic Party in November of last year? Is that what you're saying, Ogre Boy?
No, I don't think he is.
I'm asking you if that's your opinion.
No, my opinion is Hasan's probably hated the Democratic Party for years. Generally, when I make this comment, my comment is it would be cool if like all of the leftist content creators could work together for the Democratic Party. There's a whole host of reasons why this isn't happening. None of this is getting you any closer to should we appeal to socialists or communists who hate Democrats in order to work with them.
No, but you wouldn't have a problem.
You wouldn't have to appeal to Hasan in order to work with him?
I would not. No, if I have to appeal to socialist values to work with somebody, I'm not going to work with them. No.
So do you think that's... Oh, okay. Pisco, sorry. It's your stream. Go ahead.
I just want to ask, so if we're doing a get out the vote thing with the Vanguard, you don't have a problem with us working in that capacity. You don't have a problem with us, even if I were to go on Hasan's stream to promote candidates for Democrats, if we're working synergistically for that specific end, as opposed to, promoting socialism, you wouldn't have a problem with me, going on the Vanguard to be like, hey guys, it's important to vote for Democrats, and working synergistically and building a relationship with them for that purpose.
In that capacity, probably not. I don't know if they would be interested in that, but I'm all like, in that case, I'd probably be okay with you going to Nick Fuentes' stream in that capacity. Like, yeah, why would I not want anybody to just promote the candidates?
So in what capacity do you think that I failed in the Vanguard situation?
I'm not, it's not a hyper, like, you failed in this conversation. I failed in tons of conversations. The issue that I have is that socialists and communists, the entire media apparatus that they built is like honed in on relentlessly on the Democrats, and all of the media figures in the sphere do it. I don't know if you've watched or I don't even know what you think about it, but that crystal ball interview with the senator from Michigan was just unbelievable to me. And when I see this happening over and over again, and then they're trying to build bridges to liberals, never in my life have I ever seen a leftist talk about how we should do this, guys, so that like we can like help the liberals more. Rarely they'll talk about being more mask on, which sounds subversive and is subversive. Like when Hasan was saying like we should use the Democrats as a weapon, but they don't ever seem interested in building a bridge towards us. So why would we build a bridge towards them when their goal is literally the eradication of our side?
What do you think Hasan wants to use the Democrats as a weapon to do? What's the end goal? I just want to hear it from you.
Exclusively socialist and communist candidates.
Like what? Oh, exclusively socialist.
Yes.
Okay.
He doesn't like liberals, Ogre Boy. I don't know why you're.
Oh no, we agree. We agree.
You think he's a fan of liberal candidates?
He's not.
No,
Ogre Boy, hello? Hey, hold on. Did your thing cut out? Ogre Boy, do you think that he's a fan of liberal candidates? Do you think that Hasan would work to get liberal candidates elected?
Actually, well, if we're being very specific, as long as they had a decent position on Israel-Palestine, yes, he would.
I don't think so.
Name one.
There's one fucker that has been tweeting about it recently that he does mention during his streams. I can't think of his name right now.
Okay.
But I can. Wait, there is one.
Ogre. I want to focus in therefore on the criticisms of me and Live and Learn and what's going on here. So, our stated intent. You might think we're fucking stupid. You might think that we're like deranged or something. But our stated intent, to the extent that we're like building bridges, or to the extent that we're like having these people on, is to help Democrats, is to help elect them. And in that context, can you identify any criticism or prescription you have of me specifically?
I don't know how many times I can say this. The issue is not like, it's not one like word you could say or thing you could do, or it's the idea, this general approach. I guess it's possibly to dig through the VOD and look, but it's the general approach of befriending socialists who will relentlessly shit on the Democrats, and then like incorporating them. And when I say incorporate into the movement, what I mean is you're just attaching them as a leech to absorb whatever they can from us or from the Democrats.
Last year, when was the DNC convention? Wasn't it in the summer?
Yeah, who cares?
Right?
I don't know why.
I mean, that's before November when you said all this shit. So he said everything that he was going to say about Kamala at that point, right?
I don't know why.
Because you're saying if they're going to relentlessly shit on the Democrats, that's a deal breaker, yet you were talking about you would work with them.
Are you really going to hang your hat on this one quote without even knowing like the context of where this quote came from?
You think I didn't watch the live stream?
Then tell me the context of the quote. What am I even talking about in that video?
The person that you were having the convo with asked you what is stopping you from working with them again. You said that it isn't you because you talk about all the time about how the three of the biggest leftists, blah, 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 blah. And then you end up saying that the roadblock is entirely in their direction, not in yours.
And
so if that's the case, that makes all of this current discourse really fucking stupid, because at the end of the day, it's something that you're trying to apply to other people and not to yourself.
Do you think there's a difference between working with somebody to promote a candidate after the primary is over? Do all the same colored crayons taste the same, or is there like a difference in flavor between different colors?
Okay.
Believe it or not, they all taste the same.
Hold on. If somebody wants to come and work with somebody after the primaries and are over, then like I think that's fundamentally a different type of question than working with somebody when we're not even.
They had the vanguard on, the primaries were over, right? Like you were far enough in between any election whatsoever, so it really didn't matter, right?
Yeah, but then the question is, then what is the goal at that point? Like,
Pisco, what was the goal?
If Hasan wants to build a bridge with me or wants to do something with me, like 10 days before the election, at that point, honestly, I'll probably throw anybody on stream.
I know, but these elections, these election cycles.
I'm just saying for Ogre Boy, right? But that's fundamentally different than like, what about like 100 days before like a primary or something, when their rhetoric has exclusively been centered around on every single electable like center-left candidate. And at that point, no, it's probably going to be if I do any content with them, it's probably going to be incredibly combative. Would be my guess.
Okay, but like these election cycles, they're pretty far out, Stephen, and it's pretty hard to like have these kinds of synergistic plays have any impact if there's not like a pre-existing structure for it. That's the whole criticism of like the Democratic Party is they don't have a structure for this. And so surely if you can recognize the utility in building alliances to Hasan and Vosh and the 10 days before the election, why wouldn't that also apply in the 2 years before the election?
If we both had
25 days after, but go ahead.
Let's assume Ogre Boy, get the 64 pack and go eat some more crayons, okay? Let's assume that we both had a gun to our heads, okay? Pisco, and we had to guess if Lib and Learn and the Vanguard and two other whatever, you guys have equivalent size audiences. If you were to do highly collaborative content for 6 months, do you think that more of your guys' audience would be completely turned off from voting for establishment Dems, or do you think more of their audience would be completely turned on to voting for establishment Dems? Because I've only ever seen the flow work one way. This is why I said in our conversation 2 days ago or yesterday or whatever, where I was like, if the media environment was like half the socialists were kind of like supportive of the mainstream Dems and the other half were like relentlessly shitting on them, I'd be like, whatever, I'd feel differently about it. But I've only ever seen this pipeline, this flow go one way.
I think I want to give it a try, and the reason I want to give it a try is because like I said before, I think there's an evolutionary niche for these socialist people. They're going to exist no matter what. I can't make them not exist anymore. And I think that I have seen, for example, breaking points become, and I don't say it's because of me, but I have seen it become criticized now for being more lefty as opposed to before. It was a right-wing show, and now it's highly critical of Trump. I think that there are ways to change minds, but it's hard to do when we try to do that, we get accused of being sweepers for tankies and communists when you can't even identify a single criticism you have of the shit I did in the one interaction that started this whole thing.
Okay, so first of all, if you want the criticisms, just go back and listen to what Hutch said, because he's the one who had all the initial criticisms. I basically agreed to amplify them. I agreed with everything that he said. I don't remember the exact the video. We could go over it, I guess. My issue is, again, to the broad way that I'm saying, is that the flow only works one way, where when you start associating, not you, but in general, when liberals and socialists associate, the goal of the socialists is always to extract as much from the liberal side as possible, and then to move away with as many people as they can steal. And that always seems to be the case. And then electorally, you can tell me if you agree or disagree, like, it feels like the issues that Biden was hurt the most on, and then eventually Kamala was hurt the most on, weren't these issues that we were too far theoretically to the left on anyway? Like stuff like immigration or stuff like trans issues. Like, what even is the idea that if we would appeal more in that direction, we would have picked up more voters?
The Wall Street Journal ended up saying that Kamala's economic policy was muddled and that she fell flat on her face because of it. It goes beyond culture war shit.
Okay, Ogre Boy, with respect, I'm going to disconnect you just for a second. Thank you for bringing the clip to attention. Thank you. Mantis, you're still there or whatever. But I don't know, like, if you're saying it's hopeless to get these people in our orbit or to agree with us, if it's all a useless cause, or that it can only do more harm, is it like, what is the prescription here? Like, what do you want me to do?
My prescription is that I think that there is a huge base. I had the fear that they didn't exist prior to that No Kings March. And then after it happened, I was like, oh, shit. I think there's a huge base of center-left people. And I feel like the issue with the moderate Dems right now, the reason why people feel like there's no leadership of the Democratic Party or anything else, is because there's no strong platform of democratic values that are being championed by a democratic media apparatus. That doesn't exist. So when you look to the democratic media, there's two things you can look at. You can either see the mainstream media, who are all literally terrified of Trump derangement syndrome and are constantly reminding themselves how horrible Biden was and how he was senile and everything and blah, blah, blah. That's all they can talk about to prove how good they are and that they're not like the other Dems. And then you get the left wing, they're the leftists, the socialists and the commies, who are all exclusively shitting on the Democrats. So you have nobody standing up for you in the center left media. And then when I look at we dominated in 2008 with Obama, he won his re-election. We lost, unfortunately, to Trump, but we lost with Hillary getting 3 million more votes than Trump. And then Biden came back and he destroyed it with more votes than have ever happened in the history of a presidential election. Okay, and all of this is appealing to the kind of moderate left Dems. And then for some reason,
what about this? You think I disagree? I agreed with that criticism. I agreed on the day after the election when Tyler Cohen was there, and we were all talking and yes, and we were preach and fucking cook BTC, because what PTC was saying was, look at how much they can give each other flowers. Look at how much they collaborate. Look how much the media makes connections and builds bridges with each other and builds the system. But when we are reaching out to audiences, yeah, maybe they have bad views. They disagree on. You have bad views. I disagree with you on people disagree on stuff. But okay, fine. I am trying to use their platforms. I'm trying to build those connections. I'm trying to go on breaking points to get them to hate Trump. But I'm getting stymied because all of my replies, first of all, my videos are getting downvoted as shit. All the responses, you're covering for tankies. You're doing this because you're trying to appeal to Hasan's audience. Everyone calling me a cuck in the what is going on? If there was any ever going to be I'm going to say we're small potatoes, live and learn small potatoes, but we are a description of the kind of pro-Democrat, budding, I don't know, media people that we would want to encourage. But instead, it feels like at every opportunity, you're trying to destroy us and you're trying to break us apart. It's like you're trying to split up, live and learn. Like you're trying to fucking give your flowers to Hutch and be like, look at all these, they should call it fucking Socialist and learn. Like it feels like it's incredibly acrimonious, personal. And yeah, so it doesn't feel like the effort here is to do what we like, I thought recognized was important to do after the election.
Sure. So let me repeat this. So you feel like the frustration is that you're trying to find ways to build what you view as being an important coalition to vote for, hopefully, the Democratic president, and that every single time you try to reach out and do it, or at least in this particular instance, we try to reach out and do this, as soon as you reach out to who you feel could be a valuable coalition member, you're just getting annihilated by somebody else that you thought was supposed to be, electorally at least, an ally, basically, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Take that feeling and amplify it 50 million times more, and then replace me with leftists, and then replace you with the Democratic Party, and you've explained completely the entire left-wing media apparatus for the past 8 years. Okay, how many times do I have to hear that Bernie Sanders was robbed of the election? Okay, but if those are the people that are constantly attacking you, and they're not attacking you because they disagree with your
your people are attacking me. Your people are attacking me. The people who used to love.
Wait. But when my people are attacking you, right? It's because I think that you're making a bad strategic choice for Democrats to win. When the left is attacking you, leftists, it's because they disagree with the ideology. They want a total reformation of the party. They're not talking about like, I think that you need a 20 an hour minimum wage instead of a 15-hour minimum wage. They're saying things like minimum wage is a distraction from class struggle, and that's why the left and the right are the exact same in the United States, and we need a revolution.
I haven't heard that from Crystal or Kyle. Maybe the Vanguard say that. I'm not sure, but I just don't think that it describes my content. And notwithstanding the fact that I'm not reaching out to people like Mike from PA.
Did you see Crystal's interview with the Michigan senator?
Yeah, with Alyssa Slotkin. I didn't see it. I've heard of it. I heard it was a hard-hitting interview because guess what? Breaking Points, for all it is not a show for Democrats. It's initially like it's like a show for all media types and like right wingers. You started as a show for right wingers. So I'm not surprised that Crystal Ball, who is a journalist, all right, she's not just a Democratic stooge, right? She's a journalist, that she's going to give a hard hitting interview to a Democratic candidate because she doesn't have an allegiance to the Democratic Party. And we just
she didn't give a hard hitting interview. She did a cuck purity test on Israel-Palestine. It is not a hard hitting interview to scream at somebody for 10 minutes. Is it a genocide? Is it a genocide? That's purity testing on an issue that you will never win a single election on. If that's going to be like our standard for left-wing media figures, because now I could be wrong, and maybe you've just said what you just said there, that Crystal is just a media person and you wouldn't consider her left or right. Is that really the position you've had? You would say that Crystal's just a totally independent media figure?
No, I think she's left-wing. No, I think she's left-wing, but I do think that she's a journalist, and she's not just there to give hand jobs to senators. And yeah, I agree. Like, I haven't seen the interview. I'm not saying that I've seen the interview, but it doesn't surprise me that she's been pressing on Israel. I'm going to be honest, like, because of what's going on in Israel, in Gaza, and the Democratic Party, what many people feel like is lack of leadership on that issue. And she's, speaking voice now to a growing resentment of the Democratic Party and its members, not just its leaders, right? The people, the Democratic members have soured on Israel. And so in that sense, like, yeah, maybe she's given an antagonistic interview to the candidate / leader of the Democratic people, but people's approval, the Democrats' approval of Democratic Party is shambolic. And so maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay to do that.
The framing on this issue is so bad. If you like, when people say people are super pissed off about Israel-Palestine, that should be a reason to vote in larger margins for the Democrats than to abstain from voting altogether. And the only reason why somebody could justify abstaining, why you get almost 20 percentage points of voters in Dearborn for Jill Stein, is because voters were hoodwinked by socialists and communists that Democrats and Republicans had the same position on this issue, and that somehow that we can say like a 50-vote Senate for Biden is like the best the Democrats can do.
And your solution is what? I mean, like,
it's to give them more votes.
No.
You think that Biden with 54 senators?
I want that, but like, it seems counterintuitive because, like, when the moderates, right? When people say you lost the moderates, usually the response is you should appeal to the moderates. Or like when you lose the voters in Dearborn, maybe you should appeal to the voters in Dearborn. I don't understand why the response from an electoral perspective is, control the information streams, which you're never gonna do. They just exist in an informational niche, which we're unable. We don't have. If we wanted to, we'd be unable to stop them from having the kind of assuming it's significant, the significant impact that they have. And so I just don't understand.
That's literally where we live, is the information stream. If we say that we can't win that, then run a ton of ads, because like the war is over, right? Because this is where Republicans dominate. Like if I would have bet you, 10 months ago, or if anybody would have bet me 10 months ago, do you think that Trump could admit to trafficking that woman at Mar-a-Lago to Epstein and his fan base wouldn't care? I would have said, no, that's obviously the breaking point. It would be way over before that. And holy shit, where are we at? Like, there has to be some level of like support for the Democratic Party. It can't be that like we lost the election and now we have to appeal to a group of people who fundamentally disagree with the entire existence of the Democratic Party and want to reform it into a socialist party.
And what Josiah and I have done, and Econoboy, I think as well, is regardless of this whole socialist thing, which I think is like, it's to me, it's not as important. And maybe I could be clueless about that. I could be clueless about Marxist-Leninism. I could be clueless, all that. But what we've done is we've decided to focus on MAGA, the crimes of MAGA, the attacks of Trump, the what's going on in our institution. I go on to Crystal Ball's show last week, Breaking Points, to talk about how Trump is fucking up in every conceivable way on the Epstein issue, how he's fucking up in every conceivable way with respect to the due process issue. Like the last time, before that, I was also talking about immigration. Like I go on these shows and these platforms. I actually had the Vanguard on separately. Maybe you guys, if you want to find more clips of me like being nice to the Vanguard, I had a separate interview with the Vanguard, just me. So if there's anything like bad clips, you can go find that and see if I'm inconsistent. But so go watch that video. It's really great. But in that video, I'm agreeing with the Vanguard in terms of like, this is how bad Trump is. This is why it's bad for Mahmoud Khalil. So what's wrong with that strategy? If we're going to have any effect, it's going to be reaching out to certain people we vehemently disagree with, and making the case that Trump is awful, that we're in fucking hell right now. And I don't know what's wrong with that.
Here's the problem. This is what it's not enough to say. It's not enough to say that Trump is bad. You have to say that the Democrat is better.
I do say that.
That's not a thing that I don't think any of these people would admit.
Well, what you mean is they don't admit it. They literally do admit it when they say they voted for them. Now that's cold comfort. It's not enough. I agree. It's not enough. But they do admit the Democrats are preferable. Kyle does admit that. Crystal does admit that. Crystal had a whole debate with Cenk Uygur about why it was.
I watched that debate. Yeah,
and she did. She did amazing. So like, it's just not true. These people don't acknowledge the benefit of the Democrats. The problem is sometimes they have critiques that are unhinged, untrue. We don't agree with. They go too far. I get it. Some of them, I don't even put in the same bucket Hasan Piker and these other people who I'm not trying to build bridges with, but the resistance, saying that what I like, look at when I saw that Hasan mentioned me on a stream. Do you know what all the ats were? They were like, you got your wish. You got your wish. You just wanted to get in with Hasan. That's what people think of me because of you. That's what people think of me because of your audience. And that's not true. And I resent that a shit ton, because that's not what I'm doing.
You resent it, bro. You've been accusing me of being bad faith for the past whole week when I've justified every single argument I've given. And you just spent 20 minutes talking about a clip of me from 10 minutes ago saying I'm a hypocrite on this issue. Like, yeah, online politics sucks. No shit, Sherlock Holmes. You don't have to tell me that.
You can't.
I've been doing it for a decade. It's horrible. No shit. But I'm just saying that when you're trying to appeal to a side of the media where the entire goal of that side is the destruction of the Democratic Party, listen, I mean, I can disagree, and maybe, listen, you know what I love? You know what would be the best thing in the world is if 12 months from now, I'm on stream eating shit, and all of these leftists are like, we're going to support the Democrats, we're going to canvass for them, and Pisco was so right. I'd be like, oh, I was totally wrong. The last 10 years weren't indicative of the motion forward, and me, I guess. But in my mind, and I bet money on it with odds, like what's going to happen is in 6 to 12 months, all of these guys are going to be shitting on Democrats constantly. The only candidates they're going to support are going to be ones that are avowedly socialist communists, maybe mostly ones that are primarying, like the already elected Dems, and that's going to be it. And then at the end of the day, they're going to continue the rhetoric of both sides are the same, both sides are the same. Like, why do you think the Republican Party is so unpopular right now, but the Democratic Party isn't popular at all? It's not just because the Dems suck. It's because literally everybody tells you the Dems suck. The Republicans tell you the Dems suck. The Dems tell you the Dems suck. And
guess
the Socialists tell you
the Dems suck. The leadership right now is, and
you don't suck though. You agreed with that. You fought with that on the Vanguard. That's one thing you didn't know.
What I mean is the current leadership, the makeup right now, the Dems are in disarray. The leaders are not doing a good job, and I've talked about it. It doesn't make me like my critique bad faith, or I'm trying to appeal to lefties. When I say that Joe Biden did a Trumpian thing, I'm not saying that to appeal to tankies. I'm not saying that it's a Trumpian Trumpian thing to do, to like put your family before the country, that kind of thing, and that it's just as bad as what Trump did. I'm not saying it because I'm trying to appeal. Like, what commie is appealing to, like, is listening to that and being like, oh yeah, he's on Biden for the pardon. Most commies are like, oh, I think it's based that he pardoned Hunter. They're like, oh yeah, we love that he pardoned Hunter because he's a good dad. That's usually what the leftist critique is.
No, they say it's based that he pardoned Hunter because the Dems and the Republicans are the same anyway. And if you want to criticize Joe Biden for pardoning Hunter, Joe Biden made a massive mistake. The mistake was saying that he wouldn't do it. It wasn't actually pardoning him after 3 years of a Republican witch hunt, of the 15th one they've done. It was that he said that he was going to do it. He shouldn't have said.
Okay,
he was
you can say that. You can say that's a reason. But my intention when I say things like Joe Biden, he fucked up the election in that sense. He screwed us over. Joe Biden, despite all the good things, I say he's the best president. I still say he's the best president of my lifetime. I still say that. But that he did a Trumpian move by closing the border and by pardoning his son. I'm not trying to appeal to commies. And when I criticize Chuck Schumer and say he should retire, when I criticize everyone who voted to censure Al Green, I'm not trying to appeal to commies. I'm trying to make the Democrats better. I'm trying to make the Democrats stronger, because I think if these guys are in charge, we are cooked. And the only way we're going to win an election is just because maybe the Trump is so unpopular, but we're not maximizing our chances by having these people in charge. And so, yeah, I've shit on the Democrats a great deal. Josiah has, Hutch has, Econoboy has. Now, there's some bad faith criticism, there's some good faith criticism, but what you can't say is giving a hard-hitting interview to Alyssa Slotkin is like incompatible with us like going on these shows, or like or fundamentally trying to.
It's never just that in a vacuum. It's just that like I agree that Dem leadership is weak, and I shit on the Dems too. I joked that I don't even know if I was joking. I would primary any Dem that voted to censure Al Green. It's insane. Okay, like yeah, they definitely have their problems, but like holy, if you're a Democrat, like, I don't know, what are you even building towards, and who are you building for, right? Like, what was the constant criticism? Like, these guys need to go out and do podcasts more. They need to go on shows more. I remember joking before the election, if Kamala went on any right-leaning podcast, she'll be eviscerated. Her interview on that, like, CNN, I think it was, with Walz, that was a hard interview. And that was on, like, a liberal platform. And no centrist podcast is going to host her without it being incredibly contentious. And it's like, okay, well, cool. Look, it looks like they're trying to go on and do podcasts now. And the first one she goes on, Sagar or whatever, is nicer than Crystal Ball. Crystal Ball's first question to the senator was why did you even come here? It's like, Jesus Christ.
She gives tough interviews.
Journalism stuff. Like,
Crystal gives hard interviews. She's not like, I don't know what to say. She's known for this. Like, I don't think that she just, when it comes to politicians, especially politicians, because she thinks it's a genocide. Given her view that Israel's committing a genocide on Gaza and on the Palestinian people, it makes complete sense why she would ask that question. Like, just grant her view that she's doing that like she's trying to improve the Democratic, like imagine that she really thought that the Democratic base is moving significantly towards being pro-Palestinian and anti-Israel. Then in some sense, I don't understand why we wouldn't be pressuring our elected officials to more represent the
I don't think that the Democratic Party is moving to being pro-Palestinian.
I think the polling seems to suggest that. I don't know. Like, have you seen it?
I think there's. I mean, like, when you who has more? Like, I have more sympathy for the Palestinians than Israel. Like, how do you have sympathy for the Israelis? Okay, these motherfuckers intercept missiles out of the middle of the sky. I feel like I'm like, people are having more sympathy for the Palestinians, but like when it comes to like the solutions that a lot of the socialist types would implement, like, I don't know how many people would vote to like pull all support and all funding from Israel. That's like a much deeper, much darker question, especially when.
I feel like the Democrats' base is basically saying we don't like the leadership. I don't think in that context, that's not just the crazies online. It's not just me and Josiah Econoboy. It is the broad consensus of the Democratic members that the people who are currently in charge are not doing a good job and they should be replaced. And I haven't watched the interview, and so I don't want to comment. Maybe it was inappropriate. Maybe it was. I don't, in principle, have a problem with that interview or a hard-hitting interview. But in terms of the prescriptions, what I want to know is, how are we fucking up? How am I fucking up? What am I doing wrong that would cause such an upheaval? Like my mentions are insane. Like, people say like you abandoned liberalism. It's crazy.
I mean, like, going back to, I guess, the same as before, I think appealing to the values of socialists is the same thing as appealing to the values of other illiberal groups like Nazis or fascists.
Okay, I don't know how I have done that. When you say, because if you define socialism in the sense that like of the whatever your version of it is, how have I done that? We're debating in the Vanguard, for example, like how to implement Biden's strategy, Biden's policy, Biden's promises, Biden's $15 minimum wage, not some crazy.
Okay, I'm curious then. If I'm brain broken on this, Why do you think Hutch had such a contention with the conversation after it happened? What was his problem?
Okay, I love Hutch. Hutch is my boy. Hutch is wonderful, and I always stand by Hutch. I think
is that a bust I hear coming that you're about to throw him under?
I'm not throwing him under. I legitimately think this, that when Hutch hears us like granting some amount of agreement, which we legitimately do with the Vanguard, which is basically that Joe Biden should have signaled better, or he should have seemed more strong, he should have postured more, not with the specifics of kicking Manchin out in West Virginia, not with the specifics of actually obtaining a $15 minimum wage from Joe Manchin, which we both acknowledge is impossible, but just with a more macro view of the Vanguard. That is to say that the Democrats should look like they're giving a little bit more, which I think is a modest take, a modest proposal. I think that Hutch, similar to the audience, which maybe it's reasonable, took that kind of optical stance of us being like, well, we're, middle of the road. On the one hand, Hutch has a point here on the Manchin stuff, but, the Vanguard is saying this. And he took that in the way that many people might have reasonably took, which is that we are trying to both sides it and we're not really having his back here. But it was our honest take, and it is still my opinion. And I was more defensive of Hutch with respect to like the personal comments that the Vanguard had made about like his lip ring and that kind of stuff. And it seemed like they ironed that out at the beginning. And so I was just trying to give my honest take in that moment. And Hutch might have felt a way about that, but I don't think it's because we were genuinely stabbing him in the back or trying to gaslight him. I promise you, I was like, no, sorry. I promise you I'm not gaslight. I promise you that I am just formulating my opinion in real time and being honest about it. But people took that.
If you had to, I'm just curious, if you had to guess for like a live and learn audience right now, if you had to guess what percentage of them voted for Kamala in the last election, in your mind, what do you peg that percentage at?
90.
Okay. And then if you had to feel like what percentage of them would have like enthusiastically supported Kamala as a candidate against Trump, not just hated Trump, but enthusiastically supported Kamala as a candidate, in your mind, what is that at?
My intuition is 80. I don't know.
Okay. In my mind, those numbers are like 50-20. No, not that, but like 60-40 is where I'm feeling.
I have a lot of conservatives in my chat. I have a lot of Trump
sure. Well, then
I don't know.
Count those. Sure, that's not fair.
But I think that most of the people who watch my shit are Dems. I do Dem porn. I talk about how Trump is half the time, and I
don't understand I don't know if you get this now. When you keep saying I just talk about how Trump is, like that's the end. They agree with you there. Like like socialists will agree with you that Trump is bad, but they're just going to say that the Dems are about the same.
Okay, my intuition is that these people acknowledge, like, I wear my heart on my sleeve. I look at my post history, look at my
Twitter. I'm just curious. Like I see like there's tweets like you have like on like Cory Booker and stuff. And it's like Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Cory Booker can be cringe. Cory Booker is cringe in many respects. Now, I think Cory Booker sometimes
He's one of the only ones doing anything at the moment.
Yeah, he stood up for 28 hours.
What do you want? Cory Booker's cringe. Like the guy's like,
I don't know. All I'm telling you is Cory Booker sometimes does cringe things. I've known who Cory Booker is now for years. I'm not telling you that Cory Booker, you shouldn't vote for Cory Booker. Would need to know the context of the tweet about Cory Booker. Now, I saw what he said about Pete Buttigieg. I think that's stupid and wrong. And Pete Buttigieg, I would be proud to support Buttigieg. And if it came down to it and we're still talking and he were the nominee, you better believe I'm going to go on those streams and be like, why are you saying don't vote for Buttigieg? Why are you not enthusiastically supporting Buttigieg? Like I did in the lead up to the 2024 election when I was debating vigorously with lefties about not, including Ogre Boy, who just talked to you. I was debating them vigorously to vote for Kamala Harris enthusiastically. So to act as though I wouldn't stand on business when we have a nominee, or like part of the whole thing of the beauty of the Democratic nomination process, which you've acknowledged, is to suss out what the direction of the party is going to be. This is the time when the Democrats need to define themselves. And so if there's ever a moment for internal critique, if there's ever a moment for us to decide what the direction is, it would be now. And so I'm going to be much more accommodating of that kind of disagreement here, in steadying the ship perhaps towards them. Okay, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad.
Okay, I don't necessarily disagree with you here, but wait. There's a limit though to like what can happen in the primary process, right? So like if there's two candidates and one is like $7 an hour minimum wage and the other's like 15 an hour minimum wage, and I look at the 7-hour minimum wage person, I'm like, this person wants to, I think this is almost like a slave labor wage. I don't think this is good. Like this is horrible. If that person wins the primary, I can like kind of begrudgingly like, okay, yeah, well, whatever, fine, we'll support this person. But if I spend the entire primary calling this person a child rapist or calling them Genocide Joe, how the am I ever expecting that group of people? Like you said earlier, if you really believe that Crystal Ball believes that there's a genocide going on and she's going to push hard on, the whoever she comes to interview. Well, if all the socialists literally believe that it's an actual genocide and the Democrats are complicit in it, holy fuck, how do you vote for fucking, like, Hitler Jr.? Like, I don't think you can get them on your side at that point. I don't think they're ever going to join.
It's tough, but like, I can't change them into not believing that. First of all, because I do believe it. Because one is because I do affirm it and I do believe it now, that it is a genocide. Put that aside. But separately, like, even if I didn't, I can't change that notion. I can't change their mind on that.
You can't change it, but like, if you can't change it, like, that's part of my point. There's too many beliefs that can't be changed without sacrificing like the whole mast of the ship of the party. Because now you have to basically become socialist or quasi-socialist, and then you're gonna end up bleeding off like half the party doing that because your base are your moderate lefts.
I think that more and more people, you're seeing in the polling that yes, this is a very divisive issue, but the Netanyahu in Israel is not popular right now, and
we keep saying that, but you know what's really not popular? It's socialists. Like, how many years, decades have we heard that it's like, this is the election series, this is the time where they're all going to come out, and resoundingly they get crushed over and over and over again. Like, why do we think that this is the path forward?
I don't think what you mean by socialism is Tankyism or Marxist-Leninism, I don't think it's the way. But we have Mamdani, AOC. You think AOC might be the way forward? That's not socialism in your mind. So if that's what people mean by socialism, if that's what people think is the way forward, people like AOC and Bernie, great. And if people are too harsh on those people, I'm going to fight them for sure. And I will support people like AOC and Bernie. And I agree that they're not left enough for the purists and for the lefties and that kind of. But at the end of the day, like, what am I to do? I'm going to try to marshal what I can. I'm going to try to push people in the right direction when I can to vote for the Democratic candidate. And I don't think any mainstream Democrat right now is the worry. The worry is, as you mentioned, right, like the media class.
I think when you say what you do, I think it's pushing and building on the Democratic side of things, not joining a media apparatus that almost exclusively rewards only attacking the Republicans and then only shitting on Dems. Because that's, if you wanted to join right now and do media, you're either a Republican or you're somebody that's probably going to spend a lot of time shitting on the Dems, and then maybe also attacking the Republicans. And like, that's it. Like, in the left-wing media apparatus, that's all there is. And I just think it's really sad that, like, now how do we appeal to these people who have all built careers out of just relentlessly attacking establishment Democrats?
You say that, but there's just no example of me doing that, right? I get that some people.
No, not you, but you guys have a show called Live and Learn, where now 1/4 of your cast are socialist, and now you're like arguing.
But what he means by socialist, I get, but I respect his truth. That's what he means by socialist. But you take issue with that label, even though it doesn't match what your vision is of socialist.
I don't necessarily take issue with the label. I respect his truth too. Okay, I don't think he's a secret tanky, but what he sees as his new label, other people see as an opportunity to infect and then spread the anti-liberal ideology. It's not like. Like, if we were in a room full of clones of Bernie Sanders and AOCs and Econo boys, like, well, let's appeal to socialism. I don't give a fuck at that point, sure. But if we were in a room full of Stalins and Lenins and all these people, and then Econo boy, jumps in, he's like, hey, I'm a socialist. Like, we should appeal to these guys, right? I'm like, let's go to the fucking other room.
So what do I do? What do I do? So Econo boy has this whole position about what? First of all, I think capitalism is based. I've always been in favor of private capitalism. But what do you want me to do about it? Like, Econo boy, let's have a conversation about communism, a conversation that you think that I'm not even equipped for. And like, what do you want me to do about that? Like, he has his position. It's grounded in this history of the socialist traditions in these other countries, in these various countries. I can't refute that. He's not going to be convinced by me. So you want to have a struggle session every 2 seconds about you should be a communism.
I don't think there'd be a debate on him all the time. I think if you think that there are reasons why he's a socialist that have like,
you don't give a shit about this, dude. You don't really give a shit about this. You're not scared of Econo boy. You're not really scared that Econo boy is going to be he's going to be the Trojan horse by which we enter in 1,000-year Reich of Marxist-Leninism. You're not actually scared about that. I refuse to believe that.
Like, the two largest leftist streamers in the world literally did that to me. That's literally my life. That they came into my community as suck dems. And they are the largest streamers on the left now, and they're fucking. Hasan is an avowed ML, and I don't know where the Vosh is on his crazy socialist journey, but that's literally my life. And you're telling me that I don't think this could actually happen? Like, what the fuck is that statement?
I think that you're not concerned of Econoboy becoming one of these figures, are you? Or I mean, like,
no, I don't know if he in particular would. I'm just saying that that's the entry point, and that's how all these motherfuckers work, and they say it openly. They openly say it.
I mean,
listen, I don't think. Hold on, I'm not saying that you should kick someone off the show, or you should never do content with the Vanguard or anything like that. I'm just saying that, like, it's so fucking sad. Like, Hutch is one of the only people I see now in the world who's not like, yeah, I'm a Democrat, but like, oh yeah, it's a massive genocide, and the Dems suck shit, and I wish that Biden wouldn't have been senile, wouldn't have fucking pardoned his son, and I mean, like, I just want there to be
but
somewhere
he
in the fucking world.
He shouldn't have. He shouldn't have.
Liberal, I know that's fine, but I need like one fucking other liberal on the planet, on this platform, anywhere, that's not just constantly, okay, bending over to take it up the ass, okay, from every single other political partisan, okay, just somebody that can actually just stand on business for like liberal politics.
Well, you have Hunter Biden. You have Hunter Biden.
So
If you're,
I'm just saying, if you want to do content with like the Vanguard or other people, that's fine, but you can't be surprised when there's a huge fucking eye roll in a side where it's like, oh, it's these guys who are making the fucking ass rape jokes about fucking Buttigieg. Like, one of the liberals out there doing more like podcast work than anybody else. Okay,
you can't talk about jokes, dude. I know you ain't talking about jokes. I know that your ass ain't talking about jokes. I know that you're not saying, oh, roll eyes because they made bad jokes and jokes that people disagree with. I know that it can't be you.
Bad jokes? Wait. What do you mean when I say make bad jokes?
Jokes that people find that are marginal in terms of whether or not, they're in good taste, whether or not they're,
you think
one
that
of
my
the isms.
issue with jokes about Pete Buttigieg is that they're in bad taste?
Yeah, what is your critique about that?
Mike, if you want to make jokes about people getting in the ass, make them about Lindsey Graham, not about Pete Buttigieg.
So now so now you care about. Oh wait, so it's not the heteronormative. So because I was in tongue in cheek saying heteronormative, and everyone was like, oh my god, soy, Pisco.
It's about who's being attacked. When I say jokes about the gay shit, it's not the fact that it's gay shit. It's the fact that it's about our candidates. I mean, you generally probably should make homophobic or whatever, but it's about the fact that it's more about the fact they're attacking our candidates.
Okay,
but
they don't like Pete Buttigieg. Guess what? If I hate Fetterman, would you say like if I'm pressing about Fetterman that like I'm bad faith, I'm just attacking our candidates? I know you see people differently than Fetterman, but that's just because that's your view.
Fetterman's not fair. Okay, fuck Fetterman. Okay, but Pete Buttigieg, I feel like, is somebody that we should be like. I feel like every liberal should largely be like in decently large agreement with Pete Buttigieg. It should largely be supportive of the fact that he's one of the only Dems that seems to be brave enough to be running around on doing a podcast.
Yeah, because you like him. But if you hated him, like Fetterman, you'd be making brain dead jokes, and you wouldn't give a fuck because you think.
Yeah, and if I had a oven in my stomach, you could bake bread in my tummy. What the fuck do you mean? The whole point is, who do you support? I support Pete Buttigieg because he's a liberal Democrat. Yeah, no shit. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but they hate Pete Buttigieg because they feel
he's a liberal Democrat. Yes, that's my point. Sorry, I'm sorry. Hold on.
It's fucking insane. And you have they're far left, more to the left, and they have strong critiques for centrists. But
they hate centrists. They hate Democrats.
But Fetterman is also the candidate. Fetterman is a Democratic candidate. Fetterman is a Democratic incumbent.
In general, I would support Fetterman.
I would. Wait. I would too. But that guy is in my metaphoric bullseye. I don't want to be global entry canceled. He's in my bullseye, and I'm going to talk about Fetterman and talk about the Lake and Riley Act. I'm going to be talking about all his like embarrassing moments and being incredibly brutal through the primary, because that's what the primary process is about. Like, if there's some cringe candidate that I perceive as cringe, I'm going to talk
any of this. But you're not wanting. You don't hate Fetterman because he's a liberal and you want to replace him with a socialist. You think he's a shitty Democrat. They hate Pete Buttigieg because Pete Buttigieg represents a lot of things.
Have you asked them? I don't know. But they support Tim Walz. They think Tim Walz is based. That's not a socialist.
Tim Walz is like on the borderline for them.
They like Tim Walz. They like in AOC, even though they have the one disagreement there about the whatever funding. But guess what? AOC made that vote before. AOC did that vote years ago. And guess what? They still like her. They'll still vote for her. That's what when you were soying out, I couldn't believe it, right? Like when we were making the empirical point that, yeah, this one thing that AOC said, it's not going to really change the lefties' disposition to them over the long run. We were making an empirical point that nothing ever happens. That was just another example of us sweeping and saying it doesn't matter, totally misconstruing it. But the reality is these people, they'll critique their family member if they're running for election. They're purists to the core, but at the end of the
Hold
day,
on. To be clear, they absolutely will not critique their socialist candidates. Absolutely not. No way in hell. They love their
they
socialist
just did it.
candidates.
AOC. I thought that your whole point was that she was not.
They don't consider. Dog, I know that you don't believe me when I say this. Okay, talk to whoever in your life does socialism. Socialists do not consider AOC a socialist. Okay, nobody that is like on theory and all these people, they will not consider AOC.
You think they consider Tim Walz socialist? And they like Tim Walz.
Absolutely not. No.
Yeah, and they like Tim Walz.
Consider Bernie, maybe.
And they like Tim Walz.
I don't know what their position is on Walz. Listen, if you want to do what you want to do, I mean, like, obviously you can do what you want to do, but it's just like it's just another episode. It's another liberal podcast. It's not like, oh, let's go talk to the guys that hate our party just as much as they hate the Republicans, and let's see how we can talk to them in a friendly manner.
With Josiah steering the ship, he will never ever let it be said on that and let people forget that the Democrat is preferable to the Republican. That is his like mantra. Like, do you really not have faith in Josiah to make that point clear, that clear distinction between the Democrat and Republican? You really think that, like, I trust Josiah with that. Josiah would never let me, this entire podcast is premised on the notion that we would be the kind of, now I know Econoboy came out, that's his truth. He wants to be a socialist. That's power to him. I believe he's still a liberal. I think it's compatible on his vision of what socialism means. I do think it's compatible. I don't think there's a contradiction. But our entire thing was, why don't we get a podcast of people who actually like the Democrats more than Republicans and actually talk them up? That was our whole mantra. And we're like expanding and trying to talk to people and see our point of view. I'm trying to get them to be more based about constitutionalism, liberalism. I'm trying to give them the rundown on law stuff. I'm trying to, but your audience is trying to fuck me over, trying to say that like I'm like a shitty person, that I'm cooked, and it's making it impossible. And I think that you want that to happen. That's my intuition, is that you like that. You like to see, I don't know, sticking the knife in us and watching the chaos. That's my intuition. You tell me it's wrong.
Have you seen any of my coverage of any of you guys prior to this engagement?
It was positive. It was positive before my take on the Hasan global entry thing, and before what I said about the Ethan Klein lawsuit, which I want to remind the audience, you agreed with me, except for my focus on the Ethan Klein lawsuit didn't seem to matter. The fact that we fundamentally agreed that the lawsuit was strong, that it was the filing was unhinged.
Okay, wait. So you just said that you feel like I'm doing this out of spite, and then I asked you what happened, and then you just gave me two concrete examples.
I don't know.
A reasonable mind could say, maybe you dramatically disagreed, but it's not like I went off for months and months on these particular things. These are things that I disagree with. But I don't think I developed spite 2 weeks ago. And
Why did you block me? Why did you block me?
because of the. I don't know how much you want to jump it all up, but the fact that Aaron is just somehow like crept back at everything, that's just wild to me. But I just, for my own brain and my own sanity, I was like, okay, whatever. You know what? People can do their own shit, and I'll just be over here doing my own shit.
Well, final prescriptions. I mean, it's late. So what is the ethical? Let's grant your semantics on socialism. Let's grant everything, and let's just say what do you think is ethical for us to do?
This is what I would want to see at the end of the day. Okay, if you think that you can cast a net that will encompass some socialists because you're pushing some aspects of liberalism so hard, I think that's fine. Okay, what I would want to see at the end of the day, ideally, is these guys going back to their chats and their chats screaming at them, being like, why the f did you guys like push harder for how shitty the Dems are? Why didn't you guys push harder? And I get them to admit that like the Dems are the same as the Republicans. That's what I want to see in their chats. Not after they leave your chat, like on like only the liberals left on the podcast be like, oh, like why is this guy such a loser? Like,
my community, my community was mostly DGGers. My community, or there's so much overlap. You want to know, like, I don't think it was Discord,
that way before the initial, when you guys did the initial liberal. I didn't watch it. I watched the VOD of that when Hutch was the one who had problems. So I guess you're saying he had problems for no good reason, I guess, was the issue, or
I think that he had problems with the optics like a lot of other people did. And I can understand why some people that he might feel that way. I don't think that it's based in I think it's based in kind of like how it felt, but I don't think it's based on an objective, like look at what occurred. If that's my take on it. And I think that I wasn't trying to gaslight him. I like Hutch a lot. Hutch is my boy. I'm not trying to betray Hutch. I would never try to throw him under the bus. Like it's just not that way. Like offline, we have a very amicable relationship. So yeah, it wasn't that at all. And my community is highly critical. Unlike you, I don't delete all the criticism of me in my own Discord and even in my own Reddit. Now that I have a Reddit, like I don't delete that. People talk mad shit, and so it's just not the case that like my community is becoming.
I don't even understand what.
What?
Never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, my community is not becoming ML. It's not becoming like mass communists. The kind of fears that you're raising is like not true.
Change, Pisco.
I've changed. How have I changed?
No,
Mantis?
you're a community. Relax.
Yeah, but you were talking. Do you know what, Mantis? Do you know what you did? You tweeted at me. I know it now.
I know what I did, Pisco. That's why I'm here. And did you get my response?
No, I didn't get a response.
Well, you should look at your tweet.
I get so many ads and shit like, but it's just that's the kind of shit, and it's everywhere, and I do resent it. And so yeah, when I started that debate, I was angry as fuck. But you know, it's because of I feel like it's been a nonstop attack. You know, Dan is talking to Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein is adding me saying I'm not a real lawyer. They're saying I'm no different than Mike from PA. They're saying I don't know shit about the law. They're saying so. This has been a campaign, at least by Dan Saltman, specifically to smear me, to specifically attack me. You watch him whenever you know there's any controversy involving me. You guys talked about me for like 3 or 4 weeks straight, talking about my takes there, and so there's a direct causal role in how much I was covering the Ethan Klein and Hasan story based on the unhinged response of someone who lies about me, mischaracterizes me, and I think that you feed into it and you play into it, and I think that you have a causal role as well. I think your audience does too.
I feel like you should watch, and I understand the temptation to, especially when you've got like actual subhuman resources like Queeman feeding you fucking lines in chat or in Discord. You should watch some of the videos sometimes. Like Dan is unhinged. Dan does have an unhinged participation in a lot of. Generally, when Dan is like going in on people, I'm usually telling Dan most of the time, like, bro, this is like kind of unhinged, or this is kind of. I think when you give a retarded take, I'll say it's a retarded take. When you give a good take, I'll say you give a good take. But yeah, there's obviously shit I disagreed with on your hyperfixation on the lawsuit. But also, like, you can't pretend that you don't also feed into it too. Like when Hasan comes out and says, like, okay, guys, I lied about my whole timeline, and then your next stream is like 100% vindication, completely.
But you know
like,
why that is. But it's not because of the lie there, because it has to do with the timing of the global gentrification. And where you agree with me, that's what's so fucking crazy. Like we disagree on the interpretation. I'm and no one can say it's bad faith because I'm in my own Discord having these long legal discussions with members of my own community.
Pisco. As a viewer, just a viewer, okay, so separate from like all the spite driven, but just as a viewer of all communities, all of both of yours, Destiny and Pisco, like Pisco, you have to understand how it came across as a viewer of yours, where all of a sudden you've defended Hasan on the plane thing, like, and you really went pretty arrogantly hard on that, like,
and still do.
Yeah, see, look, yeah, your vindication lap, rah.
No, it's still my position.
Okay, I know. Just listen. Then you went after Ethan for the lawsuit thing. You kind of like, you don't want to call it this, but there was a little semi-ganging up on Hutch with like the Vanguard. Then you kind of do talk about Dems sucking more than liberals or moderates would, I think.
What?
And I think you're very clear that you're willing to say that. You just said it in this call that you do think that Dems suck right now. You do think
the
that
leadership, the way the leadership,
and
right?
Then no one. Yeah, but the thing you don't understand is most reasonable people don't actually think you're a socialist or don't actually think that you're like anti-democratic or anti-dem. It just helps. All of this like helps with that like optics narrative. It just all looks bad in sequential order. It just does, and
it looks
like, even
bad
me,
because
I've been annoyed by it.
It looks bad. I think when people don't take it the full context of what I'm saying. Like another example of it was when we were going over the re-education camps, and it was so clear what I was doing there. It was so clear that what I was dealing with was someone saying explicitly, this says that he's in favor of re-education camps, when it says the direct opposite. When I'm literally saying, give me the best evidence, show me where he's saying Marxist-Leninist, where it is, like, because it could be the case that other things inform this conclusion, notwithstanding the fact that I'm making specific carve-outs and saying, I'm only talking about the four. Can we agree this doesn't literally say this? Notwithstanding the fact that the moment that people provided clips to me that say that where he says I'm a Marxist-Leninist, I said, yes, Marxist-Leninist, happy to grant it. When I specifically asked for it, I have 100-long comment threads saying, look at him. He's a tanky apologist. And you too, Mantis. You said that as well, based on that specific stream.
Can I tell you why? After that conversation in particular, I was like, oh, holy And you can say it's stupid if you want to say it's stupid, but like, because those of us who have watched a ton of Hasan's bullshit, you were taking his words literally, like, oh, he didn't literally say this, he didn't literally say that. It just comes across super autistic when you can't take someone in there.
Well,
as a
maybe
full
I'm a little
package.
autistic.
Is devious in their actions and devious and puts masks on and takes them off. We already had this conversation, and you kind of agreed with me that he does do that. So if you're capable of understanding that he does do this thing, but then when you get into a conversation with someone who's providing you with all the best evidence they can because he's a sneaky motherfucker, and then you say, oh, well,
but
he's not really saying this thing, I think you're kind of being a little obtuse.
No,
right?
but I'm just trying to understand and clarify the term, because I am a little bit like I am on this linearization kick, because I do think it's helpful to how it reflects how I think, and that's just how I approach these issues, because that's who I am. But I have no problem acknowledging, as I've often done, that there's a broader context here. But even just put that aside, man. Like, this whole thing just leaves a bad taste in my mouth, and so many assumptions I've never seen. Like I'm not saying that other people don't get it, but yeah. And I'm not trying to like play victim. I'm just trying to get you like in my head, paint you a picture, like why I'm pissed as fuck going into that conversation. And I think it's reasonable. I think that there's lies being told. I think that there's malice. And I think it's unfortunate. And now the prescription is like, I don't even know what it is.
Well, here, hold on. I'm curious. Okay, before I go to bed, what do you think I'm like acting in malice for? What's like your top one or two things you're like, there's no way you could legitimately believe this thing?
I think that there's no way that you could think that specific point when we're talking about, just example from our conversation, we're talking about Marxist-Leninism, when you must know that I know that Aaron is a communist. You must know that we're like having a conversation specifically about these nuances and application.
You acknowledge that this point of contention spawned off from you demanding in the middle of a debate for me to produce video evidence of the beliefs of somebody on your show.
No, that's a lie. No, I said specifically, and anyone can just go back and hear it. You just listen to it. I said, tell me the thing she told you. Tell me the thing it is that is. I didn't say specifically bring the clip. And the reason is because you brought up Aaron there. And you brought up Aaron
Wait. Tell me the thing you told her. How is that not asking? Like, okay, I'm sorry. My bad. You didn't ask me for a video. You asked me for a specific quote.
What am I supposed to? So what do you want me to do in that moment? So in that moment, I had just had a conversation with Aaron on stream where I said, "Are you Marxist-Leninist?" And she said, "No, I'm not." And everything I've seen of her, she might have an incoherent theory because all communism leads to Marxist-Leninism. I don't know what it is, but I just had a conversation with her. She's my podcast host, and you say, and not like these good socialists like Econoboy, but these bad socialists like Straight Raid. And in that moment, you want me to just sit there and be like, and like what, not defend and be like, wait, you just called her a Marxist-Leninist. I just had a conversation with her. She said she's not a Marxist-Leninist. I know her to be valuing.
You understand that like the whole, like when you can't, like that's not, you can't like you can't ask somebody if they're like a fascist or a Nazi, right?
It's relevant. I know it's not the same thing. It's not like the exact definition isn't self-ID, but someone's ID is relevant but there's a broader amount of evidence that I'm pointing to, like the fact that she identifies as such, the fact that she canvasses for Democrats, which most MLs do not do. Most MLs do not canvass for Democrats. I've talked to her about different fundamental rights like due process and free speech that she cares about, and so I'd have no reason to think that she's an ML. I have no reason to think she's an ML. And in that moment, all I'm doing there is when you go after Aaron to, I don't know what your purpose was there, maybe to attack me personally, or maybe to attack the fact like what I'm doing, and in that moment, I'm just defending her.
Wait. Was it to attack you personally, or to further illustrate the point of like I feel like this whole project is like orienting in a very weird direction?
I'm not sure which is this. I don't know which it is.
Well, you can't. If I were to start co-hosting with Myron Gaines and you attack me for that, what I think? Wow, I think Pisco's just jealous.
What a comparison! What a comparison! Do you really think that Myron Gaines is comparable to Aaron?
I think Myron Gaines is a little bit more radical, but Aaron is incredibly radical. Yes, she's extremely radical. That like this was like a running joke in my community for years. Her whole entry point into my stream was debating me as like the radical college student. Yeah.
Even on the same level. I mean, what are we talking about? I mean, this is crazy. Myron Gaines is a freak, an anti-Semitic freak.
Who the f cares about the anti-Semitism? Like Aaron's positions on anti-Semitism are.
You do, dude. Dan, that's Dan's whole MO. His whole project is to fire Dan Clancy, and the whole thing is like saying Hasan is going to genocide the Jews. You do.
Okay, I don't know if you don't watch my content. That's fine. Okay, like I don't. I know that you've been whispered this by every single person that me and Dan are literally sitting in our alcove planning and scheming all this shit. I don't give a fuck about like 95% of Dan's fucking commitment to taking out Twitch or any other shit that he does. Talk to Dan. Talk to Ethan Klein on that. I don't give a fuck most of the time for any of that. You can ask my chat. You can watch literally any of these programs.
It feels like he's your attack dog. It feels like he's your attack dog. You have plausible deniability. That's what it feels. I'm just telling you how it feels. I'm telling you how it feels.
No, you're wrong. It doesn't feel like he's my attack dog. You've been told that he's my attack dog. That's what you feel because that's what the people in your chat are telling you, and they cannot produce any clips of that. Because every single fucking time Dan goes in, generally on you guys or anything else, I'm usually saying like, bro, come on, like this is retarded. Like we're not doing the personal attacks, or like this is weird, or I don't care about that. Like that's like 95% of the time Dan is like attacking anybody. And even on like the Dan Clancy show, I'm like, oh boy, more Dan Clancy. Like he like is begging me for mod to ban people who are yes honeying him in chat. Like you're going by like what people in chat have told you on this. Like I know it. I know for a fact.
Stop gaslighting me, bro. Stop trying, bro. It's not working.
We think he's unhinged too.
No, you don't. No, you don't. What is this shit?
Bro, the memes in chat are literally always Dan talking about the nothing burger and the fact that like if I were to show you my DM, like there's like the meme of like Pisco's world is like Dan's DMs with Steven, and it's like, okay, today we're gonna call Pisco a fake lawyer, and then tomorrow we're gonna go after Aaron, and tomorrow, and like Dan's actual DMs with Destiny is like, please give me mod so I can ban these people. Please give me mod so I can ban these people. Why don't I have mod yet so I can ban these people? Like that's literally all we talk about. And you can watch, and again, for any of these fucking subhuman piece of shit, whether we're talking about Queeman or Aaron or any of these losers, ask them, give me an actual fucking clip of Destiny like going in personally or being an attack dog or using Dan as an attack dog on these people. It literally never fucking happens. It doesn't.
So why shouldn't you be canceled for? I don't know. Well, listen, I gotta go to bed. This is stupid. I'm left not knowing. I'm left not knowing what the criticism is. What is the disagreement? I started that conversation saying I don't think there's disagreement. I don't think that there's substantive disagreement, and it seems like we're boxing in shadows because it's kind of ill-defined in what way that Vanguard call didn't go that way, like the right way. It's kind of ill-defined. It's just maybe my association and the timing of when
the topic of the show is like, do we appeal to like the left? Or I'm sorry, do we appeal to socialists? And some of the conversation with Hutch, although it kind of goes back and forth a little bit, it's hard to track, was like, should the Democratic Party be trying to appeal to socialists? And then when you say socialist,
I guess it depends like what you mean by socialist, and if what you mean by
but
socialist.
Not even just that, but even if we all agree, even if I grant that AOC and Bernie and Econoboy are socialists, right? It's like saying like, do you think that our movement should be full of like criminals? And it's like, well, I don't know. And you're like, well, wasn't MLK technically a criminal because he got arrested? Like, okay, sure, but clearly that's not what we're talking about. That's the issue. Is just like the broad appeal of appealing to socialists by appealing to socialist values, rather than just like pushing hard on the lib message and not like having another show and another group of people that are like, oh shit, well, look at what happened 12 months later. It's another group of people that got turned to hardcore socialists, and now they're all just shitting on Dems constantly, saying both sides are the same. I don't know if that's the only thing that would bother me. I think it would bother Hutch. I don't hate any of you guys. You know, I think you're sometimes. I still love everybody. But yeah, I don't know. Listen, I hope I'm wrong. I hope that in 12 months you're dancing on my stream's grave and all these socialists are out like supporting the Dems, even if all their primary people don't win. That would be great and amazing. But I don't think it's gonna happen. I think it's gonna go the exact opposite way. And yeah. And even when you bring up examples of me talking to other radical people, like, oh, didn't you talk to the Daily Wire people? Like, and I think you've even been on my stream when I said this. I hate those conversations now. I think I was way too nice to listen. I regret the conversation I had with Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson and Candace Owens, and even those were combative in ways that, like, I don't think you guys were with the Vanguard. Not to say you suck them or anything, but okay. That's my broad perspective. But I hope I'm wrong. And yeah,
bye.
I made like a whole outline for this debate, but I guess it was a waste of time. Should we court leftists? So I thought we should have started with defining what leftists were. But then we kind of did that, but I should have prepared an outline for this conversation. That's what I should have done. But it's a difficult conversation to have because, okay, you know what? Let me start here. All right. I've done this before, okay? One of the most annoying things that conservatives will try to get you with when you go on podcasts is the whole, like, what is a woman question, okay? And when we use language, when we talk about things, what we're really doing is... so think about for a second, like what language is, and think about what thoughts are, and think about what's happening when we communicate, okay? When I am saying something, okay, I can never actually directly share my experience with you, okay? So if I touch this, okay, I actually can't share with you the experience or the sensation of like touching my table. I can't share that with you. Right? In philosophy, you call this qualia, right? These are things, these are senses, a sensory experience that you have. It's conveyed via sense data, via sensory organs or whatever, and it's the experience you have, the sensation of a thing. And it's I can't communicate it to you. But what I can do is I can hope that if I say certain words that I can trigger in your mind some associated network of neurons and some experience that allows you to understand what I'm saying, right? So when I say, oh, like this table, it's very hard, right? What happens in your mind is, so, you know, you have a word associated, a concept associated with table. And then when I say table, there's like this word table pops up, and there's a whole bunch of things in your mind that immediately pop up, some strongly associated and some weakly associated, right? Colors are going to pop into your mind, probably more like brown or like woody colors, maybe silver, you know, probably not like bright reds and purples. Size is going to be a big one, right? Oh, a table is probably of a certain size, right? Feeling is probably going to be a big one, right? It probably feels right. These are all these associated things. Structure, right? It's probably got, you know, 4 legs or 6 legs or whatever, depending on how big it is. Function. These are all things that are going to pop in your head. Such that, okay, pretend these are real words that you can see. If I say table, what's happening is you're having these things, I would say, these things are all like the semantic understanding of what a table is, okay? As opposed to like a computer might have like a syntactic understanding, right? A computer is going to output something like a table has 4 legs. A table is hard. A table is, there's a syntax there, but the semantic understanding of like of what these things are, the sensations of things, right? These are like the human way that we make words, okay? All this to say, right, so when I brought up the what is a woman thing, somebody will ask, well, what is a woman? Well, that's a very, very hard thing to answer. Not because, you know, I'm being wishy-washy or because I'm a cucked liberal or whatever, but it's just, like, this is a very complicated question. It's a very complicated concept. I feel like the best way to illustrate that is to just even go with, like, the table thing, right? If I were to ask you, what is a table? There is no definition that you can give me of table that would encompass all things that are tables, that we would all agree are tables, and would reject all things that we agree are not tables, right? For instance, when I say table and when I say the word chair, there's going to be a bunch of mutually lit up things here, whether you agree immediately or not. If you think about it, it's like, well, chairs tend to have 4 legs, tables tend to have 4 legs, sure. Chairs support things, usually hard. Not always, though. Tables tend to support things, sure. Okay, yeah. Chairs, though, tend to be smaller, which they are, but not always, right? You can have a small table, right? Okay, sure, generally, right? Yeah, okay. All right. Language is complicated, okay? So that's the number one thing, okay? The second thing is, we've talked about all these things, okay, on screen before, but your conversational maxims, all right, that are required for you to have like a real good conversation, there's some level of charity. I'm sorry, there's not some level of charity. There is a massive level of charity that has to be applied when you are having a conversation with somebody to know what the anybody is saying about anything, because we communicate so vaguely with our language. We're really not saying almost anything at all, right? So for instance, you have mom and dad. Mom normally picks a kid up from school. She says, hey, can you pick our child up from school tomorrow? And the dad says, yeah, sure. And then let's say that tomorrow the dad shows up at 11:59 p.m., right? Well, the mom is obviously going to be pissed. Well, if the dad replies, you didn't tell me what time to pick him up. It's like, oh, come on, you know what I meant, right? Let's say the dad picks the kid up at 8:30 a.m. Mom drops him off at 8. Dad picks him up 30 minutes later. It's like, oh, I picked him up right up, right? Oh, you didn't say what time, right? Let's say that the dad walks to school to literally just pick up the child and then sets him back down on the ground. Well, when I said pick up, I didn't mean just like actually pick him up. I meant like to bring him home, obviously, right? Well, like there's a million, and it sounds silly, but in every single interaction that you have with people, there are these maxims of cooperation when you're having conversations to make things make sense. You know, if I walk into the bedroom, if my partner was sleeping on the bed and I'm like, hey, are you hungry? And they're like, yeah, I am hungry. And I go, okay, cool. And then I leave the room and I don't say anything for 30 minutes. And you're like, were we getting food or whatever? I was like, no, I was asking if you're hungry. I was like, and it's like, okay. Like even just asking that question implies obviously like so much more, right? And this extends to everything when it comes to conversation. One of the fun things I think with chatting with Pisco when he's at his best is Pisco and I think have a really good ability to like understand the concept of what the person is getting at, and then to kind of like build like a steel man around all of the things that are being said so that we can immediately like skip over dumb bullshit and skip over irrelevant points and then get really to like the meat of like what's being said, right? So like in a past argument, maybe I would say something like I think that if we send people to space, I think that people that go to outer space, I think there might be an argument for sending people to Mars without their consent, because we know that because we need to populate Mars and nobody's going to do it willingly, right? And maybe I'll say something like that, and then maybe rather than like responding immediately with Pisco might reject immediately and say something like, oh, so like, would you literally kidnap people off the street or whatever? Like, I'm sure that there would be some cooperative, like, okay, wait, so are you saying should it be like prisoners or people who made mistakes or whatever? Like, you'd be trying to build like a better version of my argument. Then we go back further, right? This is like how you have a good conversation back and forth, I think, because you're trying to get at the meat of, I don't even like necessarily calling it a steel man, because it's not just steel manning. What you're trying to do is you're trying to really hit in on conceptually, what is the person trying to get at, and how can I respond to the central point that this person is making, you know? Okay. All of that because a person asked me at the beginning of the stream or whatever, they were like, how do you feel about the yes or no thing? I thought that was good. So if somebody is obfuscating or they're refusing to take a strong position because they're dodging on a point, sometimes it could be good to force a strict concession of like, hold on, do you agree or disagree with this particular thing? Because you're not like, I feel like you're wishy-washy, you're flowing between these positions. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But when you're trying to enforce yes or no questions, and the answer is kind of challenging, or it really is like it is very contextually relevant how you're asking the question. It becomes kind of ludicrous to give a yes or no, because then it's like I don't even know what I'm committing myself to if I say yes or no here, because I don't know how you're viewing it. In my opinion, I think the best version of this, or the best example of this, was what was it? It was the Twitter thread. It was this Twitter thread, right? So, LOL, people adding me this clip in response to a thought experiment I ran with Counter Connor, which was essentially Trump or Hasan, who you pick, who is a closer ally to the Dems. Not me who came up with this, but one of my co-hosts. And of course, predictably, some people pick Trump/Kirk/MAGA, revealing their unhinged derangement. That their main enemy is not Trump, it's Hasan Piker. So he brings up this thing, and then I quote tweet this with the video of like, because he says that it's unhinged derangement. And then I put out this video of like, well, here's Hasan literally saying, you know, like, I have disdain basically for the Democrats and I'll use them as a weapon to further my own interests. It's like, well, damn, that's pretty shitty, you know? And then the response to this is, we get a very simple, Hasan or Trump, who are you voting for if you had to pick? Now, that question is very, what do we mean when we say that? So at its best, what I'm assuming is, what he's trying to get at here is like, who would you align more ideologically with, I guess, like if they were the president of the United States and they could enact some form of their agenda? Because I feel like every other question is boring, and we'll get to that, right? So my response to this is, Trump at least has some vague notion of supporting America, however misguided it is. If he destroys the country, it'd be a byproduct of his stupidity and narcissism. With Hasan, it would be by ideological design. He supports foreign terrorist groups, despises U.S. allies, supports historical revisionism to paint U.S. adversaries in a better light, has admitted that he would ban opposing political parties in the United States and would lock his enemies forever in re-education camps if they didn't agree with his political ideology. As a Marxist-Leninist, he would support the creation of a single vanguard party to violently enforce all of these changes. This is just what we know of Hasan's views publicly. We also know that he stated on shows that he hides his true beliefs so he can funnel people further down the radicalization pipeline. We've already survived 4 years of Trump. I'm not convinced we'd survive 4 years in a Hasan-styled regime. So if you think that I've misunderstood this question here, or if you think that this is trying to get at something different, I feel like I've answered with enough substance here that you can say, well, hold on. I want to assume either that there are the ordinary constraints on a politician, or I want to assume that Hasan doesn't have the same support Trump has, or that Hasan has, right? You can clarify if you want. I've given you plenty here to chew on in terms of understanding why would you say Trump over Hasan here, right? I think my answer is there's very little left to the imagination here. But then I get this like gotcha response. So this by here, I would say this is not a, I really don't like to use this term because people started using this against me and I think it's kind of bad. Because as soon as you've accused somebody of not being in good faith, you've basically thrown out any possibility of having a good conversation, because now you're saying they're basically lying, right? So he hits me back with this. So you would vote for Trump over Hasan, correct? And it doesn't really engage with anything that I've said here at all. And I feel like my answer basically was affirming yes, right? I would probably vote for somebody who has some vague notion of supporting America versus Hasan, right? We'd survive 4 years of Trump. I'm not convinced we'd survive 4 years in a Hasan-style regime. Like, I think it's pretty obvious my answer is Trump, right? Without saying Trump. It's very obvious here, right? Like, if somebody were to say, oh, weren't you saying here that you'd vote for Trump over Hasan? I would say, yeah, of course. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I wouldn't like be like, well, I didn't necessarily say that, unless I was like Jordan Peterson or something, you know? So when he hits me back with the, so you would vote for Trump over Hasan, correct? I'm like, well, yeah. Now I give a little kind of a cheeky reply. Like, I would vote for the guy who supported January 6th versus the guy who supported October 7th. Yes. I feel like those two events kind of encapsulate pretty well the ideological difference between the two. Trump wanted January 6th because he's an actual sycophantic, narcissistic piece of shit who wanted to be president again. Not good. I think probably one of the worst things that's happened in U.S. history. But I think that Hasan Piker would legitimately support like terrorist attacks on the United States. I think he would legitimately champion those. It's like a moral good, like he does with October 7th. And so I get this here, and then I get another simple response. Okay, we have an honest disagreement then. I would vote for Hasan over Trump. I see Trump and MAGA as a greater enemy than Hasan Piker. So this isn't, how? Like, this doesn't respond to any of the substance that I brought up before. I don't even know what our honest disagreement is. Is the honest disagreement that I would vote for Hasan over Trump and he would vote for Trump over Hasan, or vice versa? Like, I don't even know what the honest disagreement is here. Is it just on who we would vote for? But why? There's like no explanation here. So I guess like my counter here is just, okay, I'm not really engaging that well in here anymore. So I'm like, that's just because you don't think tankies are really that bad, I guess. Then he responds with this: I hate tankies. I'm not socialist/communist like you've convinced your audience. So this is not relevant to the conversation topic at all. I guess he might be ass pained about what my subreddit is saying. Hating tankies is also not relevant to anything at all. I mean, I hate Trump, right? And Hasan. I just think fascist Trump is my bigger enemy. I don't know what this means. Trump is a bigger enemy to me than Hasan is. That's true. But we're not talking about who our bigger enemy is. We're talking about who we would prefer as president, right? Like, Trump is a bigger enemy to me than like a homeless schizophrenic. But unfortunately, I'd probably prefer Donald Trump as president to a homeless schizophrenic guy. But that doesn't mean that the homeless schizophrenic is a bigger enemy, right? And then we get the shrugging emoji guy. I'm not convinced Hasan could turn this country into a Marxist hellhole if he wanted. I think Trump and MAGA are doing more damage than he could. So now we finally get a little bit more of a qualifier here of he doesn't believe that Hasan could turn the country into a Marxist hellhole. Oh, okay, hold on. So you're saying that he wouldn't have any power as president then? So then my response here is, well, hold on. You've morphed this into a fundamentally different type of question then. If you're simply asking who I would vote for if the election were tomorrow and the rest of the political system/country would remain the exact same, well, then I'd vote for Hasan because he's too stupid and his ideas are too radical to get anything done in this country. If we're talking about like, well, let's say tomorrow we just stick somebody in office, I'm going with Hasan for sure. I seriously doubt the majority of the Democratic Party, definitely none of the Republicans, will go along with Hasan, right? So, I'd vote for Hasan then. But that's like asking if I'd vote for Trump versus Hitler. I'd heavily consider voting for Hitler over Trump because despite how bad Trump is, I think Hitler's name alone would scare off the majority of the Republican Party from working with him. But that's kind of a meaningless statement and misses the central point of the question. So when I say this, the original question that Pisco asks here, who would you vote for, Hasan or Trump, assuming like you just stick him in office and everything else is the same? Well, that's kind of a boring question because obviously I would vote for Hasan then because I don't think Hasan can get any of his agenda done. But then like, what's the point of the question you're asking? It's not really who do I agree with more or who's ideologically closer to me. It's who do I think ideologically could get more or less done in the administration. It's a fundamentally different type of question, you know? In which case, like, I mean, Trump can get a lot done. I'm not fully convinced that Hitler could get anything done because he's Hitler, you know? And then he responds with I don't think I've morphed anything. I'm saying gun to your head right now, Trump or Hasan. So then he pushes the question again, but despite like all of the conversation up here, we get back to the very simple, like yes or no, the very simple binary again. It's like, we're missing the point. And I guess I'm not sure what your answer is. How can you not be sure what my answer is? I've typed so much here. Or when you'd support Trump in this context, I'm obviously taking for granted the political system of the USA. I don't know what that means, taking for granted the political system of the USA. I also think Hasan is more aligned with you and Dems than Trump, maybe, but like this is a different argument right? Like what part of the political system we're going to assume is supporting them. This is a different argument. Who are we more ideologically aligned with? Basically, I think the answer is overdetermined when we're talking about Trump. I don't even know what he necessarily means about this here. But I guess he's saying overdetermined is so obvious that there are so many ways that Trump is worse than Hasan. So then I go for another clarifying thing. Do you mean support or vote for? You keep changing the question. There are tons of implications in each of these terms. I would vote for Hasan because I know he has zero chance of winning. But again, that kind of misses the point of the question. In what world is Hasan more aligned with me than Trump? So then I try to get clarification on the ideological part. Hasan is fundamentally anti-capitalist, anti-liberal, anti-USA, anti-intervention in probably all scenarios. He thinks the US is probably one of the most evil countries on the planet, and he's pro-mono-party through violent enforcement. So here now I'm trying to hit at what is the ideological thing that is putting me closer to Hasan than Trump, right? Like elucidate. And then it's, okay, for crystal clarity, okay, finally, okay, we're going to clarify. What are we talking about? Vote for in an outcome determinative fashion, i.e., who are you actually picking in your perfect world, who is winning? But that still isn't helping at all. Are we saying winning with the ability to enforce their agenda? Or are we saying winning and they're just the president and nothing happens? Like, we're going back to this weird, like, yes or no. Like, this feels like TikTok farming. Like he's trying to say, like, Destiny said he would vote for Trump over Hasan because of Hasan derangement syndrome. It feels like that's the answer that we're mining for. And I feel like I've typed enough up here in good faith to justify that feeling I'm having is not a crazy feeling. Like this is not saying anything. And when he says that is what the question is trying to suss out, that's not sussing anything out. That's just the surface level question. Who would you rather vote for, Hasan or Trump? I'm trying to suss that out. That's not sussing out. That's just the answer to the question. Sussing out would be by asking you who you would vote for. I'm trying to suss out who you're more ideologically aligned with, whose regime you would be more supportive of, who you think has a better outlook for America. These would be things you're trying to suss out, you know? With respect to political alignment, political alignment can answer that by getting ready for a debate. And then, yeah, I don't know. So, yeah. Okay. We ran through all of that just to answer that. The question at the beginning of the stream was, what's your problem with yes or no questions? Sometimes if you're enforcing too hard, this weird binary, like single word answer, you're kind of like, the answer becomes meaningless because the question is ill-defined and then the answer can be read in multiple ways, right? Answers that have multiple meanings are worthless unless we're making art, okay? And I'm making the ending of Inception, all right? When I answer a question, I want you to know where I stand with what I'm answering. I don't want it to be open to interpretation when we're talking politics, you know? So somebody donated and said, is there not an argument that Trump has a huge amount of influence in our government and Hasan has none? Like, why not vote Hasan knowing he will accomplish nothing, like no majority for that far left of an agenda? Okay, sure. So what you're saying is fine if that's the question, but I don't know what the question is. And when I was watching, part of the reason why I was late to stream is just because I was going over a bunch of like stream stuff, watching him argue with other people about this. When I would watch him argue with other people, they were also having trouble sussing this out. And Pisco would be very, very imprecise with his language, where sometimes he would say support, sometimes he would say vote for, sometimes he would say vote for somebody where they would have no constraints, sometimes he would say with the ordinary constraints, and then sometimes he would say the constraints don't even matter. But ultimately, like he does say this at the end, I heard this in a convo, where he says,
on the final answer to the question, no.
Okay.
There clearly is a disagreement.
All right.
Or do you disagree that there's a disagreement?
I think that there was, and I think that he changed it to now there. I don't know. I actually don't know what the disagreement is at this point. Maybe it's, would you pick Hasan in a system without constraints versus Trump in a system without constraints? Maybe there's a disagreement there, but I never asked that question. And to me, like, you know, that's not the question I asked. It's not. I don't think that we're arguing that. Though I would prefer Hasan in that, just to be clear.
Okay. So if after all of that, if Pisco says, I would prefer Hasan in the system of the then why not just ask that question? That seems like now we're at an actual area of disagreement here, right? Okay. So unable to act their entire regime exactly as they want, you would prefer Hasan versus me prefer Trump. Now we have an interesting, wait, he said Destiny didn't? Oh, sorry, you were typing something different. Anyway, oh yeah. But anyway, yeah. So like if that is the point ultimately, well then why not just start there? Let's just be right there instead of going through all the rigmarole of the stupid earlier on, you know? Yeah. It's just like asking, it's like I don't know how else to, you either understand what I'm saying or you don't. I don't think I can elucidate anymore. It's like asking who's more dangerous, like Hitler or O.J. Simpson? And it's like, well, am I a Jew in 1940s Germany or am I a white woman in a football player's house? I don't know. Like that's such a variable question. Like Hitler killed more people, sure, but like in a one-on-one fight, I probably would roll the dice against Hitler over O.J. Simpson. I get right. It's a meaningless question because however I answer the question, like you can read this in so many different ways, and it just yeah. Hasan is speaking well of Pisco's community right now. Wait, what? No shot.
Good socialist re-education camp for a capitalist. I don't think it would be camps.
Oh my God, he's going over the post in Pisco's subreddit that was made by the guy who posts in DGG Snark and everything else. Okay, yeah. Okay. One of the things I said before when I was making my little, do you remember my schizo circle drawing? Where it's like, this is Hasan, this is people like Casey Tron, Frogan, Denims. These are crazies like Bad Apparatus, and you've got like Kiwi Farms Disco Server. And I said one of the reasons why in the past you would just ignore like certain groups of people because if you ignore them, they don't like none of it spreads. But now it's different because all of it filters up even to the highest levels. Like Hasan will directly platform, like Bad Apparatus. So now it's really hard to not talk about this stuff. You kind of have to address it because it's not even festering. It's like an active open wound infection that's being fostered for something else, right? So I guess that's an example of this.
Video
and he's even watching Queeman's videos.
And heated Twitter exchange. He explicitly rejects the idea of
like he's clicking through links and shit. Oh my God, it's crazy. Okay, sorry. Anyway, I will say watching Queeman and just to like bend over backwards to super suck off Hasan, knowing that like absent me they would hate Hasan is really funny to me. Okay, sorry. So let me go back. Okay, back to the beginning for what my outline for this debate was supposed to be. What I was hoping we would kind of get through. Should we court leftists? So that was the debate topic, right? Defining leftist, what is a leftist? So in my mind, a leftist is either someone who is not for liberal democracy with free enterprise. They are socialists or communists who generally advocate for a vanguard party or some form of authoritarianism to guide us to a socialist utopia, okay? In order to get rid of all of the capital owners, you have to take their property. Now, there are some fantastic ways to do this, where Econoboy suggests that somehow the government can just buy it and every capital owner will back off of it and be okay with that somehow in some world. Most people will say, understandably, there's going to have to be some violent form of taking it. This is the revolution, is when the proletariat, which is the working class people, rise up and they seize from the capitalists, the owner class, the means of production, the capital, the stuff that's producing the goods and services for society, and then the ownership of that is transferred to them. Now, this has to be facilitated by a single party rule. You call this a vanguard party. This is like a core tenet of like Marxist-Leninism, but historically, they never make it out of the vanguard party stage, which is why none of the socialist worlds have actually emerged. They all get trapped in the authoritarian rule. Go figure. So anyway, a leftist is either someone who's not for liberal democracy or, number two, someone who just wants the government to do more stuff, right? So this is where I would put like, Econoboy or Bernie Sanders or AOC or, anything like this, Two, we shouldn't allow leftists to steal everything from liberalism that works and just redefine it as leftism, because that completely and totally undermines any functional part of our liberal democracy by blaming all of the ills on liberalism and capitalism and stealing all of the success for socialism. One thing I noticed that people do, and Econoboy actually did this on his own a little bit in our debate, is leftists will do these things where they'll say, oh, a 5-day work week? That was because of socialism. Oh, a minimum wage? That was because of socialism. Oh, labor unions? That was because... So basically, every bad thing that exists in our capitalist society is bad because of the capitalist stuff. And the only reason we have anything good whatsoever about any of the work stuff is because of socialism. It's like, okay, well, in that case, I guess, fuck me. I guess we have no... I guess we just don't have... nothing good comes from capitalism at all, because all the good things that do come from capitalism are actually just socialist in disguise, The second question here that I had is, who should we include in the Democratic Party? There's nothing wrong with including people who share some fundamental basic values, generally revolving around concepts of liberalism and free market enterprise. And more concisely, capitalism is an essential part of liberalism. Our ability to freely associate with certain people without the government issuing commands to every part of the economy for how to operate. So thank God, I guess we didn't have to get to this, because it's difficult to defend in this day and age where the circle jerk is that employers and capitalists are evil or whatever. But one thing that people don't understand is that if you ban private investment and you ban private capital, it's not just that oh, cool, the government owns stuff and now we all get to benefit from, the successes of our companies. There's a more sinister question that is underlying that. And the sinister question is, who decides what businesses exist and who decides where the investments go? And that's like a big thing that socialists almost never want to address directly. And they always try to skirt around this issue with a complicated market socialism or some type of syndacticalism or some sovereign wealth funds like Norway, while ignoring the fact that, okay, well, first of all, you're talking about taking over a system that was fully fleshed out with private investment, or you're talking about like these huge social wealth funds that invest in capitalist economies in private firms, right? Because if you don't have free enterprise, if you don't have private investors, then every single time a new business is going to start, you have to basically vote for the government to allow it to happen. Hey, we want a business that creates a new video game console. We're tired of PlayStations and Nintendos. We want something else. Then you'd have to vote for the government and petition the government and say, hey, can we make another company that makes an Xbox, right? That would be a vote that you have to win because you're not allowed to do that individually. You're banned from doing that. You are not allowed to do that. You are not allowed to do that in a socialist economy. You cannot privately form a company. You cannot do it. It is banned. It's not a polite suggestion. It is banned from doing it because in a socialist economy, private enterprise means that there is an owner class employer, and the only way that he can make money off of his investment is by scraping the excess value. He has to extract the value from the laborer. The only way to extract the value from the laborer is to exploit that person's labor by taking the surplus value as they sell goods and services and not paying them a fair wage, and then collecting that as your capital rent. Okay? Yeah. Whether you agree or disagree on all of that, okay, is fine. But I'm just saying, like, this is an essential part of the socialist mode of operation, okay? You cannot escape this. So when I say capitalism is essential to a liberal government, syndicalism, my bad. When I say that capitalism is essential to liberal government, I don't mean like, oh, we need like Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos to be allowed to come into our homes and f our wives whenever we want. I just mean you have to have people who are allowed to create their own businesses, create their own startups, and to decide like what they want to invest their money in. Okay, that's what I'm saying. All right. We shouldn't try. So who should we include in the Democratic Party? So people that have like a broad or some kind of like fundamental values or whatever, you know, that align with us. We shouldn't try to keep people inside of our movement who would try to dispossess the majority of the movement if they had the power to do so. Now, here is Wolf saying explicitly that in your debate with him.
All right, final.
This is the PS4 or 5 question.
Question to you, Professor Wolf. Under your system of worker cooperatives, would I still get my PlayStation 5?
Absolutely. You'd have to struggle a little bit for it. You'd have to talk to your fellow workers. You'd have to talk about the distribution of income. You'd have to compare your desire for PlayStation against all the other interests of all the other people. It wouldn't be something you worked out on your own with your particular boss in any way. It would have to be a democratic decision. You'd have to come to terms with that the way you do with democratic decisions now in our society to the extent that we have them. And I would like to add only that if Steve is interested, he could also look at the experience with COVID that the Cubans had because it.
Okay, so now I know a lot of people make fun of him for this answer, but I actually appreciate this answer because at least he's being honest about his answer. And even if it sounds ridiculous to you, there are pros and cons on both sides of this, right? You know, you make fun of the fact that like, oh, I'd have to beg workers in order to get a PS5, like that sounds horrible, right? But like you could, from a socialist perspective, you could say, oh, true. Isn't it so much better that you get a PS5 for free because starving Chinese kids have literally no option in life but to work and be enslaved at capitalist factories to make video games for you, right? You can always phrase this negatively on either side if you want to, okay? But I'm just saying, I appreciate Wolf's answer here because at least it's an honest answer, and then we can debate the pros and cons of it, of which there are legitimate pros and cons, okay? I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you like every other person on the internet does about their ideology and tell you that every single thing about my ideology is the best, because it's not true, okay? There are pros and cons to everything, all right? Okay. One of the reasons why I pushed yesterday on this, on the media sphere side of things, is because when you look at the entire leftist media apparatus, all right, all of it seems to be on liberals like crazy. Why would I ever try to include people in my movement whose sole purpose in life just seems to be on everything we do? Like, they talk about things like re-education camps. They want to ban like all forms of private enterprise and investment. Like what? Like, are these really the people that like I need to be keeping in my movement? And then kind of going along with that second point, the third point is reciprocity is important. It doesn't make sense to keep someone around who would exclude you from their own movement, right? How many times have you heard this? Cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. Liberals always side with fascists. Why must we constantly bridge build to them, but they never bridge build to us. If we criticize any of their candidates, we are called sellouts, bootlickers, racist / Islamophobic, etc. But they will always shit on and attack our candidates constantly. Okay? Like, I don't know if you guys remember all the insane homophobic Pete Buttigieg, but like, if we would have, when Pete, after one of the debates, if this was like a socialist candidate and we would have tweeted, like a whole bunch of liberals would have tweeted out, like Democrats would have tweeted out about this, about like a gay socialist candidate, bro, it would be over, okay? Like it would be, the leftists would lose their minds. And they also tried to lie to you and say, oh no, there was no homophobia with anything related to this. It was just, it's about a movie, LOL, where a bunch of people are raping a guy, you know, like, but if they want to reject all of this messaging and say that it just comes from radical online content creators, which is also kind of where we got to in the debate, but again, Pisco was screeching and screaming so much we couldn't really get anywhere, then who are we supposed to look to as thought leaders of leftists? Sorry, hold on. Let me read down real quick. After the leftist drama is over, can we start discussing not socialist ideas that a lot of us progs are in favor for, single-payer healthcare, extended welfare state, etc., without making it a meme? Sure. And then someone donated $20. Should I plead guilty, Destiny? Yes or no? Yes or no? Good one. So my question was, is it Bernie Sanders and AOC? Because they're being almost universally attacked by those on the left online right now. These are also lawmakers. They're not really thought leaders or media / movement figureheads. It's hard to say if any successful ideological leader or figurehead could be a politician in a liberal democracy just because you have to appeal to so many people. So I stuck this in here because I don't actually know the history that well, but I feel like just like on a cursory glance of my brain, I feel like most of your activist or like thought leader people in the US historically aren't usually politicians. I mean, I guess they could be, but I'm leaning heavily obviously like the civil rights, like people like Martin Luther King or Malcolm X or like these types of people, or I think you're big suffragists. Like a lot of these people just aren't politicians for whatever reason. I think that like activists and stuff are doing activism and everything, and they're not usually your politicians. Generally speaking, I believe that's true. Also, I don't know if I really ever got to get this out. I think I kind of did, but again, there was a lot of screaming. AOC and Bernie Sanders, like if we were to draw, like in their version of what socialist is, okay? So if I put like lib capitalist over here, and then I put like, I'll do DemSoc or Democratic Socialist, some kind of socialist over here. Like they're picking people who are like AOC, Bernie Sanders. These are like your outer perimeter. These are your most like lib-friendly, lib-coded people that you could ever have, okay? These are your most lib-coded, pro-capitalist people that you could ever have. And it's like, these are your ideological leaders for this whole socialist movement? Like, really? I'm not buying that one. I don't like that one. I think it's okay to include people who are further left than us, but they have to view us as a vehicle that we're all, or they have to view it, I guess, as a vehicle that we're all riding together in to achieve fundamentally similar ends. Our different end goals could be slightly more or less extreme versions of our ideas, but they can't be for the abolition of our system and then moving over to an entirely different system, especially one that would mandate violent purges of all the people in the current group, right? So if you're like a person who's like, I think that we should have trans kids from like age 1, and someone else is like, I think trans should be 18 and older and that's it. It's like, okay, fine. You can have a tent that has both of these types of people in it. But if you're a person who's like, I think we should have like, like healthcare and all this stuff and like, but like if people want to start businesses, they can do that. And you're a person who's like, oh, that's cool. I think healthcare is good. But I think we should fundamentally alter the entire political composition of the United States of America, probably eradicate about half the Constitution and then get rid of every single person in this country or imprison them if they agree on capitalistic ideas. It's like, you don't bridge build with those people. You don't have those people on your side. Like, I'm sure there are things that I say that Nazis agree with and the KKK members agree with or whatever, and that's fine. And if they agree with me, I'm happy. That's good. I'm glad that they agree with me on some things. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to look to them and like start aligning myself ideologically with them because they happen to agree with some things that I say as a byproduct of my direction. It's not like I'm trying to appeal to those people. Also, we never really got to this, but the both sidesing also completely destroys any ability to have any political effectiveness and necessitates a total ideological change of the Democratic Party. When you both sides the parties constantly and say both the Democrats and the Republicans are doing this bad thing, the only alternative you're giving people is total eradication of the party's platform, right? Because again, think about it. If you spent your whole life hearing, wow, the Dems and the Republicans are the same, why the fuck would you contribute to any Democratic project? You're not going to. You just want to do a whole new thing. Because why the fuck would I appeal to a slightly better version of the MAGA movement of the Republican Party, right? Like, it's just so cringe. How do they stack up with us? Oh, I was going to do more examples here, but when I was doing my research yesterday, I was like, I feel like we're not even going to get to this. And I was right, we didn't get to this. But they don't share fundamental values. Yeah, like just like these like statements about like politicians. Like,
I think that he also, just as a matter of campaign strategy, was...
So he's talking about Mamdani right now.
Omnipresent. He was everywhere. He's going on podcasts. He was doing social media. And so I think a lot of more conventional political operatives didn't see him coming.
Andrew Cuomo had a more conventional media campaign.
For sure. And I think in many ways, he, in addition to the moral disqualifications that went with his history, he just didn't... If anything, he reminded, I think, a lot of people of the status quo. So I think a lot of people are focused on the leftism, the ideological leftism, that I think we shouldn't be so surprised that prevailed in a New York Democratic Party primary. But I think if my party wants to learn lessons from Mamdani's success that are portable to a place like Michigan, where I live, it's less about the ideology and more about the message discipline of focusing on what people care about and the tactical wisdom of getting out there and talking to everybody.
So like Pete Buttigieg here is basically saying like what Pisco and Econoboy are kind of like claiming to say is like, okay, well, we should forge like tactical alliances as long as we're kind of like aimed in the same direction at the end. And Pete is saying like, we don't necessarily have to be like socialist per se, but like the strategy of Mamdani's campaign and the execution was good and we should like copy that, right? And the response, obviously, because Pete doesn't want to buy in fully to like the leftist ideology, is this man is a rat. He looks like a rat. He talks like a rat. If you smelled him, he would reek of rat, right? This is the vanguard, right? It's like, Jesus Christ, like seriously? You have, when I say that, like, I was trying to find like different examples of like these people don't fundamentally align with us. Okay. Remember how I say sometimes Hasan floats back and forth between, being like a super progressive guy and being, like a Tanky, right? So when he's progressive, he's leaning into all of the idpol, the identity politics stuff. Hey guys, I'm a Muslim. Racism is a big deal. Like we got to do something about this. But then sometimes he floats back to the Marxist-Leninist perspective, and Marxist-Leninists only care about the class separation. Everything else is a distraction that is thrown up in front of you to disguise the fact that the real enemy is the capital owner, right? He said that in his TikTok thing yesterday. They're trying to distract you with all these bullshit topics. The real issue is the capital class, right? And he kind of like, he'll say it, he just goes back and forth, depends on what he's talking about.
It is by wide ass margins too. Also, overall, like social policies are literally completely the social policies are completely irrelevant. It's literally just distractions. Like if you are actually interested in dialectical thinking, you should know that. You should literally be like, yeah, the social policy shit is just a simple distraction as capital owners squeeze every ounce of surplus labor value from you as we fight left and right when we should be united as workers. The f do you mean? But again, this guy's not a socialist nor a communist. He's not anything. He's just a grifter.
So like, so these people, they're not even really ideologically aligned with you, even in your short-term goals, right? Because if they're ever doing like LGBT support, or they're supporting things like welfare reform or any of this kind of shit, they're really just doing it to kind of placate you while they use your movement to grow. They're not really ideologically aligned with you. I had the Virgil tweet here. I just had some about Pete, because Pete's kind of popular right now, so it's kind of unhinged to see how they've like treated him in the past. And he's, again, I think Virgil was part of Chapo Trap House? Now he does this podcast with Brianna Joy Gray, right, who is the online comms director, I think, national press secretary for Bernie Sanders. I think she worked at The Intercept, I think at Rising Hill, or The Hill or whatever. Yeah, they constantly attack us and shit on us for liberal things. There's like, again, I didn't have many examples here, so like, I don't think we're going to get to this, and we didn't get to this. But like, I know that we don't like to think about it because it's not sexy and it's not about class, and online we're all white, but like black people, especially black women, are queens, okay? These are like this is one of your hopefully unshakable pillars of Democratic Party support, right? So it's not surprising to see that the Democratic Party will appeal to black people, especially to black women. It's an incredibly important. What was the vote for black women for Kamala versus and for Joe Biden as well? Like it's like plus like 70 or 80 points or 90 points. It's a huge favor, okay? And then when you get like quotes like, who is this for? 20,000 likes. This person got it. Good job. Older black women, the base of the Democratic Party. They're just like shitting on, it's idpol, right? Oh, who cares about black people and women? Like, this isn't important. We need to talk about class consciousness, you know? They would exclude us once in power. I don't have any examples of that. And then real world impact. I was going to go over the Dearborn. I think that kind of came up a little bit. Just the difference in votes between the 2020 election and 2024 election. I'm sure you could run down more districts and find two if you wanted, but I don't know how much this matters. we never even got to like what were Pisco and Econo Boy messaging in the past versus what they're messaging now. My questions. These are questions I wanted to ask, but we didn't get through any of this. If you felt like we should try to court them, why would you go on to argue that they probably have no negative electoral impact anyway? Shouldn't we court them then if that's the case? Oh yeah, it's confusing. This is a thing that I say. Sometimes people will say things like if I were to say to somebody, hey, I think you murdered your wife. And your immediate response is like, bro, okay, I didn't kill my wife, but like, holy shit. She would wake me up early every day. She made me do the laundry. She sucked at cooking. It was horrible. She complained all the time. She would make me play League with her, and she fed every game. And it's like, okay, hold on. You just started off by saying that you didn't kill your wife. Why are you giving me a whole bunch of justifications for why somebody might murder her? Like, why didn't you just say like, oh no, I didn't kill her, and then that's the end, right? If you think that if you don't think we should ever try to court any of these people on the far left, then why even mention about how you feel like they have no electoral impact anyway? Like why even go off into that subject matter? Now, to be fair, this is bouncing between Josiah and Pisco a little bit. And then they try to bring it back to like, well, we think that AOC will still get elected. And it's like, is that our marker for success? All of this like broader conversation to say that it's like very weird to see this. It's very weird to see this world where we're just pretending that the online political world has absolutely zero impact for any part of the real world at all. Like, what are we doing here then? Like, that just seems very strange to me. And a lot of the online communication now is online. Like QAnon, like existed online. Like, I feel like Trump's base and everything, a lot of it came from the QAnon people and then came from the Tea Party people. But I think he got a lot of support. And like, the Donald subreddit was a big one. 4chan support was a big one. The QAnoners were a big one. The Facebook crazy ads and crazy propaganda were big ones. The Joe Rogan, the podcast, all these things were big ones. Like, how can we simultaneously say Kamala Harris up really hard by not going on Joe Rogan, and then in the next breath say, but the online world probably doesn't matter that much? Like, how do we say that really none of it matters? I don't understand. Pisco does this thing a lot where he keeps saying like the lefties are where the actual vigor is right now.
I think that the lefties are where the actual vigor is right now, and it's not among these institutional types, and it's not among these. But now it's some of them, right? It's the more sober types.
Like, if that's the case, then copy the strategy, right? Like, I think that from what I've seen people, especially post my subreddit and a little bit I've read, Hitler seems like he had really good political messaging strategies. That doesn't mean we should become Nazis. It just means that we should probably copy some of the strategy, okay? Also, it's very easy to have a lot of vigor when you have no stake in the game, because leftists don't give a fuck about actually winning elections, number one. And number two, when you're literally attacking everybody, when you're literally shitting on everybody, Yeah, I have a lot of random quotes from this back and forth here. Like, I don't like, when it comes to Josiah's approach here, I don't disagree with Josiah's approach. I just don't think we should apply it to lefties.
My general disposition is, unless I get super pissed, when I have a conversation with somebody that I consider nominally an ally, I do treat them with kid gloves, because I don't know what it is that they can take in terms of criticism and the intensity of the criticism. And if I judge the coalition as being broadly more valuable than litigating every single disagreement that we have, then
you'll hold back.
Yeah, exactly. And I genuinely don't know of any, like somebody like Destiny, for example, when he had disagreements with me, I know for a fact that he kept his powder dry. Like, he didn't like, go 10 out of 10 hardcore on every disagreement that we had. He made
like, this is like half true-ish. Like, if I had a disagreement, I'll legitimately disagree, like, and I'll spell it out. Especially because Josiah is very smart. I don't have to kids gloves anything with Josiah. He's a very smart guy, and my guess is even back then he was more up to date on all of the current political stuff and news than I was. So I'm not even sure I could have gone kids gloves off with Josiah.
He didn't call you a communist? That's
no,
weird.
I mean, he may have now. I have no idea. But my point is,
I don't think Josiah is a communist or socialist. I don't even think Pisco is a communist or socialist. I don't even truly think that Econo Boy is a socialist. I know he's defining himself, which is part of the problem. But
I just don't think that that's how.
But like, I don't disagree with Josiah here, where it's like, oh, yesterday, I saw Josiah give a take where Josiah was like, oh, I think that actually a 20 an hour minimum wage, I actually think that could be viable. Like, I'm not calling up Josiah and being like, okay, you fucking retard. Why don't you walk me through what a 50 an hour minimum wage would look like? I want to hear it. No, shut the fuck up. Have you ever hired anyone before? Show me how you would fucking do this. Like, go ahead, let's set the fucking experiment up. You fucking more, like, that's unhinged, right? That's crazy. And there might even be like a point where we have a platform and like we just don't even discuss something. So it's like, oh, like this is a huge high minimum wage proponent. I'm not personally a fan of a very high federal minimum wage, but like, I don't know if we're going to drill in on that, because why won't I drill in on that? Because who should we include in the Democratic Party? There's nothing wrong with including people who share some fundamental base values. And if they have like a slightly more extreme or less extreme version of things that are like more or less in line with our fundamental values, it's not worth like exercising somebody for that, you know? Like a high minimum wage federally is not something that I am like fundamentally morally opposed to, right? If somebody says like, oh, like I think that we should have 20-hour minimum wage, I'm not like, you're my ideological enemy. Like, see you in the Civil War, pal. You better hope I don't cite you up. You know, like that's not going to be the case. Like, okay, fine. I disagree with that. I don't think it's dumb. Even more extreme things like rent control, and like I think they're really bad policies. But I don't think that's enough to make you my ideological enemy. So I think Josiah's reasoning and rationale here, I think are all good. I just don't think I would apply them to socialists who relentlessly attack the left. Like Josiah here. Like, if they applied the same lens to us, I would be so much different in how we would feel about this, right? But, like, Crystal Ball is one of the sane ones, you know? She's supposed to be one of the chill ones. And when she gets these are some of our most important people, right? This is one of the most important people in the country right now. This is a senator. The Senate is incredibly important from a divided state, Michigan. So when it comes to like effective political stuff, this is one of the most important people that you can have, right? Okay, well, how does the leftist treat the liberal now, right? Well, do they build a bridge, and do they try to put small disagreements aside, and do they try to see like where we have common ground, where we can fight against MAGA?
Curious why you wanted to talk to us. What do you mean?
And
forgive me if this is impolite. Like, I'm curious why you wanted to talk to us. What do you mean? Well, like, we don't have actually a lot of senators, especially ones.
I didn't even finish this interview, but she decides to make the whole interview about Palestine and Gaza. And it's like, why are you focusing on this one? It's like unhinged. So it's like, no, like, really? These are the people we're supposed to build a bridge with these people? And then it makes you feel crazy a little bit because then you get like statements.
Yeah, Hutch wins. We've always agreed with him on those specific micro points. And I guess in the AOC it's a different conversation, but that's what I mean. Like the broader point of how we can learn. I think there's a lot to learn from anyone who says that like the Democrats did things perfectly or like should have stuck around with Joe Biden or did things well in Harris's campaign. You know, I'm bored of that. I want to say, how can we improve? How can we be better? And that's why I'm so like, honestly, just rolling my eyes at the Hunter Biden stuff is because he's basically saying we should have just stuck with Biden. And that's like the opposite of what I think we should do.
Well, and with the AOC thing, though, and I'll have an explanatory thing at the end, but with the AOC thing, though, I feel like Hutch was correct again. And by the way, I was with everybody else first, and then he won me back on it.
Wait, did I not have the right timestamp here? Hold on.
A tactical point, which is effectively that you, Andy Conaboy, said, you know, the lefties are just being crazy. You know, it doesn't affect the electoralism. Don't worry about it. They're voting for Democrats anyways. They're just because they love the bit. And then you also said
he heard these two young boys, these young men. That initial inclination of you, Connor, is so telling because that's my view is he's right about the micro point, but the macro point, which is why what I think Conaboy and I were trying to get to is let's get some energy, let's get some fight in us. It's something that we can improve on, which is why I think that initial inclination of you, Connor, is so telling because that's my initial inclination is he heard these two young boys, these young men who are coming on and basically saying Democrats need to be better fighters. And
like that's not what the vanguard is saying. Oh, the Democrats just need to be better fighters. They're saying the Democrats need to abandon their entire liberal capitalist platform and become socialists. Like that's just an insane whitewashing of.
And I agree with that, right? I totally agree with that. On the micro points, yeah, Hutch wins. We've always agreed with him on those specific micro points. And I guess.
But is Crystal Ball socialist? What does that clip have to do with the wider point about not getting social? Yes, Crystal Ball. I think she would either consider herself that, but she's like a leftist. I don't like she's off in that direction. I don't know what they would consider themselves now. If they would say dem sock or sock dem, or I don't know if there's a thing for what she identifies with. But I don't know how much of my content these guys watch when they try to ascribe positions to me. I will continue to point this out, though, about every single person that does this, whether it's Pisco or whether it's Hasan or whether it's Justification or anybody else. People say stuff like this constantly.
Housekeeping about tomorrow. I'm super displeased with the DGG coverage and Destiny coverage of the Live and Learn stuff. I essentially think that there's a campaign that is almost specifically intended to misconstrue arguments, to make conclusions that we're not making.
Like to misconstrue arguments, like intentionally trying to misconstrue arguments at a like 2 points.
To lie about our positions.
To lie about our positions. Like I feel like I watch a decent amount of the content here. Like I link it all, like full stuff gets linked in my thing. Like I'm not like just taking, like, oh, like here's a compilation of like 2-second statements. Like we've watched like long form, like hours and hours of these guys chat with each other. I do this with everybody. And it's very irritating to me that like the bad faith thing comes out like so fast. Like, oh, he's bad faith. Oh, he's lying. Oh, he's like, I could just have a disagreement. Like, I could also be misunderstanding things. Maybe there are things that I'm missing, right? Maybe maybe you have a reason for why, you believe this particular thing, or unfortunately, and I'm probably going to lean into this a lot more going forward, which is unfortunate and sad, but I think it's just like an adaptive thing for the world. Like just in terms of how I like fit people into the world, maybe it's just projection to where now there is going to be an intentional attempt to lie about my positions or to misconstrue what I'm saying, and now they're projecting that onto me. But like I watch a lot of this like long form stuff. It's not like I'm just like, again, it's not like a clip compilation of like, oh, look at them, they said that they hate, blah, blah, So
I'm not happy at all, and so that.
We'll get into the debate in a second, and I think it comes off the end of this. But and then like you talk about like bad faith statements.
We'll rewatch this or whatever.
And I want to say all of this is premised on a fundamental notion that ideologically I'm different when I'm not. Ideologically, I'm the exact same. There's a reason why I was working with Destiny in the New York project. It's because fundamentally I believe in the vision of liberalism. Fundamentally I believe in a vision of liberalism. That's why I was in that community and not Bosch's community. I was in that community and not Hasan's community. I was in that community and not Denham's community. Because our visions are much more similar. And not a single person can ever explain what about my vision has changed. What? Because I interact with Tim Pool. I interact with
So one thing that I notice that people do that I think is just so, I feel like it's a big indicator of bad faith is when people do it, is when people keep bouncing back to arguments that they know are bullshit or that they have had disproven before. And I've seen people argue for peace over this before. Like, nobody is upset when you argue with people that you super disagree with. Nobody is, that's especially in my community. Like, that's never, ever, 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 ever happened. Like Pisco is going to do a Tim Pool debate that he said might get uploaded on Friday. I'm probably going to watch it. I'm probably going to agree majority with Pisco because unlike these guys, I'm not going to be an unhinged anti-fan that's now going to shit on every single thing he says because I fucking hate him. Nobody has ever made this claim of like, oh, you're changing because you're talking to Tim Pool now. Like, why are you even saying that? Like, who has ever in my community ever said that ever? Especially in my community. We're like the do battle community,
This is bizarre. It's cult-like behavior. It's bullshit.
And then he does this thing also where he's like, oh, like you guys are all unhinged and you have derangement syndrome, and you guys are a cult, but not me. Like I'm uniquely exercising my free will and my cognitive thinking. It's like, what? Wait, what is happening here? Yeah, Pisco, he kind of moved to a new position. He like bounces back and forth. I can't tell what is that.
And maybe the distinction would
like. Here's another thing too. I feel like my position is fairly clear. I mean, that debate yesterday was a shit show, but I feel like I speak enough on these things that most people probably can guess where I stand on things or know where I stand on things. I've said it, but hold on.
And maybe the distinction would be, okay, I'm okay with Democratic politicians going on these platforms to spread their message or to debate and be contentious. So one would be, if it's a kind of chill interview, to just push your message to more people, right? Let's say that there's a big charity thing that the Democrats are trying to do. I don't think we have a problem with going on Hasan Piker's stream, even if it's not contentious, to promote the charity. Or if there's like, for example, does everyone agree that during the 2024 election, it would have been good for Democratic politicians to go on Hasan's stream and say, everyone make sure that you're voting for Kamala Harris. And if you try to push back and say, hold on here, what about the genocide? What about this or that? To be contentious about that.
Like, I don't think anybody would disagree with that. I wouldn't disagree with that. If somebody wanted to go on Hasan's stream and say like, hey, you should vote for Kamala. And if Hasan pushes back on that to have a contentious thing, is the implication here that I would disagree with that? Like, because he started to frame this eventually as to like, oh no, I'm just saying that when we go on these streams, it should be to fight, the super far lefty that are anti-electoral. Is that the position, I guess? I don't know. Now, Pisco has said multiple times, he said it in the past, and he said it yesterday, that he doesn't support us on Piker or whatever, which is fine, cool. But then it's like, what about all of the other people in the far left media establishment? Because it's not just Hasan that shits on Dems constantly, it's everybody. It's everybody. It's everybody. Which is why when I asked yesterday, it was actually funny because I was going to have to argue through it and I would have taken a minor L in the convo. But for some reason, nobody brought it up, including Econo Boy. Because what I kept saying is there a single person in the far left media sphere that doesn't shit on Dems constantly. I was almost expecting, because after I said, I was like, Econo Boy's going to bring up Matt Bruenig. Because Matt Bruenig is like an avowed, I think he identifies as a socialist or whatever. But I actually kind of agree with Matt Bruenig on all that stuff. But he never brought Bruenig up. I don't know why. But I was like, okay, woo, good for me. But the fact that they couldn't name a single person in the left-wing media sphere that doesn't just shit on Dems constantly, it's like, bruh, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Destiny, I think your main issue is that you use socialist as a blanket word for leftists that are anti-democratic party, and that made it weird to argue. But this is what I'm trying to say. I can't believe I'm having to argue this position because it was so obvious when the Nazis did it. The whole point of these far left people trying to take over in a subversive way democratic movements, the whole point is to go mask on. That's the whole point. The whole point is to be like, what is a socialist? Socialism is just when you support like things like single-payer healthcare and welfare, LOL. And it's like, oh, I guess, okay, fine, that socialism is cool. And then under the socialism is cool guys, now you have all of the more subversive elements coming in. And it's like, well, what about also we, Vanguard Party and abolish the capital class and take all private property and blah, blah. And it's like, oh, come on, really? Yeah, Boy tried to say like, oh, the legalization of marijuana was like, did you try to ascribe that to like a socialist thing? Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like, I think on a technical level, Pisco is right about Aaron not being ML, but practically you're correct about, no, bullshit. If somebody calls themselves a communist, they are a Marxist-Leninist. They might try to mask on a little bit sometimes, or they might not fully own things sometimes, but if they call themselves a communist, 99% of the time, they are a Marxist-Leninist. That's what communism was, like by and large. Like it would be like saying like, I'm a fascist, but I'm not xenophobic or whatever. And I'm like we could probably envision, I'm sure we could make a fascist that wasn't necessarily xenophobic or like supported like a military. I mean, I'm sure like we can do this, but like in practice, remember, communism necessitates the expropriation of all capital. You have to take all capital. Every single business owner must be forced to concede all of their property to the state. They have to. The idea that that would ever happen consensually through all of society, and then you have to ban all forms of private ownership, that's never, ever, ever happening. And not only will it never happen, because I'm saying it'll never happen, communists also say that it'll never happen because the capital class will never willingly give it up. That was the whole point of the revolution. That was the whole point of revolutionary thought. That was the whole point of fostering revolutions. The reason why revolution is necessary is because the capital class is fundamentally interested in maintaining power, and the proletariats are always going to be oppressed. The capital class will never willingly give up their capital. That's where all the memes of like liberalism, scratch a liberal, cut a liberal, and a fascist bleeds, or like liberalism will always defend fascism in the end. Police exist only to defend the capital class. Like that's what all that messaging means. Like if somebody wants to say, like, oh, I'm a communist, but I don't believe in Marxist-Leninism, then you just all you have to do at that point is start asking questions. Oh, you're a communist, but you don't believe in like a Vanguard Party? Oh, so what? Are you saying that the way we get rid of all private property is to vote it away? Are you okay with that? Like, would that even be a thing? So let's say 51% of society votes to ban all private property. How do you take the capital then from the capital owners? Did the police show up and do it? You said that the police are the defenders of capital, so would you have to make another police? Like, it's a nonsense talking point, and it's not one that is even to be seriously engaged. It's a nonsense talking point. Just start asking. If you truly believe this, if you have a friend who identifies as like in communist or whatever, and they do believe these things, like, oh no, but I'm not for violence or anything, just start literally asking them questions like, oh, can you walk me through the steps to getting to your, like your single party state and then your socialist / communist utopia? Walk me through the steps to do that. There will necessarily be some revolutionary violence involved, like every single time. So in your mind, there's no delineation between ML and anarcho-communism. There is a little bit, but that's just because people that say they're anarcho-communists are usually so retarded. They're just like on usually some weird esoteric island of they don't believe in anything for real, and they just kind of have this because it's like an XD like cutie pie aesthetic political belief. It's like an anarcho-capitalist, or there's just like a meme. But like if you have a conversation to get to like if you have a conversation to get to the communist society, it's almost always going to it is always going to necessitate some form of violence, like generally revolution. But this whole convo, I won't make you guys listen to this, but like this whole convo, I feel like when Pisco doesn't like the implication of a hypothetical, it feels like he all of a sudden becomes totally and completely incapable of engaging with the hypothetical.
Kitso, what's up?
Hello.
What's
Can
up?
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's good?
Okay, so look, I saw your tweet where you asked Destiny whether he would rather vote for Trump or Hasan, right?
Mm-hmm.
And your position is, as I understand.
Could a leftist justify that violence? Is there an argument for that? Yes, of course. And if you go through like Aaron's VODs, I'm sure she's probably already talked about it, or the leftists have. It's super easy. When a leftist says that a revolution is necessary, it's not violence from nowhere. The leftist will say that the violence is already a condition of, it is a fundamental necessity of a capitalist liberal society. The only way that the proletariat can even exist in such an oppressed state is if there is some form of violence that is necessitated in order to uphold the capital class's class interest. That's what the police are for. That's why they say things like the police exist to protect capital interest. The police are a form of necessary state-sanctioned violence to oppress the proletariat and to maintain the interests of the capital class. So when you talk about a revolution, that's not violence from nowhere. If anything, a revolution can be seen to some extent as like the self-defense of the proletariat against the oppressive capital class, who only exists because they're exploiting the labor of the proletariat, right? The revolution, all of the violence that they would enact is always seen as defensive violence to some end.
Understand it that you would rather have Hasan over Trump.
That's correct.
Okay, so I have some questions. Okay, do you think Hasan is a tanky? And what I mean by tanky, in general, like supports the Soviet Union, pro-China, doesn't believe in democracy, right? Believes in one party rule.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so how? Okay, I have two questions after that. Then how?
Also, I don't know why Pisco would even phrase things like, if you're saying like Hasan or Trump, who are you voting for? Like, this is also very weird. Pisco seems to say in a lot of these debates, he has no idea what Hasan believes at all. I haven't seen enough clips of him. I don't know what he believes. I don't know if he thinks this. Then why are you saying that you would pick Hasan over Trump? How would you even know that? How could you even possibly answer? What is the content that is filling your brain for both of these people to even answer the question if you literally don't know anything about any of these?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so how? Okay, I have two questions after that. Then how can you say you prefer him when you have like no clue about his ideology?
Oh, he just said that. Sorry, my bad.
I think that even though I'm not sure if he's a tanky or not, I'm not convinced he's a tanky. Even if he were a tanky, I think that I'd probably support a tanky over a fascist. And because I think that a tanky, if he were a tanky, would be more constrained by the current constitutional order than a fascist under.
Think about that. A tanky would be more constrained by the current constitutional order than a fascist would be. Like, what is that?
Current constitutional order. So both of those reasons. I think it would be more practically constrained by a constitution, even if he were a tanky.
Wait, can you explain that? I don't understand why a fascist would be.
Yeah. So I think that the courts, I think, are more like kind of traditional conservative institutions. The courts in general, I think, as we're seeing right now, seem to be more abiding by fascist encroachment than they would be in terms of any kind of left-wing encroachment in the terms of like collective ownership, that kind of thing. And so I think the courts in general and the law in general and these legal people are much more conservative in that sense. And so they're much more likely to be a bulwark against tanky takeover than communist takeover.
Think about like how boring this answer is, right? So how would you feel about a tanky versus a fascist? Oh, tankies, I wouldn't be concerned at all. Really? You'd have no concern about any of the potential, like, expropriation of all the business? No. That's all against the law. So it'd be cool. Oh. So what the is even the hypothetical then? Is it just, what if you elected somebody who couldn't get any of their agenda done versus somebody who would get some of their agenda done that you don't like? What is the point of that question? Like, that's such a boring question. It's like, what are we even getting at then?
Are much more conservative in that sense, and so they're much more likely to be a bulwark against tanky takeover than communist takeover. I'll let you respond to that first. Do you agree with that on the court specifically?
No, I don't agree.
Okay, so you think the courts will be, are in terms of a fascist takeover and in terms of a communist takeover, you think they'd be more apt to protect against, or the same to protect against?
No, I think it's the same. I don't think they're caving to Trump because he's a conservative. I think they're caving to Trump because he's kind of like a cult leader, right? Like, I don't see why, if Hasan had the same like cultist like following as Trump did, right, that would be any different. Like, I don't think that's
so like the guy on the call is trying to phrase like, okay, well, let's assume like you have a Hasan that's worshipped as much as Trump is worshipped, and then because that's a more interesting question. The other question is incredibly boring and stupid and moot, right?
The ideology of Trump. I think
that these are political actors in the court. Oftentimes they have political leanings, and so the current court makeup that we have, 6-3, super majority conservative. I'll just ask you this straight up: do you think that a supermajority that's mostly conservative is more likely to be a bulwark against a left-wing communist takeover or a right-wing fascist takeover? Like,
what kind of a boring question is that? What would a 6-3 Supreme Court do? Obviously, the 6-3 conservative court is going to side with the conservatives. Is that the question? Is that really what we're asking?
No. Okay, now I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think it would stop. I think it would be more resilient to a leftist takeover. But the question is, if let's say Hasan, or let's not say Hasan, let's say any Marxist-Leninist was in the same position as Trump right now with a supermajority in the courts, right, and the same cultist-like following.
That's not the question I asked. I didn't ask that question to Destiny.
And then he cannot conceive, but I think it's because he realizes how. Now I'll make the accusation of bad faith here, but I feel like he realizes kind of how silly the question is now, because like, what are we asking? Like, here's a question: would you drink water if water was H2O2 instead of H2O? And it's like, well, no, probably not. I don't want to die. Okay, well, what if H2O2 functioned the exact same in your body as H2O did? Well, okay, then I guess I would drink it. Oh, so you drink H2O2. If water was renamed that, then you would drink it. It's like, yeah, but I mean, like, it's what a pointless question at that point. If it's just, I guess. What are you even getting at though? What are we asking here? I'm just trying to see if you would drink different chemical or molecules or whatever. I'm just trying to see what you're saying. Well, if you make them function completely differently than how I would expect them to function, then you fundamentally altered the thing that you're asking the question about, which kind of defeats the whole purpose of the question.
Okay, so let me ask you this then.
Wait. Can we deal with that first? So, do you agree with Destiny that given the current political system, in the current makeup, that you would prefer Hasan over Trump, correct?
Well, I think I don't think that question.
Wait,
I
I'm just asking. You can't answer whether you agree with Destiny and me?
No, I think there's a contradiction within the question, right?
What's the contradiction? Identify contradiction.
Okay.
That point, I don't know. People are saying he talks to like ask yourself more. I think I saw that one time. But this like cringe like prop logic arc of like, oh, you think there's a contradiction? Can you demonstrate the contradiction? In what world did I assert a thing that is true and another thing that necessitates the contradiction or whatever? The whole like, oh God.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you, Hasan can't win, right? How would Hasan win if he didn't have a majority in the courts?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the contradiction. Can you
Over
explain
Trump.
Can you explain the contradiction?
What, you want me to give you like the propositions? I can't do that.
I'm saying that. Well, I just want. How am I asserting something
Okay,
that's
I can't do that.
Okay, so you're saying there's a contradiction, or you're not saying there's a contradiction?
Okay, I'll retract my claim that it's a contradiction. But the reason I'm not answering the question is that it's like there's no point. It's like saying, of course I would vote Trump. I would vote anyone other than Trump if Trump has a supermajority in the courts, right? I don't know if Destiny said this in the tweet, but he said he would vote for Hitler over Trump if that was the situation, right?
Okay, so I guess I don't understand. So if in 2024,
like, how do you not understand? What wasn't understandable in that? I feel like what the guy said was perfect. I've stopped. I need to stop hedging. That was very understandable. He's either very emotionally or egotistically invested in his own argument, or like some part is just shut off here. It's very obvious, like what's being said, right?
Let's go back to 2024. Yeah. It was Hasan on the ballot versus Trump. You agree you would vote for Hasan, correct?
Like, and then Pisco goes back to the boring and nonsense question. What does it mean when you say, would I vote for Hasan over Trump? Are we assuming he would win, or that I'm just voting? Is it about who I'm more ideologically aligned with? Or are we assuming that he would win and have the same backing that Trump does? Are we assuming he would win and have full backing? Like what is the question? I don't know what is being asked here, right?
Well, if the courts look exactly like they do right now.
The current makeup of the court.
Oh, yeah, I think I would vote for Hasan. Well,
you're not unsure?
Yeah, I'm unsure.
You agree that Stephen would probably vote for Hasan, given his statement?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Well, I don't like.
You have no idea of so basically Stephen has offered zero clarity to you and where his position would be given.
And now Pisco is pretending that I'm the one who's offered zero clarity. Remember, I typed a decent amount out in all my responses. You can tell exactly where I stand. But the question is, and I can't tell Pisco's not understanding this. Pisco's question is nonsense. It just doesn't make any sense, right? Like what do we? It's just a nonsense question. Like if you could eat the best 5,000 calorie steak dinner every single night, would you? And it's like, well, probably not, unfortunately. I think I would probably get really fat. Okay, what if you could eat it, but you didn't necessarily gain the weight, or there was a way you could get rid of the weight? It's like, well, are you saying I have to run a marathon or two every day? And it's like, sure. It's like, well, I still don't know if I would want to work out that much to get rid of a 5,000 calorie meal. Maybe. So you can't answer the question. Would you have a free steak dinner every single night if you could have gone? It's like, okay, if you... what if you could what if the weight just like you didn't gain weight? Okay, fine. If you didn't gain weight. Okay, yes, I would have it. Okay. So you said that you would have a free steak dinner every single night. Okay. So then back to my other question. If you could have free ice cream every single day for the rest of your life as much as you wanted, would you do it? Yes or no? It's like, well, I don't know. Hold on. Are there other caloric restrictions? That doesn't matter. It's not relevant. I'm just asking. All else even, like with your current life. What do you mean all else even with my current life? I can't eat an infinite amount of stuff in my current life. Like, I don't know what the question is. I don't know what you're asking. It's like so, and for him to try to reframe this is like, well, it's so obvious what I'm asking. I'm just asking, because sometimes he says with the current constraints of the system. When you say current constraints, do you mean with the whole political system exactly as it is now, with Hasan swapped with Trump? Or do you mean the current constraints is in Hasan has the same constraints that Trump has, in that they're not constraints for Trump, they're benefits for Trump, but they would be like, he's offering zero clarity. This is when somebody says earlier, like, why are yes or no questions bad? Or is it okay to do it? It's not always bad to do them, but this like forced dichotomy on every single answer. Like, what are we talking about? What is the actual central point of the question that you're trying to get to? Conceptually, what are we getting at here?
You have no idea. So basically, Stephen has offered zero clarity to you and where his position would be, given the clear question I've asked about.
It's so funny that he's saying this also, zero clarity, when one-line question, like 7-word question from Hasan, and then it's like, 50-word response from Destiny. Or not Hasan, sorry, Pisco. And then 7-word question from Pisco. It was like, what? How am I the one not offering clarity here?
Who you vote for president?
No, here's what I think Stephen's position is, right? If, on that question, no, if I don't have clarity of if the courts look exactly like they did, but on the question where if right now Hasan switched positions with Trump, right, and that includes the courts and his following and everything.
You would also prefer Hasan, right?
Oh, see, so the guy does the caller is understanding what I'm getting at, right? Okay, well, let's say we swap out Hasan and he has the same support with the courts and everything else, right?
He would, he would be way more destructive. Hasan.
Okay, but that's
and the caller understands exactly what I'm saying. Pisco couldn't even follow that, but I feel like all the conversation is pretty easy to follow at this point, right? It's very clear.
That includes the courts and his following.
You would also prefer Hasan, right?
That he would that he would be way more destructive. Hasan.
Okay, but that's not what I'm asking. So I just want so what you're saying. So Destiny did seem to agree that he would vote for Hasan under some circumstances. Which do you understand those circumstances to be?
I think that
like so he did agree that he would vote for Hasan under some circumstances. What a boring way to what an uninteresting and unacceptable way to phrase that. I would vote for Hasan when Hasan couldn't enact any part of his regime. Yes, but like, what's the point?
I think you're being disingenuous.
How?
Because then
I think it's totally fair to drop the disingenuous word here because it's like, what are we talking about at this point?
That question is completely like it's trivial.
You think why is it trivial?
It is trivial.
Is there anyone other than that you would vote over?
Wait, I want to know why it's trivial. Why is it trivial?
Because there's not a single person ever, like even Hitler, I think Destiny said that you would prefer Trump over.
I didn't say
that.
You
would always choose the other person.
No, so for example, I would prefer Trump over
No,
Fuentes.
but wait,
I would prefer Trump over Fuentes.
Why? The exact same argument you made about Hasan applies to Fuentes.
Yep, that's true. You might be able to make the argument that maybe Fuentes could be a bit more politically effective. But like, imagine if you were to say, who would you prefer, Trump or Fuentes? And Pisco just said he would prefer. Did he say Trump or Fuentes? I don't know which one he said. But let's assume he says Trump. Then let's say, oh, well, I would prefer Fuentes. It's like, okay, well, what's your rationalization for Nick Fuentes? I would prefer Fuentes because Fuentes is an old enough to be president. So as soon as he's elected, we could impeach him. It's like, oh, what's...
He wouldn't have the courts. The system is designed against him, right? It's pro.
No, I think Fuentes, as like a Catholic nationalist, as a white nationalist, would be protected by some of these institutional forces. And I have other arguments for why I would be against Fuentes that don't rear their head in the Hasan Trump context. But I just gave you one example of someone I would be willing to vote for, or I would be willing to vote for Trump over them. Fuentes is an example. I also would vote for Trump over.
Why doesn't I don't understand. Why doesn't the argument that you gave me for Hasan apply to Fuentes?
I think that I just explained it to you. So we only went over the courts, but there are other ways in which I think the system would resist itself to Marxist-Leninism in a way that it would not to the kind of fascistic takeover. If for anything,
can I clarify?
Yeah.
And he's acting like so exhausted, and it's like, bro, you're the one that's making this conversation so excruciating. You know, like when you're saying like, oh yeah, like I think, and also like keep in mind of what Pisco is saying here. Like I would vote for Hasan over Trump. I thought this was supposed to be testing who you're more ideologically close to, but now he's saying he would vote for Hasan over Trump because all of the courts would resist all of the measures that Hasan would want to implement. Like what are we even asking here? What are we even getting at?
When you say fascistic takeover, you mean like a Fuentes type fascist, or are you calling like a Trump a fascist?
I think they're both fascists.
Have the courts resisted?
But don't you think there's like a substantive difference between the two?
In
like
what respect? Like
authoritarianism? Yeah.
Authoritarianism? I almost think Nick would be a worse authoritarian.
No, I mean that. Okay, what do you mean by worse? Do you mean that?
I don't see a big distinction. I don't think there's a big distinction in how I view Nick Fuentes' authoritarianism and Trump's authoritarianism. I think they're both authoritarian.
So do you think that?
Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna. You know what? Actually, you are going to weak ban. Okay, I'm banning for these types of comments. Okay, I'm not going to gas up on this. I worry that while Destiny may be correct here, this is also coincidentally playing exactly into anti-fans' attempts to widen the divide. Pisco has shown he won't change his mind on this. This like weird gaslighting tactic of like any time Destiny responds to anybody who disagrees with him, it's actually manipulation and it's actually abusive and it's actually weaponizing his community. Bullshit. Get the fuck out. I'm perma-banning any more comments I see like this. Okay, it is an incredibly like weird and borderline creepy way because there's a whole bunch of other weird accusations thrown into this that anytime I respond to somebody that disagrees with me, I'm somehow doing something wrong. But all of these people can all in the most unhinged, coordinated manner possible, okay, all of them can work together to do like the most crazy anti-Destiny. You get the fuck out. If you believe that, then leave and go to some other community or go to those communities if you want. Like the level of like coordination and the level of coordinated like agitprop or whatever the fuck you would call it against me is like unhinged. Okay. Apparently this was Hasan's stream a little bit ago.
Some lawyer guy named something that I found very interesting.
Also, did he just say some lawyer guy? Like Hasan doesn't obsessively follow all of the lore around me? Bro, Hasan dropped lore bombs about me. I had no clue that this motherfucker was so obsessed with my life. Holy shit.
Something that I found very interesting. I guess there's like a dude out there. Remember the guy who like Sex Pesting was like debating, duking out in the marketplace of ideas? He's some lawyer guy named Pisco or something. And remember when I was talking about that? Well, apparently his community actually did something that's quite interesting. Instead of behaving like Destiny orbiters normally do, which is just like lie about my positions and then design an entire narrative off of this falsehood that they've created around.
Remember, he says this constantly while he literally watches like a Twitter and a TikTok account called Tiny vs. Tiny, which is like just an amalgamation of like 500 clips from like the past 15 years of my life, right? Hasan will never watch in totality any of the content that I do. It's always these like pre-made clip channels, okay? I'm watching long-form content from all of these degenerate fucks, All right.
Just like lie about my positions and then design.
But then there's also, remember, okay, of this like, oh, now he escaped the plantation because Destiny enforces ideological heterogeneity amongst all of his friends. Keep in mind that they also inhabit both these positions. I force every single person who's around me to have the same ideas as me, but I also make friends with people like Nick Fuentes and Myron Gaines, even though they're fascists and I'm supposedly not a fascist. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Like, do you think there's more ideological conformity around like my friend groups or my old friend groups, I guess, post me being a rapist? Is there more ideological conformity among my friend groups or among Hasan's friend groups? Like, give me a break.
And then design an entire narrative off of this falsehood that they've created around a position that I do not hold. They actually went back to the original. Okay, they actually went back to the original content and assessed it without Destiny filtering it. Okay. And I thought that was really interesting, and I wanted to see if I can find it real quick. There's like, yeah, no, it's specifically about me and my advocacy for re-education camps, which is not even a thing that I have said, you know? It's not even a thing that I've advocated for, but I found it quite interesting because I don't really look at the other side. I don't really broach into the dark side of the internet frequently. But it was interesting seeing people basically go back and be like, hey, I don't really like Hasan. I'm a liberal, but I've realized that a lot of these other like liberal content creators have just been straight up lying about Hasan's positions, which is like, yeah, that's exactly what's been going on in perpetuity.
Also, that ever since you called out the way Snark, KF, Juice Stalker, Anti-Fan work as a network to execute their plan of TDD, total Destiny Death online, showing one of them trying to spread poison narrative, specifically not saying it's a specific reflection of Pisco's community on the primary point that there really seems to be a conspiracy with you. I don't understand the sentence. I don't think this comes from Pisco's community. I just think he's getting like sucked up into it or whatever. I don't think any of the live and learn guys are like a close part of this. They're just getting, they're just kind of being like weaponized by all of it. Although I will say, probably one of the most insanely weird things was Pisco dropping the white blood cell comment about me. That was like incredibly weird. I don't know. Like that's a Mr. Girl term that got co-opted by a little bit by Kiwi Farms and then a little bit by Justicles community. I have no clue. What does that mean? So a long time ago, so despite what people think or whatever, again, this is why there are no DMs of me that have ever leaked me being like an actual manipulator person. Most of my DMs, I'm usually being an ooh loser or soy or whatever. I'm like, oh, I hope I'm not manipulating you, queen. The reason why is I actually do try to be like very mindful of, I do try to be very, very, very mindful of the influence that I have over other people. Like constantly, I don't know if I've ever leaked that one DM I had sent to Lonerbox, but even after the Israel trip to Lonerbox, because I noticed sometimes he fights with my community and things, like I sent him a message like, hey, you don't feel any pressure because of, you know, whatever trip we went on or whatever. Like obviously I'm always cool arguing because I think we're having some disagreements over Israel. Like, I always try to be like very mindful of this stuff. But the, and same thing with like Connor too. Like I have these conversations with people. Mr. Girl tried to, but despite all of that, also this is why I'm going to lean a little bit more into covering this shit, because I have to, as cringe as it is, because nobody wants to talk about any of the issues. They just want to talk about this weird high school, like drama shit. One of the things that Mr. Girl used to accuse me of is when Mr. Girl and Lav would come out, two of the creepiest, weirdest, like insane people of all time would make an accusation against me. Obviously, other people in my community, because remember, Mr. Girl and Lav are universally hated on the internet by everybody. They do everything they can to be as hated as possible. But when any of my friends or orbiters or whatever would hate them, they would say, oh, here come the white blood cells. So the white blood cell term is something that Mr. Girl and Max popularized to describe any time anybody in my community would shit on Max or Lav for saying something unhinged. But that, yeah, so I've just... The fact that Pisco wheeled that out as an insult, I thought it was an incredibly, especially to call Connor a white blood cell, it's so disappointing. I don't know how Pisco, I don't know how he got to this point. It's especially weird because Connor is a Republican. Like, I think that even came up in the debate where Connor mentioned something about how, like, I would hate, like, these two things equally, or I would hate something more, or whatever. And I was like, yeah. And Pisco was trying to use that to prove a point. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure Connor would hate that. He's a fucking Republican. We don't agree on this. I would expect Connor to agree with everything. He's a conservative. I'm not a conservative. But the idea that Connor would be a white blood cell for me, like, it doesn't even make sense. Yeah, I don't know. That's a wild claim.
Been straight up lying about Hasan's positions, which is like, yeah, that's exactly what's been going on in perpetuity, pretty much for every single thing. One of the ways in which people do that is when they take something that I've said that is a joke and act as though I'm saying it sincerely. That's obviously a classic version of this. But what's crazy about it? Oh my God, they deleted it. You shouldn't trust DGG with how to interpret Hasan's ideology. Re-education camps as an example. Wait, what the? Why did he delete it?
Oh, the account. I wonder if the guy deleted the account. Oh, I fucked up. I wonder if there was worse stuff that the guy had posted in his history and I didn't go back and look at it. And I wonder if he deleted the account so I couldn't track it. The guy deleted his account. I should have looked at that off stream first. Oh, I wonder what posts I missed. Wait, if anybody backed that account up, can you email that to me? He was posting in Mr. Girl's return sub. Oh, Yeah. He deleted it. So he deleted his account when I covered on stream. Interesting, huh? Doesn't this prove what you were arguing in real time? Pisco literally is being used by tankies after sweeping for them. It's literally happening. Yes. Like last night, bro, watching, you can always tell, if you're ever curious, like, how did Destiny do in his debate today, and you couldn't catch the debate, the easiest way to tell is to either check my Kiwi Farms thread, I'm sorry, let me be like the commentary communities, the place that must not be named, or check like an anti-fan stream, and you can immediately tell how my debate went. Because like if you turn on a stream and they're like, oh my God, yeah, did you see the Destiny debate earlier? Like, it was crazy. It's like, yeah. Then it might have been a rough debate for me. But if you turn it on and they're like, I can't believe Destiny was trying to wheel on his argument. You should have seen it. It was something so hard. It was the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I can't even believe it. It's like, ooh, I probably whoever the I was talking to. Bro, the funniest moment last night was watching Gistigal try to do, I wish I'd saved the timestamp of this. It was watching Gistigal try to do a soy voice for somebody. And his soy voice, because he was so mad about the debate, when he switched to his normal voice after, it was the exact same voice. He was like, so like he's copying me. He's like, oh, so I think that all these people should be able to do this, and I think that everybody's a communist, even though I can't be proof for it. This is the type of stuff that Destiny says, guys. Like, I can't believe it. It's like the same voice. It was so fucking funny, but I don't have a timestamp. But he spent like 6 hours yesterday with Straight Raid with Aaron in the chat, donating along, and all the other haters there donating along and watching or whatever. But funny, good times. I wish I had the timestamp for that.
Wait, what the? Why did he delete it?
Yeah, and Queeman and Doobie. Is Kelly there? Kelly is not there. Kelly kind of got ejected from the community over the Cherry stuff, because Cherry, whenever she has her little BPD outbreaks, she starts shitting on everybody. Kelly didn't appreciate the fact that Cherry was shitting on her like crazy when Gistigal wouldn't defend Kelly at all, and Gistigal would give cover for Cherry on Kelly, when Kelly was kind of like one of the only reasons that Gistigal stream was able to stay afloat for as long as it did. Kelly was an active contributor to the Discord, and Kelly would go on to Gistigal stream for free for a long time to kind of support it. And then as soon as Cherry came back from whatever BPD, forcible commitment breakout or whatever she was having, she had her unhinged moments against Kelly. Gistigal basically let them stand. If Kelly ever fought back, then he would ban Kelly from the server. And so and he was paying Cherry the entire time while Cherry was on the stream, but not Kelly. So Kelly eventually just peaced out. She was like, fuck this.
Wait, this was like a long effort post that I was going to go through. Deleted because too much context. Context is not allowed. The account got deleted? Wait, what the How is it? What? Bro, this was there. This was there this morning.
Crazy that they would, Oh, that is true too. I wasn't going to get all that, but yeah. Someone in Kick Chat said, it wasn't just the Cherry stuff, Destiny. It's that Kelly complained about Aaron coming into the community and back on the scene without saying any comment about you or her part in the Pixie stuff. True.
The account being deleted shouldn't delete the post? Yeah, what? Bro, this has 39 upvotes, dude. It doesn't make any sense why anyone would get so mad at it that they would brigade it to that degree where they would just like make the account delete the post and then delete the account itself. Like, what are these guys doing?
I love how he phrased that. Like, we made the account, the Snarker account, we forced it to delete itself because we read the post on stream? What?
How is it? What? Bro, this shit was there. This shit was there this morning. The account being deleted shouldn't delete the post? Yeah, what? Bro, this has 39 upvotes, dude. It doesn't make any sense why anyone would get so mad at it that they would brigade it to that degree where they would just like make the account delete the post and then delete the account itself. Like, what are these guys doing?
Another gross thing about the white blood cell thing is that it's just flat out taking the agency from the people around you. Like, it's impossible to them that someone might have a differing opinion that happens to agree with you without it being accused of running cover for you. It's hive mind shit. It actually is. It was also sad too because like Pisco kept screaming like Pisco kept screaming yesterday that Connor was just there to run cover for me. Okay, one, do you not think that Connor, the conservative guy, might legitimately disagree with you cozying up to commies? Maybe. Number one. Number two, who brought Connor for cover? Was it me? How many times have you heard me say, man, I hated this one-on-one debate. I wish it could have been 2-on-2 instead. How many times have you heard me on screen be like, I need to stop doing 2-on-2 debates. I should just do 1-on-2. I should do 1-on-3. I love it when it's just me against everybody. I love when I get to do it. Right? Why would I bring somebody on to do cover me? Or three, are you accusing Wick of providing cover for me? Did Wick bring on Connor points to provide cover for me? Like, it's such a cringe, weird loser statement to make. Like, why? Like, why would you even say that? Pisco knows a lot about the law. Went to a good law school. He worked as a lawyer. Like, I think he's got like a good mind for debate, for understanding things or whatever. I guess I didn't realize as much. Although, to be fair, I spent like weird time online, like debating Nazis and debating like commies and shit. So like I know like a lot of the weird dog whistles. Like when somebody says something about like we need to protect like our European stock, like I instantly know like, oh, okay. So when you say European stock, like we're on some neo-Nazi, like I know 100% you're a neo-Nazi. Just the fact that you even use that phrase, like our European stock or heritage or whatever, like as soon as you say shit, like I know, okay, yeah. And there's like a lot of like or like when somebody talks like, oh, like we need to be more revolutionary. Basically any association with the word revolution, and an online argument is like, okay, you're a commie. Like okay, let's do it. Pisco didn't know 3 days ago. I'm pretty confident in this. I don't know if anybody has a link to the VOD. Pisco didn't know what a Marxist-Leninist was, which is like. It's not the worst thing in the world, but if you're going to venture into this part of the internet and start to like try to stand so strong and firm on a lot of these arguments, it's very strange to do that while having incredibly limited background knowledge on any of the subject matter, right? When somebody says white terror and your go-to is, oh, you think they were like hate crimes or racially motivated things, that's like, how are you going to sit here and try to like make incredibly strong arguments on this when you're like so not, I don't know, that's just, I feel like it was a little bit weird to me. Did he really say that? If somebody can, I don't know if anybody has a timestamp to that, but somebody used the term Marxist-Leninist and then Pisco was like, wait, so are you saying that he was a Marxist or are you saying that he was like a Leninist? It was like, wait a second, did you not know what that term means? Why do you think Hasan is trying to involve himself directly in this drama? Like he made 30K of his viewers watch the Queeman video and read r/Pisco post for an hour, providing decently detailed commentary. What is the benefit for him here? Is he actually trying to destroy your career? It's about building a coalition. It's unironically, it's the thing that I say that Republicans do really well. Your media apparatus has to be centered around pushing the exact same message at every single level. So if Kiwi Farms is attacking me, whatever their message is, will get to Gisticle server because they'll amplify it directly. Sometimes they just even post posts on there. And then that will make its way around to all of the peripheral Discord servers. That will filter out into like the adversary streams, like smaller ones, or it'll be picked up directly by Bad Empanada. And then that will be amplified by Hasan Piker. And then that information will be used to bolster people that are against me and then to attack people that are with me, basically. And that's like the whole play. So Hasan watching Pisco stuff here signals to Pisco that like, as long as you continue to fight with Destiny, there's a huge reward here for you. I'm going to cover you favorably with my audience. Hopefully Kiwi Farms and everybody else isn't like doxing you. And then, you know, like your shit is going to be like pretty chill. Just make sure you don't fuck up and go back, right? That's the whole point of that.
Can you infer what Hasan's positions might be based on the things he supports and statements he's had about other subjects? Or do you need him to tell you, oh, I want this system in America specifically? Or can you also take his statements on systems in other countries, or also statements about his strategy? Because previously he said that his objective is to be a gateway to Marxist-Leninists.
He said Marxist-Leninists?
Yeah, to the deprogram guys, to their. He said that he's a pipeline.
Sorry, I'm asking something specific. So you think that are there statements of Hasan supporting Lenin?
Almost definitely. Like
but you're not sure, right? As you sit here, you're not sure. No, I'm just asking. As you sit here right now, you're unsure, correct?
Right now, yes.
Okay.
I've watched Hasan enough, and I've seen him definitely support one party rule in China. I've seen him support one party rule in Cuba. I'm pretty sure he supported the USSR for various things.
So he supported the government. He thought the Soviet Union was based, and he thought that the Castro was based, and the Chinese Communist Party is based.
In terms of like his
like that question of like, so did he support Lenin to be like a Marxist Leninist? That's a very, very, very surprising thing. So 4 days ago, he didn't know what that term was. Which isn't like bad in and of itself. Like it just depends on where you're at. Like Josiah might not know that term, because I think when I look at Josiah and the stuff that he does, Josiah is like very much like I cover real world politics and like all the political stuff in the U.S. And that's not a term you're ever going to hear in ordinary American news, and you probably wouldn't even hear it in alternative media that much. But if you want to dive into this world and have these arguments, that's just a wild thing, especially to try to like start to quiz somebody on. But we didn't get into Hasan's beliefs much because both of them tried to, or both of them said pretty clearly they didn't support Hasan at all, which I mean is fine, I guess. It's like that's okay. I don't like, this starts to sound a little schizo, but like I do believe that people will, if I were to ask you something like, oh, would you support Nick Fuentes? I don't feel like Econoboy would post, this wouldn't be the best tactic for me because I don't, nor have I ever, had a generally positive view of Nick Fuentes. And I'm sure I would flatly agree with many of the criticisms levied at Nick Fuentes. Like all of the criticism for these people is quite soft, I would say. This is a fairly soft statement, which just makes me wonder. Later on, I think in the same thing, I have the quote. I've never said Hasan is an ally to the Democratic Party. I don't think he is. I only think his platform is a useful tool for Democrats to use if they want. Like, it's just, my issue is just that I can't tell. It's very, very, very hard for me to tell, like, how extreme are you willing to accept from a side that says that they want to topple your entire, like, organization of society. I don't know what the answer is to that. I don't feel like I got much clarity. Like, it seems like Hasan is a bridge too far, but then it seems like they only would side with people like Bernie and AOC and Mamdani. That's what they brought up over and over again. But you don't even have to appeal to socialists to appeal to either of those three people. So I truly don't know. I just don't know, actually. I don't know what the answer is to these. We didn't really get into this as much. This part of the debate I was shocked at. I was also really happy, though, that it came up. Sometimes Pisco does this thing. I'm not going to call this bad faith per se, but I feel like if I'm arguing with somebody and I'm bringing up like a subject matter specific term, I'll usually try to explain it to the best that I understand it so that the other person, now if I'm already happy to explain a term, the other person's probably already kind of in the argument, but like I'll try. So I'm not like just burying you, like random jargon or, esoteric language that you're not familiar with for debate. But I'll notice sometimes like Hasan will, or not Hasan, sorry, in my brain. I just read this, Hasan lied about times interrogated, that Pisco will like whip out these like legal terms in an attempt to kind of like obfuscate or like mind the other side because they don't know how to answer the thing. The fact that I brought up the TSA incident, and I wanted to clarify, like, we're talking about a content neutral thing, not whether or not we're necessarily very viewpoint neutral. There was no viewpoint discrimination that we can point to for Hasan's stuff, although Pisco kind of agreed, and he said, well, content neutrality is not okay as well. And also, but then he also defended the viewpoint neutral thing by saying, well, if Bernie Sanders would have been the one he made the threat to, I don't think he would have gotten his global entry revoked, which I don't know how we can ever prove that. But when Pisco tried to wheel out that, like, don't you know that this gets a strict scrutiny analysis? And it's like, okay, hold on, Mr. Lawyer Buddy. And I think he knew he f***ed up because I asked, well, what are the two things when it comes to strict scrutiny, right? And he knew it, and he had to answer. It's like, well, we need a narrowly tailored law, and it has to be a compelling state interest, right? Because he tried to bring up the driver's license thing, and I'm like, bro, banning somebody from driving a car, that is not narrowly tailored at all. And what is the compelling state interest in banning somebody from even owning a car, as opposed to the compelling state interest of not expediting somebody's security screening versus just like banning somebody from having an expedited security screening process coming back in from the country from international, right? It's such an obviously. I guess I was happy this came up, but I was surprised that like it feels like he spent like 10 days doing a victory march over this TSA thing, and then he like abandoned this argument in like 4 minutes when we started hashing it out. But okay, this was my outline for this, but we didn't really get through any of this. 644.54. Was it this?
The way that Econoboy is. But I do know what people mean when they say socialism in this country.
644.54.
I don't know with him. Maybe, but do you believe that Muslims, would be at a higher propensity to commit Islamic terrorism? And Desi said, I don't know.
No, it's not. He was way more unhinged. This was like hours earlier. He was like screaming through his like early like 2-hour coverage of this. Did you already address him soying out and calling you dipshit and saying answer the question bitch over and over? Yeah, I don't know. It was just kind of weird. Oh, okay, sorry. So we can get to now that I'm going over that, my outline, I guess. I got a really, really, really good email 2 days ago that I'm super grateful for because it informed heavily the way that I approached this conversation. Because my plan was actually also, I was just going to come into this conversation like guns blazing. Because I was like, okay, well, we're going to get the quotes, we're going to scream over the quotes, and we're going to like hammer out like exactly what was going on. My whole subreddit wanted that as well. And then I got a really good email from a guy. The title was "Why Your Orbiters Anti-Fans So Hard." I'm not going to read the whole email, but one of the things he explains is that like one thing that can be kind of frustrating arguing against me is that when there was a meme joke on my subreddit that actually encapsulated this that had to do with Naruto, but I don't know any Naruto anime, so I don't know how accurate it is or not. But that when I'm talking with people and we're like friends or friendly, like the conversation is like very, very collaborative. Like I'm doing a lot to build out their arguments. Hopefully we're like not screaming at each other. There's not like a lot of ego on the line for these conversations. But then when these people are used to having like this type of conversation with me, there's like kind of an anti-fan moment and they're like getting gassed up by their community to believe that I'm like a fucking retard and I don't know what I'm talking about. And then they come back for like a second conversation. The second conversation, if I'm not like working really, really hard to help workshop their argument, that conversation is going to feel really, really, really brutal. I'm not trying to be like a self-dick suck or whatever, but like I can have a really good collaborative conversation with somebody if I want. I'm also a very good debater. I'm not a okay. What's more, I shouldn't even phrase it like it's not that I'm not a retard. I'm the best debater in the world. Let's be honest, okay? There's a reason why all these losers dodge the fuck out of me and just sit in their communities all day and talk to themselves, okay? It's because they know that we have a conversation, all right? It's going to be banned on YouTube and uploaded to Pornhub because it's going to be that one-sided, all right? Let's be honest, okay? Let's be honest. But that sometimes people might have like a visceral reaction after conversations because of that feeling of like, wait, this guy who when I wrestled with my boyfriend, I thought it was a lot closer than it actually was. But now that he did this thing, I realized like how powerless I am. That's the feeling. You know, I'm like 20% joking there. But as a result, anyway, after I got that email, I thought about that a lot, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna come into this conversation like a cool cucumber. Okay, I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna be happy and jovial. I'm gonna chill. Okay, and then we'll just like follow the conversation where it goes. I don't know why. I do know why. Pisco came into that conversation so heated. Holy shit. Re-education camps?
Dude, we need re-education camps. Like, I'm just saying it again and again and again. And people always think like, oh, Hasan, you commie bastard. Like, Hasan, you commie bastard. Like, when you say re-education camps, like, well, you mean like, you know, gulags or whatever. And it's like, no, I don't mean like gulags, okay? But we need to open the schools and we need to force people to go back to school, okay? No more homeschooling. You have to go to like real school, okay? You can't do fake school. This is unacceptable. This is completely unacceptable. If you think this is cool.
Okay. Fuck. I didn't say. See, if I was Vosh, I would prepare for my segments. There were like 3 different points yesterday where. How quick did you realize that Pisco was heated? Well, I realized it right at the beginning of the debate because his opening statement got a little bit. I felt like it got a little bit personal. I'd have to go back and listen to it, but it seems like he was like already. He started off like accusing me of being bad faith, I think, or he accused it all of being like a personal vendetta or something. But the preceding nights were also him literally saying like, I'm gonna go hard on this. I'm gonna go in and we're gonna really nail this down. We're really gonna figure this out. We're really gonna. It's like, holy shit. Okay, well in that case, I'll just let him lead. And then yeah, I got called. I don't know when the last time was. I got called a sped. What? When he called me, I was like, wait, what the fuck? I thought he was gonna call me a faggot. I was like, holy shit, Pisco, calm the fuck down. Yeah, he called me a bitch like 10 times. Like, bro, are you okay right now? Like, what are we doing right now? Like, holy shit. It was like, Jesus, we're like on some wild shit right now. Yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was like, yeah, it was just like super mega insanely fucking, oh yeah, and he kept calling Connor a vandal over and over again. I'm like, what? Why? Yeah, I don't know. I was like, that was very funny to me. Oh, and then he pulled out that stop the heteronormative language. I don't even know where that came from after using bitch like 20 times, but yeah. Okay, fuck. Am I gonna watch this? Oh man. I would rewatch the debate. I will implement this in the future. I need to rewatch my debates and pick out. I just need somebody to pick out moments, I guess, for me to rewatch so that I can like sharpen stuff. Because I think there was a couple of things that there's always places where I can sharpen my stuff. I didn't like I've gone back and forth because I'm trying to think. I've gone back and forth on this. When I got hit with the socialist versus communist question, after I answered it in the debate, I kind of felt like, does communists have a more negative connotation than socialists? I mean, like, kind of does, but does it? Then I'm trying to think like, and then I think after the debate, I was like, communist probably has quite a bit of a more negative connotation than socialist, maybe. But then I tried to think like, well, let me think of the application. Like, what was their example? They were like, would Mamdani have won if he called himself a communist? And I said in the debate, I'm not really sure. And it sounds like a ridiculous proposition. But then I thought later, I thought about this morning. I'm like, well, hold on. The fact that Mamdani won at all is actually kind of insane, right? Like if you were to go back 6 months ago and say, do you think that a Muslim guy who identifies as a socialist, who talks about globalized intifada is going to win the Democratic primary in New York? Everybody would have said no to that, right? So like, is that crazy to think that if he would have said like if communists would have been part of his platform, that he would have lost? I don't know. I feel like that's actually hard to say. I'm not sure. Yeah, I would say like the vast majority of Americans don't actually see some huge distinction between communist and socialist. The only thing I would say is that communist carries a much more negative connotation, maybe because of the use. Like, people don't use commie much, but socialist has kind of been normalized in the Democratic Party. But yeah, I don't know. I went back and I thought about that. I was like, I'm not sure. Mamdani is a communist.
Conviction. And what I mean by that is that the many things that we believe, some of them are already popular in this moment right now, right? If we're talking about the cancellation of student debt, if we're talking about Medicare for all, these are issues which have the groundswell of popular support across this country. But then there are also other issues that we firmly believe in, whether it's BDS, right? Or whether it's the end goal of ceasing the means of production, where we do not have the same level of support at this very moment. And what I want to say is that it is critical that in the way that we organize, in the way that we set up our work and our priorities, that we do not leave any one issue for the other, that we do not meet a moment and only look at what—
Was that supposed to be the communist part? I mean, seizing the means of production is also socialist. Like, communism is supposed to be like the next— when you talk about like what it's supposed to be, you can't, like, it really, all these words mean a ton of different things. Like, this is part of my issue. Like, when Econoboy is saying like, well, actually all these things can be socialism, like, he's actually kind of right. But then it's also like, well, that's kind of part of the problem, because there's a lot of people that are coming in calling themselves socialists that aren't really socialists. They're just like liberals. But then, like, are all of our best liberals going to be socialist? But then what about the people that are coming in calling themselves SOCDEMs that actually are like super like MLs, like what Hasan says he does? And then I don't like the idea that they asked me, like, what do you think a socialist or communist is or whatever? And I'm pointing to, like, well, who are the large figures today that identify as socialist or communist? And I'm not allowed to point out anybody in the media sphere because they're saying, well, those people don't count. And it's like, okay, well, these are your leading voices. And they're like, what about AOC and Bernie Sanders? Like, well, these are democratically elected politicians, right? Their navigation is going to be much different because of the fact they have to remain electorally popular. I don't know if I would look to them as thought leaders. Also, when I point out, like, the DSA literally doesn't even endorse AOC, and they're like, well, the DSA doesn't count. Really? The Democratic Socialists of America, the largest, I'm pretty sure, socialist organization in the US, doesn't count, and none of your large media figures count? And then it's like, well, what about the Communist Manifesto, like, written in the 1800s? That does count? Wait, what? Like, I don't know. I felt all of that was like really wacky, I think. But also, we never got to talk any substance in this debate. We never got to talk substance in this debate, but like this is part of my problem, is that there's such a lack of clarity on what any of these words even mean, that like it allows people to sneak into your movement. And I think that's not good. I found it. It's at 122.06. How could you even know what I'm watching?
He won't.
Like, it depends. There are some socialists who would say that there are no socialist countries. There are other socialists that would point to—
Actually, you pretend you don't understand what these things mean, and you should take my mind reading of Hasan Piker as like as the word of God, and yeah, that's what the whole conversation is about. You don't take my word as the word of God.
Most socialists would say there isn't any
much the same that if I was on a podcast and a conservative— That's not what I was looking for. Don't worry, you're not going to find it. Okay, don't worry about it. All right. Okay. Somebody link me this Cato survey. You have a favorable or unfavorable view of communism, and this is unfavorable is 86%, and the one for socialism, the unfavorable is 57%. So that's quite a big difference, like a 30-point difference. I don't know. Maybe it would make a big difference. I don't know. I'm not sure. Oh, that was actually like, I even brought that up. I should have asked Wick to enforce that. So somebody says, do you like how fast DGG found the Aaron clips? Maybe, but also like, I wish I could have had more time to like vet out that argument, because like you've heard me say this a million times in debates, where like I'll hedge immediately and I'll be like, okay, I know this isn't like fair and I don't expect you to be able to do this right off the bat, but like, could you give me an example? Like, do you have like a link or a clip or a source for this? Because I'm just curious. Like, I'll always give people that grace, because like I don't expect you to have fucking source like in the middle of the debate. I never expect people to have that. The fact that we stumbled onto a topic that wasn't like part of the pre-planned list of topics, and people are like, give me a source. I need a clip. I need you to leave me a clip. I need you to leave me a clip. Okay, I'm saying explicit this. This is my like. I need you to leave me. It's like, dude, I don't even know that we were gonna. What do you want me to do? Like, look right now through the 7,000 hours of videos that are like of her on my stream and everything else. And like, how am I supposed to find this like on the fly? And despite the fact that he asked that, I feel like people in chat found a lot of clips, and there's like, well, actually, that doesn't count, and that doesn't count, and then it's like, okay, Jesus Christ.
Remember the guy who like sex pested anyone?
Oh, this was the whole clip from his stream. We'll see if I
look at everything.
I don't know if I even have time.
Doing
to
the same thing with health insurance.
Oh, this was so cringe. I wonder if I should have stuck up for Connor more in this debate. I had to be careful because I don't want my position with Connor. I don't have the same position as him because Connor is a conservative, although we're largely aligned on a lot of stuff here.
Food, water, and shelter available to human beings at the point of service for free.
So you think so? Why is that socialist, but doing the same thing with health insurance isn't? And it's because one is basic human needs.
Because I'm going based on because I'm going off of the fucking definitions of absolutely.
Okay, so healthcare is not a basic human need, but food is.
All you're arguing is that healthcare is.
I'm asking a question. I'm actually asking you a question. Is food more of a human need than healthcare is, as you're seeing it?
So like the first question is kind of different than the second question. Pisco has a lot of trouble clarifying his questions though, and he gets into trouble here, right? The first question is food a basic need and is healthcare a basic need? Sorry if this sounds unpopular, chat. I don't mean to be an ass or whatever, but healthcare is not a basic need, okay? Food is a basic need. If you don't have food, you will die. 100, not 99% of the time, not 99.9% of the time, 100% of the time. You will die in about 30 days if you don't have food, okay? Full stop. Healthcare, believe it or not, a lot of people through a lot of human history have lived with zero healthcare. Women gave birth, no epidural, no, what do you call them? Wives, the people that help deliver babies, like childhood mortality was really high. A lot of women died, but for the most part, we actually survived for a lot of human history with no healthcare, okay? To try to say that, midwives, that's it. To try to say that healthcare is like is like a basic necessity in the same way that food is a basic, no. Like food and water and probably shelter, food and water, shelter, maybe clothing, food, water, shelter, clothing are gonna be here. Healthcare is gonna be on a higher, like a higher thing, like one or two things higher. Not to say that it's not really important to have access to healthcare, but.
Question, is food more of a human need than healthcare is, as you're seeing it?
But then he does this, is food more of a human need than healthcare? Well, yeah, of course, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, all right, so I think that's cooked.
But you can see, like, and Pisco got obsessed with this. I don't know if this is like the final stage of evolution where because at one point, like Pisco and me had an argument, not an argument, but like Pisco was saying when we were on the same team that it's important to force concessions out of people so that you're actually like making progress in the conversation, which I agree, and I'm not good at that all the time, right? Yeah, you should force a concession. But this like obsession with trying to get gotchas on everything, here is like, bro, like chill. What the fuck?
Care is, as you're seeing it.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So I think that's cooked. I think that's cooked and arbitrary.
Wait, I gotta ask because this is back there. Wait. I need to know. Hold on.
Everybody needs
Pisco,
healthcare.
do you think that healthcare is as important as food?
No, I think food is more important than healthcare.
Okay, so you agreed with Connor. So he just said the same thing that Connor said, but Pisco lost track of his argument because he was being imprecise with his words. I think that and actually, I didn't catch this the first time. I only caught the last chain of what was being argued. But now I see what happened was Pisco said one thing, but then he said a second thing, and that lack of precision elicited an answer from Connor that Pisco thought was different than it actually was. Pisco thought that Connor was saying that healthcare and food are both not basic necessities, which I would actually argue are basic necessities, depends. But that wasn't the question that Pisco asked, and that wasn't the one that Connor responded to. I don't know why you just said Connor was cooked.
No. Wait, no. You're cooked in that I would consider, I think most people consider in basic human necessity need, healthcare as well as food. Not that food is more important.
You asked him which was more. So Pisco should just say here, but again, he's so, like, I think the ego is huge in this, okay? He so cannot concede or back off a single point, okay? Where Pisco like can't just say like, oh, then I misspoke, sorry, or I was unclear, or I was imprecise, or I misspoke. He can't do it. And it's like, bro.
Necessity need healthcare as well as food. Not that food is more important.
You asked him which was more important, didn't you? Did I miss that? Hold on, wait. I'm sorry, hold on. I'm appealing to the moderator. Did he ask which one was more important, or did he say we're both important?
He asked which is more important.
Thank you. Okay, he did. So you just totally mischaracterized Connor's point.
No.
You did. You did.
Is it more in the sense of is it more of a basic human necessity in the sense that it's separate?
But then notice what Pisco does, and this is where you can see the bad faith. Oh my God! Actually, this is such a great clip. Notice what Pisco does. Pisco goes on to defend the misspeak, not realizing, I think, that he misspoke, because what Pisco should just say here is, oh, no, wait, I'm so sorry. My first question was, are both of these in the category of basic human rights? Okay, sorry, I misspoke on the second one, right? That's what he should say, and then it's over. You're done with it.
Oh, no.
You did. But then he goes on to defend the word more and tries to make it work in the framework.
Is it more of in the sense of is it more of a basic human necessity in the sense that it's a separate category of thing, that there are separate categories that food is a basic human necessity in a way that
you don't need a cope. You can just
hold on. Also, it doesn't. Hold on. Wait. Just to be clear, because you're trying to bail yourself out. It doesn't make sense what you just said. Is something more of this in a category, or is it just in the category? Those are two.
No, it makes sense.
So then I don't even realize this. That Pisco's first question was, are these things both in the category? But he misspoke the second time and asked if something was more than the other thing, and now he's trying to defend the misspeak. Focus more of a car than a Honda Civic is a car. That doesn't make any fucking sense. No, he tried against Connor. He fucked up. He realized what he said was fucking retarded. And now he's trying to walk down the word game. That's happening right now. This is all weaselness.
This is all weaselness.
It is weaselness. We agree with that. We all get it.
So when you say the word a basic human necessity, all right, a basic human necessity, in what respect is food a basic human necessity? With respect that healthcare is not. And I'm trying to see what are the metrics by which you assess.
Hasan, my best faith advocate. Somebody said he's watching an old debate of mine. I'm like, really? He's watching an old debate? He's not. He's looking at a tweet from a debate of mine. Halal flow. Nice. Good one. You know, if Hasan is such a crazy, well-informed person, and I'm so retarded on Israel-Palestine, we can always have that debate, little bro. If you ever want to talk about Israel-Palestine, because you think you're so well-informed on the area, I've covered this for a decade, but I didn't know where Yemen was 3 years ago on a map, and I confused Turkey for India, always down for the convo.
Healthcare to be more of a basic human necessity. Wait, stop. I'm clarifying. I'm clarifying. So just because I say something is more important, and I'm going to get Destiny with this, just because something is more important, I consider something to be more important, doesn't mean it's more of a basic human necessity, yes or no?
Who? Stephen. Like the word here doesn't make any sense. Do I agree with this? I wonder if I agree with this. Like more of it? That's just why would you say more of when you're asking if it belongs to a category? It doesn't make any sense. You're turning off your words. You just said again, you said more of a basic human necessity, but when you mean to say it doesn't belong to the category of basic human necessity. Okay, good. Okay.
Wait, Stephen. Is the term basic human necessity and important the same?
No.
Okay, so
is the term the same? No.
Saying something along the spectrum of basic human necessity and importance, those are different questions, right? Stephen, are they?
Yeah, but goddamn, this whole convo was so wild. Holy shit. Do you have any interest in rebuilding the piss bridge? Would you reach out to talk to him off stream to address the ego/feelings? If somebody's gonna go super hard at me publicly, I don't usually reach out privately to discuss anything. Listen, I don't hold grudges against anybody. I don't give a fuck. Like I said, I'm probably gonna watch him on Tim Pool in a couple days, and I'm probably gonna think that I'm probably gonna agree with most of what he says. I'm probably gonna say he owns Tim Pool. It's probably gonna be the thing it is, because I'm not an unhinged hater. I'm not an unhinged hater for the people I disagree with. Geez, hold on. People were saying there were conversations going on right now. This was Hutch's reaction to what?
Administration and new government.
What is this?
Okay. Boy, this is going to be...
Oh, I can't watch his whole... I'm sorry. I love Hutch, but there's no way that I don't have the time for this. I want to be careful how I say this, okay? I'm not trying to besmirch Hutch, okay? But the unfortunate reality, it's interesting that he's noticed this. I have no DMs with Hutch. Oh, I removed them all from Discord, so I can't even check. But I'm pretty sure I haven't DM'd Hutch in like 6 months, okay? So it's not like I'm telling him any of this privately, because I know these guys like to project their little scheming onto me. But this thing that Hutch is saying, unfortunately, and again, I'm not calling out Hutch or trying to be mean to Hutch, but this is like the goal, right? I didn't want to be a part of this debate because of the toxic nature of the current Destiny discourse. The most deranged people are targeting me currently because of their beef with Destiny. I have zero desire to dip my toes into any of that. This is the goal for the Gistical community, for Kiwi Farms, for all of these people, right? Is that like if you enter the arena here and you're even remotely on Destiny's side, you will get doxxed, they will harass you, they will DM you, they'll try to like swat you, they'll try to do whatever unhinged they can, and they will obsessively talk about you and then brigade your shit and all this. Like this is like the plan, you know? I also love that Gistical's Discord server watches me non-stop. Limeo, Hasan is watching Destiny's classic Cookie Rockets, and Destiny doesn't want to watch him react to it because he knows how embarrassing he was there. Gangsta Griffith. Maybe if Molestiny had this passion for review in his workouts, he wouldn't be a fat molested freak. Jesus Christ. Is this against Discord's TOS? It might be, might wonder there. You know, don't get your server reported. Wouldn't want to get any more of you guys perm banned from Discord, like Gistical's main account is. Is there legal recourse against these people, at least for doxing and swatting? Swatting, if you could prove it, sure, but it's impossible to prove that. Doxing isn't technically illegal. There's nothing illegal about that. So like you can't do anything. There's nothing you can really do about it, yeah. I feel like it's a little unfair to judge Hutch for that. It's pretty understandable to not be wanting to be drawn into that. Don't think I said anything different at all. No clue why you're even typing that. I literally said exactly that, but thank you. Why do they call Destiny fat? Okay, I couldn't figure this out for the longest time. I did get a little chubby, but it was like 3 years ago, I think. But then I think I found out that once Kelly split from Gisticle's community, it's because Gisticle is overweight, and he feels bad about being overweight, apparently. This was when Kelly started typing a bunch of shit, leaking stuff about him and Cherry, and then him in general and his like mental derangement or whatever. And I think that they started the Destiny's Fat thing to make Gisticle feel better about being overweight. Like, I've been the same way for like the past like year or two. It's always funny when I go on the forums or I like look at people tweeting about me, and it'll simultaneously be like Destiny has become like a fat loser, and then also Destiny's amphetamine abuse has led to the graven, hollowed out, like underweight, husk of a person he used to be. And like I see these comments like back to back, and it's like, all right, well, why does it feel like you are permanently on defense? Can't you cook up some anti-gistical salvos? Well, so the issue is that, and like I said, when does this stop? This shouldn't even really be happening right now. It was just because of the that one Discord leak or whatever, and then all the Pixie bullshit is what has dragged all this up, because I really should be fully separated from these communities at this point. But the reason why it feels like I'm always on defense is because there's nothing to attack, right? Gisticle's kind of a loser. Like, he's a fat random dude that quit his software engineering job in Canada to be an anti-fan online. Like, what am I going to attack, right? There's nothing to attack there. These people don't have reputations online. They'll be gone in a couple years, like all the other people that kind of mount these attacks. I'll probably still be here. I'll probably still be doing fine or better than I was before, because that seems to be how it goes. And then we all just kind of like pick up the pieces and move on with life. And that's just how it is, yeah. Okay, apparently this was last night. I don't know if Pisco was crying after this debate or why his eyes are so red or if he smokes weed or what. I have no clue. Did you see Lauren De Laguna going after Relly? There's no shot those two are dating. That was such a weird screenshot. I can't possibly believe that they're dating. He's using eye drops. He had an issue and he has to use it. Oh, okay.
All right, Dr. Avi, thank you for coming up real quick. We were about to have a phone call, and I realized it might be useful to stream our conversation, because I understand you listened to at least some of the debate, and you have some thoughts about it. And I
caught like 5 minutes of this at one point, and then I was has anybody seen this movie? Oh, oof, it's an artsy movie when it doesn't even come up on. Actually, I don't know if I can click this because there's like dicks. If you want to feel very superior to your friends and you want a very artsy experience. What an interesting, yeah, you can call it Kino. Jeez. Not too sure how I feel about it, but
I think, it's useful to talk to you to chat. So yeah, why don't we have it?
I listened to the debate.
Yeah,
you guys needed a mod or something. Like, you needed some kind of bridge. You guys were screaming at each other and talking past each other a lot of times. I'm not sure if you guys disagreed at many points or if you were just using different semantics.
I don't know how much. Avi is generally pretty fair. I feel like he's talked to people that I've had big disagreements with, and I've generally thought he's been fair. He's talked to people I've agreed with. I think he's generally fair. I think Avi's generally pretty fair. I'm just putting that out there first before I critique what I think Avi just said here. I feel like most of the excited energy was coming from Pisco for this. Like, I was able to have calm back and forths with Econo Boy. I think Connor was calmer than Pisco, although sometimes he was a little bit explosive. But then I felt like Pisco's interactions with everybody.
I don't think there was a lot of linearity in the discussion. I don't think you guys finished off points before like going on to something completely different. And then from there, it's the same thing, going on to different from that and that, never getting back to any resolution of any other point. And there were some points where I wonder if there were some personal undertones that were just motivating this whole thing. Because like I don't know if this whole thing was just like in the people just screaming at each other over something certain points that were so abstract. But I guess that's a different whole can of worms.
Yeah. So let's get into it. So first of all, I think I agree with a lot of your characterization. I don't think it was very linear. I think that there is, certainly, I will admit readily, there's hard feelings on my behalf, because basically, take my approach, right? My view is that we have been unfairly smeared as Tanky adjacent, in the sense of that we support Tankies, that we support Marxist-Leninists, that we largely support kind of illiberal, anti-constitutional ideas. And this is...
You could say support, maybe. I think it's always a red flag. I pointed this out. What did I call this? The clown mirror. If you can never, ever, ever accurately summarize what the opposition's viewpoint is, then I think that's a red flag. Like, am I calling them Tanky adjacent? That could be a reading, but at this point, obviously, I have no more good faith to extend here. Like, our complaint, and even Connor said our complaint pretty well, is that you are giving room to people who are fundamentally anti-liberal by providing kind of soft cover for them, not challenging them as hard as you could, and creating a warm, soft, inviting space for them to come in and then eventually to take over, usurp your movement, and then cast all of you out, right? That's the issue. If you want to just summarize that as being Tanky adjacent, I feel like that's not fair. I feel like that's kind of a summary of my position. Like, I feel like I can summarize his position pretty fairly. They think at the end of the day that these like online lefty deranged movements aren't really going to have that much of a downstream negative electoral impact on the Democratic Party, or at least whatever negative impact they have is going to be far outweighed by bringing them into the fold and incorporating them into our movement and then having them be active voters. And that you don't have to support all of the radical crazy ideas or all of the radical crazy figures on the left in order to appeal to the left, but you can still appeal to broad sections of the left with leftist messaging, and then you can even utilize their platforms, even if you have to do it in a contentious or competitive way. I feel like it's a pretty fair summary of his position. I don't like when people can never summarize like my positions, or they make me sound like a retard. Like, I've been streaming for 16 years. I'm a relatively popular guy. I think I'm standing on my own in a lot of this shit. Like, the idea that I got here by just being a retarded loser, not only does it bode poorly for me, or is it like improbable that that's the case, I think it also kind of makes you look like a fucking retard. Why the fuck were you friends with me or on my stream for so long, like giving cover to all of, like, if I'm such a clearly person, you know? Like, it's the same mentality when I like talk about exes or whatever, or when I think about like relationships with it, right? Like for Melina, like we had a really rough breakup, obviously, but like I think almost every time I brought up Melina over the past like several months or a year or whatever, it's generally pretty positive, right? Like I dated her for 5 years. We're married. Like, why the I'm not gonna sit here and say like, oh, what, she was a crazy cunt the entire time. I was like, well, what the fuck am I? How would you have to be in a relationship with somebody who's horrible for that long, right? Yeah, I like this weird thing of like, as soon as you're not super close friends with somebody, you're not friends with somebody, you hate them. Now you have no charitability, and they're this like bad faith, horrible, stupid piece of shit. It's like, why the fuck did you say anything for the like past 2 years you were on my stream? Were you just using me for my platform? Like, I don't know. Destiny, is Econo Boy cooked? Arguing that weed legalization is a socialist policy is completely retarded. No, I don't think Econo Boy is cooked, and I understand why Econo Boy argues the things he does. My big criticism and contention with Econo Boy is just going to be using a label that gives cover to other people that use it more maliciously. I don't think Econo Boy is like a secret tank. I hope not. I don't think he's like a secret tanky or anything like that. And like in a vacuum, or like if me and Econo Boy and like 5 friends were out, eating and, chatting up each other and like talking about political beliefs. And he's like, oh yeah, I'm like a socialist. I was like, okay. I don't know about you, but sure, I get it, right? It's just in this online context of where you have this group of people who are trying to be subversive, trying to like radicalize spaces and constantly your political movement, that I think we should be a little bit more careful about the labels we use. That's all I'm saying,
That we support Marxist-Leninists, that we largely support kind of illiberal, anti-constitutional ideas. And this has seeped in and basically infected like major parts of, I take like my stream and, constantly having to feel these issues of like, do you like Hasan, do you not like Hasan? So for me, there seems to be, or I'm perceiving a sense of intentionality behind it. And I am taking it personally. So, at that show, that is what I feel. And so I'm not lying about that. I think that there's personal stuff on his side too, that have...
You say that Pisco was very unhinged. However, don't you think that this is kind of fair from his point of view, that you spread lies about him being a socialist communist? If I did, I mean, like, I don't even know if I should hedge here. I feel like I said a million times. I've said a million times on this stream. I don't think that these guys are secret tankies or like socialists or communists, except for, I guess, Econo Boy is a socialist now. I just don't like that they give cover for them in the way that they bring them their shows. I feel like I've said this a million times. Actually, you know what I think has happened? And I can't prove this at all. I just saw some messages in chat. Maybe I should go look for it. If I was more like terminally online, I would, which is funny given that I'm a streamer. What I think happened actually was Pisco thought I was saying these things, the more hardcore statements, because people in Pisco's chat were saying I was saying these things. People like Aaron Straighterate, or people like Queeman, or people like Doobie were saying, oh, Destiny says you guys are socialists or communists. Destiny is saying that you guys love Hasan. I think that's probably what's happening more than anything else, if I had to guess. But I would have to go dig through for those messages. I could be wrong now, but that I saw chatters in chat saying like, "Oh, these people are typing these unhinged messages about you, or whatever." Yeah.
To do with other things, other matters, but I think that you're correct about that. I was frustrated by the lack of linearity because ultimately I think that linearity would expose that there's not much substantive disagreement. That's at least my.
Before I go into like a specific thing, do you have any idea if he's smearing? Do you have any idea if he's being dishonest and he's smearing you, and if there's like a personal thing? Do you have an idea of like why he would do that? Like why? Like
I don't know. Motivating? Yeah, I don't know. I think there's this feeling. If I'm just being totally honest.
I hate this, and I don't know what breaks people's brains on this. If I ever leave online politics, I guess I'm giving you the secret code to make me rage quit. It'll be because of this. When people get outmaneuvered on the subject matter, they immediately pivot to this weird high school world of like, why do you think that Destiny, the person who's bred 2 of the worst online leftists, Vosh and Hasan from his community, a person who has intentionally sliced off 40% of his community in the past because he found out there were so many socialists and tankies, and who is concerned about the fact that these people are engaged in rhetoric that he finds to be harmful to the party, why do you think that he is coming down on you guys now when all of these people are infesting your chats and you're starting to make nice with them? I think it's probably just personal. I think he probably is just really mad personally. I think it's just an interpersonal thing. This is an unbelievably dishonest take. Like, either a part of your brain has been broken on me, because I guess like once you're no longer my friend, you have to be like unhinged about me. But like, there's nothing to engage with. I haven't given anything of substance to engage with on any of this? You really think the only explanation for any of this is that it's just all personal? Really? When Econoboy said that Norway socialized 2/3 of their wealth, that's wrong. It's a sovereign wealth fund. It's the state as a capitalist actor buying assets using oil money. It's literally capitalism. Yeah, I know. And then somebody pointed out the majority of that sovereign wealth fund's investment is in capitalist firms, which, yeah, I wish I would have known that as soon as you brought that up. But
that, like, I'm a traitor. That when I took a step away from Stephen, from the collaborations with Stephen, that was either something I should not have done, or that that it's super negative.
Also, the thing that's frustrating about him saying this is that, like, I actually do have some of these personal feelings. I do think a lot of these people, the whole, like, oh, we instantly believe the other person, you're probably a rapist, and we're I do kind of, like, feel, like, pretty bad about that. However, even if that is going to be your explainer for, like, oh, like, why is it like this? How do you explain the fact that I've covered all of these guys, Pisco, just like everybody else, like, incredibly favorably over the past, like, 6 months? I feel like, haven't we watched? I feel like I've literally watched. I offered the $10,000 because I wanted to see Pisco debate the one lawyer dude. And I'm pretty sure I've watched him on multiple shows where I'm, like, screaming. I'm like, thank God somebody who actually understands the law is here so that Pisco can shit on these guys. Like, how, like, what would it be that just now I've decided that I hate them interpersonally? Like, it doesn't even, like, logically follow from the timeline, you know?
I did that, or it's not understandable, or that I'm a bad friend because I did that. And I think that those feelings are very much sort of at issue.
You're talking about when this whole thing happened with the Pixie stuff, or with
and I'm for reasons that I still maintain, I don't want to get in, give my take and opinion beyond what I've already said on those matters, and that again is out of respect to the parties, and also the fact that the fact that I am a lawyer and people might take I think improper weight to what I say one way or the other.
That feels like a major cop-out to me, because he had no problem weighing in for weeks on Ethan Klein's lawsuit stuff, but I don't know.
Didn't think it's appropriate to speak out, and I haven't made content out of it. That's again, out of respect for both parties and the role that I occupied in that kind of DNC lead-up type thing, and not wanting to unduly prejudice either party. I think that is an understandable thing for someone to do, and it feels like it leaves both sides, I guess, feeling angry that I don't have a stronger statement one way or the other, or that I abandoned too quickly or something.
Gotcha. Okay. Now I'll just say, just for the record, I don't know much about the backstory.
You typed in DGG chat earlier that Pisco spent a week or so ripping on Ethan for his lawsuit, but he literally only mentioned it in his stream once, that the filing was very silly and unprofessional, and the only reason he brought it up past this was due to my fellow DGers going on to attack him for it. I could have a totally wrong recollection about that, but I feel like I remember him debating that topic and tweeting about that topic for days. So I thought he read through one of the lawsuits. That seems like an insane retelling on that, but okay.
I can't really comment about who's right or who's wrong on any of that, because I don't really know what the whole Pixie situation was. I haven't really dug into that. I just know there is a situation, and I know some vague stuff about it, and I know there was all sorts of fallout from that. So okay, I'm just trying to get your position. So I can't really comment on whether you're right about that, but I can understand what you're saying and what he might say, and what he's saying, and I could try to bridge a communication.
But either way, that I think officially has nothing to do with what the debate proposition, to the extent there was a proposition, was.
You're saying that in terms of about why
I'm speculating that there's a lot of negative feelings that don't actually have to do with my stated views at all, and I think that people the notion that
none of my attacks on Pisco have been personal. I think even as recently as, was it 2 weeks ago? I wish I had all the VODs. I think even recently as 2 weeks ago, I think I was saying something like, you guys in the subreddit are trying to say shit like Pisco isn't even a real lawyer. And I think I even literally said, bro, he went to a really good law school, and he was working at a really big law firm. Of all the accusations you want to make about Pisco, the idea that he doesn't know the law is one of the dumbest things you could say. I think I even defended him on that a couple weeks ago. I think it was a few weeks ago. It's such a cop-out. This, I don't want to say it feels like snarkers against Ethan Klein, but this whole, I think you're just personally upset. It's excuse me, bro. I'm not the sped that you accuse me of being. You can try to grasp my arguments if you can. If you can't understand my arguments, then just fuck off. You're not equipped for the conversation, which is fine, but then admit that and fuck off. Don't sit here and pretend like there's this huge personal beef or vendetta that maybe you have it. Maybe you could say, oh, well, I think I'm too personally invested, which is fine. That's fair, I guess. I would respect somebody for saying it. But don't pretend like that's my problem. I had no problem being, I think, incredibly fair to all of these people for months and months and months.
The kind of statements I make that people are interpreting as being pro-Tanky or Tanky apologists, the notion that an objectively rational person could not take, I think, my statements to indicate like an allegiance to Tankyism or that I'm going to like become a Tanky or anything like that. I think it's absurd. But
like again, like look at how he's phrasing the argument. Like I have an allegiance to Tankyism. Like I don't think I've ever made that strong of a claim. I don't think we made that claim during the debate. Like it's just okay.
That perhaps I'm speculating that this has to do with a lot of the feeling. And it's yeah.
At any point in the debate, did anyone like outline definitions or like clarity about like or concept conveyance of what exactly a Tanky is?
Yeah, no, I think that it was kind of vaguely alluded to as having something to do with like violent revolution, perhaps with some understanding of like lack of rights, but that wasn't fully understood or defined. So no, I don't think that it was. I think there was a kind of shared notion that we were leaning on, which had something vaguely to do with like Marxist-Leninism.
Some sort of vaguely gestured that notion. So,
correct. Yep.
So it seems like the thing you were arguing, like, well, I don't even think you guys ultimately were arguing about that. I think you guys derailed all over the place for most of the debate.
True.
It seemed like the main thing you guys were supposed to argue about. I don't even think that it was very clearly conveyed what you were arguing about.
I agree.
There was like just sort of vague notion of what you're playing footsie with Tanky, where Tanky isn't really, it's sort of opaque. It's kind of like we have some notions about like some loss of rights somewhere, and some sort of like left-leaning or far left-leaning things.
What percent of Pisco right now would you say is bad faith or just genuinely upset? Such understanding. I don't know. It's hard to say because like if you get like really emotionally dug into it, this is the hard thing to say. You can legitimately get for 100% bad faith reasons. I don't want to say bad faith. For egotistical reasons, you can get dug into a position emotionally, and then you can legitimately argue past that point. Like I've had stuff where I've gotten like people don't understand that when you go down a bad road, you can start to make a lot of legitimate arguments down that bad road that look like really legitimate. There have been stuff for like manifestos I've written in the past where I've spent like days on a certain like line or topic, like a line of thought, and I'm like, oh, this fits. And then like in looking back on it, I'm like, I actually don't think. I think my initial assumption here was wrong. And if this initial assumption is wrong, all the rest of this kind of falls apart. It doesn't actually work out as much. Like it happens, So it's hard for me to say like what percentage of it is bad faith. If there's like an initial egotistical dig in, and then everything past that is defending the initial proposition. I can't like percentage say that,
But not. It's still fairly blurry. It's still pretty blurry.
I think it's pretty blurry, yeah. Because I'm frustrated because I think that I'm repeating myself now, but I think that it reveals that clarity will reveal like a lack of disagreement. I started that way. Like that's my position is that like where's the disagreement? What's the prescription that we can identify over the course of that conversation? I think that the prescription has to do with like associations perhaps, or like but not even there, right? Because there was this hinting at prescriptions that maybe we shouldn't have had the Vanguard on, or if we did have them on, we should have been tonally more aggressive against the Vanguard, and that somehow that would thereby like the chat would reflect that these people, that my chat is like as opposed to what it currently is, which is Marxist Leninist, which I do not agree with that characterization, but like I think
like this all of like it's just so like to pretend that you don't understand anything I'm saying at all is just so crazy to me. Like you can't present anything I've said fairly. That's just crazy to me.
That you are correct that there were vague notions about what these terms meant. I felt it was frustrating to try to get linearization in this context, and maybe I didn't do the best job of doing that, but I was trying to stick to the same topic.
Yeah, just a quick answer, because I don't know much about the Vanguard. Like, are there like just some like far left or like?
I would say that they're far left. They definitely espouse socialist ideal. I mean, their name is the Vanguard, right? They're definitely like support people, but they voted for Biden, they voted for Kamala, and every time I've talked to them, they've been concerned about the authoritarianism of Donald Trump, and they've been concerned about rights violations in contexts where I take those to be like genuinely held beliefs. They are concerned about rights violations that someone who is like principally against. Now maybe they're against the rights violations only because of Trump, that they're being bad faith, but when I talk to them, it seems like they are concerned, for example, of like the deportation of Kilmar Abreu Garcia. They are concerned about First Amendment issues. You and I discussed Mahmoud Khalil. Now it could be that they're only concerned about those because of the political like convenience, right? Where it's because the people that are having their rights trampled upon are politically favorable to them. You understand me? But as I've talked to the Vanguard, the fact that they're willing to acknowledge the Democrats as a lesser of two evils, the fact that they seem concerned genuinely with certain rights violations.
I don't know if this is like a time where like history can inform a little more, but like the KBD and the Nazis were 100% aligned, and they're fighting against the Liberal Party, against the Socialdemokrats in is it SPD in Germany, and that was the idea. Well, we both hate the establishment, we both hate the liberals, we both hate the direction the country's going, right? That they were willing to kind of like, we'll work together, right? And the Soviet Union and the Nazi Germany did this, right? Like, let's just kind of be chill, right? Our little Molotov Ribbentrop or whatever. Let's just be chill and attack each other. We got like bigger problems. Like this like idea of making friends with people that are fundamentally ideologically opposed to you, like you're doing some gambit that's going to pay off in the future. It just seems so ill-informed to me.
To me, I have not gotten the impression from the Vanguard that they would fit under what I would think of as a quote-unquote tanky, even notwithstanding the fact that, yes, their name is the Vanguard.
liked it. Come on. I don't know. I haven't gone through, like, people are linking albums and shit. Like, I haven't gone through all the Vanguard's content. To be honest, I just don't know much about them because I don't follow their shit much. But everything I've seen has made me think, like, well, that seems kind of weird. Exactly. Oh, all subsequent disappointments aside, I wonder how the people who kneecapped Bernie's 2020 campaign are feeling about now. The Vanguard, exactly. When Trump gets reelected, never forget that Beto O'Rourke, Cory Booker, Amy Klobuchar, Pete Buttigieg, Andrew Yang, etc. are at fault for coalescing around and endorsing Joe Biden at the behest of Obama when Bernie clearly had the momentum after Iowa, New Hampshire, and Nevada. This is in 2024. LeMayo, we made content every day criticizing Biden. I don't know why you keep reply guying this stupid shit. Reminder, the GOP ate in the midterms because they are cartoonishly evil and unappealing to normie Americans, not because the Dems are doing a good job. Biden still sucks and should be primaried from the left in 2024. Unfortunately, it's not an exaggeration called Biden's Disinformation Governance Board a ministry of truth. This is something everyone on the left should be speaking out and standing up against. This is Biden's Democratic Party. Throw up, throw up, throw up. Like, I mean, I don't know. Whatever.
You know? Okay, so if do you think that he's under the impression that he would, or do you think that he would
mean Destiny?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that he would call them tankies.
Okay, so then okay. Another point of need for to clear that up. Quick question before going to the one example I noticed. Did you notice any? Because one thing I did get a sense of, regardless of whether they're they fit into this category of tanky or not. One concern I definitely did hear, and I think this is like it might even be a shared concern. Probably is that there are certain characters that just seem to just bash the Democrats.
Yeah. Which I don't quite understand as being the same critique. Maybe they're kind of associated with each other and they're aligned with each other. I'll let you finish what you said. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, no. I mean,
did we watch this on stream?
Representation of the truth to suggest that Donald Trump just doesn't have to abide by the checks that people like Joe Biden did. Like you mentioned the parliamentarian, and I think you're like furthering this narrative that the Republicans get everything they want when they elect Trump, and then we elect Biden, he just throws scraps at us. That's kind of the narrative that you guys push, right?
Yeah, I stand by that. I think that his entire presidency, that's why he was a one-term president. Yeah, usually if you're a really successful president, you get 2 terms. He got 1 term.
Well, let's interrogate that a little bit. You guys blamed the Senate parliamentarian for the $15 an hour minimum wage.
No, I blame Joe Biden for failing on one of his primary campaign promises to the American people, and the minimum wage in this country hasn't been raised since George Bush.
Well, what should he have done?
Fired the Senate parliamentarian.
What would that have accomplished?
There would have not been the person standing in the way of that issue. Another one would have cropped up, and I would have advised that he deal with it swiftly.
You still didn't have yes votes from either Sinema or Manchin.
I think you can deal with that if you're the president of the United States. To Pisco's point, he expected every single one of those people to fall to Trump because Donald Trump will exercise power within the Republican Party.
Everybody did.
Ruin you.
Not everybody did.
You never work again. I think that Joe Biden could have done a lot more to put his thumb on the scale to get Joe Manchin.
Get into specifics. How is he going to pressure Joe Manchin?
Sure. I think we've watched a lot of this, but I think they just hate. Yeah, they just hate Democrats. Look at the chat.
Abide by the checks that people like Joe Biden did. Like you mentioned the parliamentarian, and I think you're furthering this narrative that the Republicans get everything they want when they.
I know, kind of boy, you run on the Beavis and Butthead of meaningless commentary about YouTube progressive space drama for clicks and giggles.
He just throws scraps at us. That's kind of the narrative that you guys push, right?
Yeah, I stand by that. I think that his entire presidency, that's why he was a one-term president. Yeah, usually if you're a really successful
Biden pardoned his brother and son.
president, you get 2 terms. He got 1 term.
Well, let's interrogate that a little bit. You guys blamed.
Okay, I don't care. I'm not going to go through all this.
Certainly there's an association with certainly at least appears to be association. The further on the left you kind of tread, the more that sort of thing starts sort of pops its head around where they just bash Dems just to score bash Demming points or whatever points they think they're scoring for whatever reason. And so even regardless of whether you draw the line okay, well, tanky is here, tanky is there, I think one thing that seems a point of concern, regardless of whether they fit into the category of tanky, is look, are they in line with us in our political goals? Are they supporting at the end of the day, support us against the Republicans?
Which matters a lot to us on Live and Learn. Like that project, the quote-unquote project, matters to us. And that project, I think, is best defined by voting for Democrats and helping them win. So I understand why people could take issue with them bashing for the sake of it.
Do you think let me ask you this. Do you think he thinks that the Vanguard are those sorts or people, regardless of their tanky? So he thinks that they're just basically just overly bashing Dems
for virtue points, right? Is that what you're kind of
just some sort of whatever it is that's motivating them, just overly bashing Dems more so than they earn the bashing.
I think he thinks that of them, correct?
Yeah, and you do not share that view, or you do share that view.
I have no reason to think that their criticism of Biden and Kamala is motivated to literally score those kinds of points, and the reason I think that is because they praise Biden in ways that what I've seen is the bad.
Exactly my question. So setting aside the psychological motivation, whether they're doing it for political point, do you think that they're overly bashing Democrats
beyond what they deserve?
Beyond what they deserve, yeah.
I do think that. I think that.
It's crazy that if Avi slowly walks him through this, in Pisco's mind, he does have all of the information for why I don't like these guys and why I feel like they're giving cover to them. Even if he disagrees, you can disagree with somebody's perspective and still accurately state what their perspective is. But it seems like, he does understand.
The Vanguard bashes the Democrats more than they deserve. Yes, is the answer to that. My opinion.
Okay, gotcha. Is there a difference between is there daylight between you and Stephen in terms of like how extreme that is? Is that where the dispute might be? Is like, do you think it's like they're going over a little bit and he's like, you guys are nuts, like you're just sitting on our party, or are you closer to each other in that? Or
I think that there probably is a difference of degree here, although I'm not sure, and I'm going to ramble on. You tell me if any of this is responsive. So like, for example, there are a lot of really harsh criticisms that Josiah, Hutch, and Economy all levied at Democrats currently, in terms of some of the votes, in terms of what they said, in terms of Chuck Schumer, in terms of Hakeem Jeffries, these kinds of people. We have levied pretty harsh criticism at them. Some of them have overlapped with the kinds of criticism, and so has Stephen, to be fair. Like, Stephen has criticized some Democrats for certain votes they took, and for being like cucks on some issues. It's more having to do with like their engagement and their willingness to like accede to cancel culture and kind of wokeism, and to just be
like, the issue here isn't I don't care if you criticize the Dems, but like when I criticize the Dems, and I think when Pisco and Josiah and Hutch, and I think even Econoboy, when they criticize the Dems, we're criticizing the Dems because we feel like we fundamentally agree on like what direction we should be pushing in, but the Democrats are not being effective people to carry forward that cause. When the Vanguard criticizes the Dems, they criticize the Dems because they think that they're sold out to the rich capital class corporate interests, and they're only here to further entrench us in capitalist hell as the facade of the two-party system presents to us an illusion of choice that's really only there to placate the masses while the capital class continues to extract value from the proletariat. That's it. Like, that's the difference, right? You understand these are different things, you know? Listen, a very telling moment here. Hasan's chat reacting to your tweet characterizing Hasan's regime. They're not even disagreeing with your assessment. No
At
shit.
least has some vague notion of supporting America, however misguided it is. If he destroys the country, it would be a byproduct of his stupidity and narcissism. With Hasan, it would be ideological by design. He supports foreign terrorist groups, despises U.S. allies, supports historical revisionism to paint U.S. in a better light, has admitted that he would ban...
Don't tempt me with a good time. Oh, this is so ridiculous. What a fanfic.
...opposing political parties
so stupid.
in the United States, and would lock his enemies forever in re-education camps if they didn't agree.
The regime of letting civil engineers do their job.
With this political ideology.
It's free healthcare.
As an ML.
When please. Don't bully me or I'll come. God forbid we get intentionality.
Well, he would support the creation.
Are these even scratched liberals or just regular fascists?
Of a single vanguard party that violently enforce all these changes. This is just what we know.
You a politician? Okay. Don't leave me YouTube videos. I'm not scrolling chats. Fuck it. If you want to leave me logs or screenshots, you know, but I'm going to sit here and scroll chats. Okay.
Be, for lack of a better word, cuck bitches. Let me think. Yeah, like that, right? Like, but there's an overlap of harsh criticism that I think is mutual, that we accept and acknowledge as genuine, legitimate, and within scope of what is the Democrats deserve, that is shared between me, Stephen, and the Vanguard. I think that is true. But I think if you were to ask Stephen or Connor, actually I don't know about Connor, but certainly Stephen, that he and I would have a difference of scale degree in terms of that criticism, of how much is within the reasonable amount of criticism.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, like, if I could just put this into like an analog, you know, so for example, like, you might not believe this, but there are certain things I might criticize the Israeli government on. Yeah. Like, there's certain things, like, it's as hard as that is to believe. But I can spot the difference. You know, not me, but if I spot the difference between someone who's just like, okay, you know, here is someone who, you know, is giving a lot of criticism for Israel, but it's, you know, it's fair. They're not making any like points I wouldn't make, or I wouldn't see an unreasonable person making. And it's also not just like almost all that they're doing. It's like they haven't made their life or their personal identity almost to
Israel bash.
Just to Israel bash. Versus like when I see some accounts, there are some accounts that, you know, they may make criticisms that you would make, or I would make, or anyone, or another normal person, or a reasonable person would make, even if I disagree with the criticisms. But if I just scroll through their timeline, it's like that's all it is. Or like it's like 90% or like 80% of it. It's just like nonstop. And analogously, like, you know, if I see someone making criticisms of the Democrats or Dem Party, and it's like all they're doing, it's like, even if they're reasonable criticism, like it's they're not anything that you wouldn't make, or Stephen wouldn't make. But if that sort of
occupies all their time, right?
Yeah, it almost like in a meaningful way became like a substantial portion of their identity almost, where it's like I scroll through their timeline and this is like every other post, bro. Like I know I can figure out if I read your timeline enough just to be like, okay, like you do vote for Dems, like I see that, and you're against Trump, I also see that, but holy, I just had to wade through like all of this Dem bashing to get there.
Like, it's crazy that Avi even has to explain this, because this is obviously like what I'm hitting at when I'm talking about like tone, right? Like, there are people who are, I don't have to explain this. You either understand or you're never going to understand. Yeah, there are people like, you get the vibe, you know what the feeling is. It doesn't matter like necessarily what the words they're saying are. What matters is like, what matters is like, what's the effect? Like, what are we actually all getting at the end of the day? Because like there was an element of truth to when Pisco was saying like, well, what is your tone with Myron Gaines, right? And my tone actually is like kind of sort of friendly. If you watch our debates, it's actually quite cordial. But like, why is my tone with him quite cordial? Well, my tone with him is cordial because I know my entire community knows where I stand on all these topics, and they are not like in any way, size, shape, or form like 95% neo-Nazis or whatever, or 50% neo-Nazis, or 5% neo-Nazis, right? Now, if a lot of my community started to veer in that direction, I mean, like I've done this multiple times with my community. I will violently course correct on where the opinion I think should be, or who should even be my fan base at that point, you know?
Is that the sort of thing that so same questions, is that the sort of thing that Stephen would describe Vanguard as, and would you describe Vanguard as that?
I think that Destiny would say that the criticisms of Trump are couched in a cavalcade of Dem bashing. I think that he would characterize that way, no question. In terms of me, I think that they are highly critical of mainstream Democrats, but I almost see the kind of the Trump bashing and the jank bashing, for example, which is really just like Republican bashing. And I see the acknowledgments that Democrats are way better, and I kind of view those as all on the same sort of spectrum. Like the evidence that of Republican bashing, I kind of see as Democrat bolstering. So I don't kind of view them as separate categories the way that you kind of presented it as. So I don't know if you're understanding me. So like the evidence of Republican bashing, I would be like, oh, that's like good Dem stuff, and I'll weigh that accordingly in the way that I would like a Dem praising.
So this is a bit of a separate issue. So I'm not talking about. So we can address that aside. That's an issue of that's an issue of like, is the Republican bashing genuine good Dem stuff, or is it just a way of underhandedly getting some Dem bashing points in a like more acceptable way? That's a different. That's an issue, but we can discuss that. But that's a little separate from what I'm asking. What I'm asking is more about just raw split. So if I see someone and their timeline is like, we'll just use an extreme example, 95% Dem bashing, and the other 5% is like genuine Republican bashing. And if I were to read everything, I would be able to figure out that they actually do vote Dem and they really do hate Trump and everything like that. Yep. But on a first blush, just going through this, I'm like, wow, this person, I wouldn't have expected. They just hate Democrats. Like they're bashing them all the time. Or at least they've made a good portion of their identity that. So that's a little different than the issue of like, the 5% Republican bashing, whether that's genuine or not. Like it could be genuine, but even if it is genuine, if someone is just spending so much of their efforts to Dem bash, to the point where it looks almost part of their identity, that is a separate issue, and that could be deleterious to the Democratic Party if their influencers are doing that. And so with respect to that issue, do you think Stephen would be sort of on that side of describing them as with the split? It doesn't have to be 99.
Yeah, I actually don't know what he would, like, I assume he would, his instant reflection would be, I'm just being honest, would be to say yes to that. I don't know if he has a representative sample of like watching these guys, their content, or of their Twitter feeds. I don't know if he follows them. So I don't know if it would be an informed decision, but I certainly would think that reflexively, Stephen would make that claim of.
Like, how much of them do I need to see? Like, I saw them on your show, and then Hutch complained about it. Is Hutch also retarded and hasn't seen enough to say anything, even though he had him on your show? How is it that you can't know a single thing about what Hasan Piker believes, but you can sit here and talk about him and supporting him over Trump for president, all these things over and over and over again? Like, how can he make all of these statements, but then like I can't have seen enough about the Vanguard to say, I don't think I side with these guys. Like, I don't think this is a good thing to platform here. Like,
the Vanguard. If you're asking what my position is on that, whether from a pure terms of like space, right? How much does it occupy their time? And you are just asking the space question, right?
Yeah, just the split. Like, and there's an important reason to it. It's just like, if you can tell when someone is just devoting that much time to making, even if they're reasonable criticisms, just making those criticisms over and over again, or just finding new criticisms to make, even if they are somewhat reasonable, and it's just occupying so much of their space. There's something there. That's
also, I just love big shout out to all of my wonderful fans in the my wonderful fans in the Justification Discord server. I love you all very much. Again, I love how I just love how transparent all this is. I will call this out so I don't seem as crazy when I bring it up. I would have swiped right. Pisco has great eyebrows. Like, oh, cute. There, I guess it's just a nice Pisco fan, I guess. That just also happens to be in the Discord server. Who's like a totally normal and chill person. Destiny, don't check the mail tomorrow. Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of, I guess it's such a joke though, right? I said, Destiny, shouldn't check the mailbox tomorrow because there may or may not be an incendiary device in there. Like, oh, okay. Well, cute. I don't think they'll actually send shit, but I'm just saying if that showed up in my Discord server, Queeman and all these other fucking commentary bro loser fucks who are too scared to fight with Kiwi Farmers and these people would all be fucking crying about it. But Nicholas Fat Oreo and all these people who are so unhinged about anything related to my community. But,
it's not that appears to not just be like this good, and it's possible it could be, but there's usually something there that's ulterior. It's not just they're like genuinely concerned, although a lot of people will say they are the ones who do it. I'm just genuinely concerned with
The Democrats being able to win elections and being
I just want them to get better. I want them to reform. I've seen it all the time, analogously with Israel. Like, I'm just the progressive Zionist who wants Israel to get better and reform, and then like down the line they're like, oh no, sorry, I went in.
Yeah, but you could acknowledge that there could be someone who's like the biggest Israel supporter, could be genuine in their support for Israel as a state, and be like, this is madness, blah blah blah.
Yeah, no, of course, I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is there is a.
They have gone full fucking unhinged even before I get a letter dropped on my doorstep. So, Jesus, how far do we want to go down this rabbit hole? Did you guys see the the guy who posted about that on the Twitter community a couple days ago? Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find it. Somebody claimed, I used to hear about this stuff more often, but now mostly all of it has been like weeded out because like you can't, if you're part of these communities, you generally have to fucking hate. You have to hate me. It's like part of the rule, I guess. Right. Destiny alleges that Justical and Queeman alongside Kiwi Farms are behind the doxing of Nafsa Erudite, Josiah, and Hutch, and they were attempting to dox Editors. Just to be clear, I don't think Queeman and Justical do this themselves. I think that they just like give a lot of cover to, and then a lot of information inflow, or a lot of information flow between these communities. I don't think they themselves do it. I don't even know if they themselves or their communities do it. I think it's generally, it happens on KF, and then they just amplify it and then give cover to it. But this guy said, so I wasn't in belief of this at first, but after confronting Justical about it, I was pretty sure it was from that community. A couple months ago, I'm a fan of Destiny and the Justical server. Someone in his community sent a letter to my home. I've moved since then to my house saying, I, quote, defend Destiny because I want to rape my wife and my patients. To be fair, I was pretty active in Justical's community for a bit, even after the Pixie stuff happened. To say it was just a random attack wouldn't be totally fair. I have gotten DMs from people who say that like if they see you active in both communities, that people will get unhinged or do like crazy unhinged shit. Who I had another, what's this person's name? I don't remember what it was. I want to read this person's message entirely. So I'll obfuscate a little bit maybe. My problem is I don't have an off ramp for hanging out with people. I like being a DGG, but anytime you do this, they'll keep bringing up chatters in DGG nonstop, talking about their personal lives, and even sending letters to one's house because they defended you. I think this guy's referring to the guy here on the Twitter thread. I feel like if I hang out in DGG and stop typing in there, I'll have stalkers on me too, just because of how they slowly go crazy about people when they are gone. It feels like there's some other sane people like me in there, but it's just scary to be honest, and the fun place to type in while digging around at work turned into a Kiwi Farms around us slowly. Maybe you feel like I deserve it. Oh, this guy thinks I hate him. I don't know. I was like, well, but yeah, there's a lot of like crazy, there's just so much unhinged crazy shit. Sorry, I haven't talked about this for like the past few months because again, I try to do the like don't give cover to, or don't like if you don't say anything about it, it's not real. But yeah, Jesus Christ. Didn't Justical want to make a doc to send to everyone that interacts with Destiny? Yes, they were talking about that on Kiwi Farms because they were going to help them on Kiwi Farms make it. They were posting a lot about doing the Reddit for that. Good times.
A certain pattern that's indicative of the former rather than the latter. And one pattern that I've noticed, at least, maybe you disagree with this, one pattern I've noticed is just the raw split. If you just go through someone's timeline and it's like 95% Israel bashing, even if they say it's genuine, just pages and pages and pages, like the bash about, like that's all I talk about almost. And then you have to wade through all of that to get to like the post about, oh, actually, they actually are Zionists. Wow, like wow, that's weird. And they actually don't like, they actually supported your state. And blah, blah, okay, I didn't know that. That's a sort of indicator that there's some sort of ulterior. It doesn't have to be an ulterior motive. It could be like a psychological thing where they're just feeling righteous indignation or virtue on some level of doing this.
But it'd be that that's their beat. So like, okay, so I'll give you an example. So yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. Apparently they're trying to do this to my Twitter space mod guy now. Icarus. He just sent me this. Icarus, Bath, and Odashra are docking buddies. Man, it's fucked up. I felt this was supportive of Icarus when he was going through his homeless era. All right, spit out of Icarus. Bro, Icarus is here. I'm not going to lie. I still don't even really know who Icarus is. He's like a Twitter decimate or something, right? Seems so low on the total ball. I'll be honest. I don't know if he means this here, but on Kiwi Farms, usually people will say something like, oh, who even is this guy? And that's usually an indication for somebody who tried to dox them, right? Who are they? Who is this person? I don't know if that's what this guy means here, because they don't usually do the doxing in Justical's Discord server. I don't think I've seen that before, so he might just be asking legitimately, but it's like 2 to 3 people who never liked Icarus beforehand, and then like some others who are just disappointed that he spreads the Destiny lie propaganda. I don't think I've seen dumber, more subservient person in this space than Icarus. These comments are all in the past like hour. Oh, no, wait. This one comes from 4:24 a.m. Never mind. Apparently Jessica was going at him in Twitter earlier. Okay, enough schizo posting.
Major Republican, but my whole thing is I'm the Republican soothsayer, and I'm the one who's trying to make adjustments specifically for the Republican Party. To give you an example of this in the Israel context, right? There are people who say, for example, the reason we have to focus so much on the Israel-Palestine conflict, and the reason we have to spend so much time on it, is because America's involved with Israel in a way they're not with like Sudan, or they're not with like the Rohingya people. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like that there's some reason related to the proximity or areas of interest or area of expertise. So I'll give you another example. Like, I spend most of my time talking about domestic policy as relates to like corruption stuff. I don't spend most of my time like doing socialist theory. I don't spend most of my time even on foreign policy. I don't spend most of my time on social policy. Most of my my content is focused on either hard political analysis or with an nexus to legal stuff, and that's just because of my interest. And likewise, you know, I hear what you're saying, that there could be some person whose the percentage of time they spend on dem bashing could indicate an ulterior motive, that is to say, well, actually, I don't know, maybe it would be for self-enrichment or for clout or for building this kind of niche to you know, for oneself. But it also could be, you know, that's my area of interest.
It should be exposed as literal gang stalking, and if you don't talk about it, people just assume all the hate is natural. I mean, I am talking about it more, right?
That's where I think I can have the biggest change. That's where I want to move. You know?
It's not being claimed as an entailment. It's being claimed as an it militates to favor one hypothesis over the other. It's not saying the other hypothesis is impossible.
Okay. Yeah, I think I would agree that it is support for one of those hypotheses, namely and here specifically to be for total clarity, it would be the dem bashing is for self-enrichment and for social clout, right?
So either or some sort of righteous indignation feeling. There's like this weird thing I noticed. I don't know if you picked this up as well. It almost seems like some people just want the Dems to fail so that they can get the bash in and feel good about themselves that they're getting the bash in. It's like there's this like I told you so righteous indignation feeling.
Yeah.
There's that. I know, and there's a lot of that on the Israel stuff too. It's like they almost want more. Like there's some people I could
who want more death. You think?
Yeah, they want more Palestinians to die and starve, so they can say, "I told you the GHF wouldn't work. Look at all these massacres. Like I told you Israel's crazy." Like they would rather, regardless of whether they're right about any other stuff. It's like that almost psychological motivation. Like they'll talk about the massacres that Israel or the killings that the IDF has done. Like they'll get on these podcasts and they're almost smiling when they do it. It's like, wait a minute, this is weird.
Yeah, I think there are certain people where that's in their DNA almost, right? And I don't deny that such people could exist, and I don't even deny. I don't hear you deny that there could be mixed motives as well, or lies that people tell oneself. No, I really want to help the Democrats. Oh no, this is really just about Israel. And I guess we're kind of, I don't want to say we're mind reading as to say that it's not a worthwhile inquiry that we're suggesting, but like we are kind of like picking apart what it could be, and I don't deny that one such rationale could be righteous indignation. Yes.
Cloud could be righteous indignation, could be like all this whatever. Yeah, and I'm saying like that. So that's the one. The one thing is the split, and then the other thing is like the other thing is not a point that I really asked. It's something you brought up was whether there's a couched, if their criticism of the Republicans are couched with criticism of Democrats. Like, is there a little element of a little
kick,
a little jab to the Democrats every time they give a Republican criticism?
Sure. But I want to be clear. Yes, I hear that. But some people who take a slice of my content, at least for immediately after the election, a lot of it was like Trump and look at what the Democrats did, and look what the Democrats did. You know, and so and I think I'm just being honest with you.
It's unique to that. We all do this. Yeah, like we all do this. We all do this to things we support to some degree.
Yeah. But let me just be honest about my engagement with the Vanguard. So the content specifically of the Vanguard that I watch is content that I like of him bashing Cenk for trying to build bridges with like Charlie Kirk, where he's not going to find any friends there, right? Or build bridges with like Steve Bannon and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who basically say you Muslim or are literally anti-Semitic in the case I think of Marjorie Taylor Greene, where we think that's like not okay. And so I consume a lot of that content. I consume a lot. I don't consume a lot of Vanguard content in general, but when I consume Vanguard content, a lot of it is Cenk bashing. A lot of it is Trump bashing, and that's the bit I consume. And so the Trump bashing I see, I guess I don't know if I have intuition about whether or not it's being paired with the Dem bashing, such that I can discern that ulterior motive.
But you would at least understand that if you combine those 2 points, like the split point about like just the raw amount of time spent bashing Dems, and even when you see criticism of the Republicans, it's almost if it's either almost all or like majority has a little Dem kick to it. You would understand why it appears like this person just wants to bash Dems. It's like
I can understand why it could appear that way.
Okay.
Yeah. It may not be that way, but it certainly looks that way.
Sure. And I think the best way to suss that out is to have conversations sometimes with these people to actually figure it out. I guess like, so I acknowledge there are some separate threads here, and I just want to put them all out in front of the audience. So the one is the Tanky thread, which I would agree that Tanky bad, right? Marxist-Leninist, as I understand the term Marxist-Leninist, bad.
I don't know. It hasn't even been defined.
Sorry, okay. Last schizo thing. This was the guy who got banned, I guess who they sent the letter to? He just sent me all of his deals with the justical. Listen, whatever beef with your community I have, I don't believe it was because of you or from like 98% of the people I engage with, but I just decided I'm going to tell you something that happened to me. During my 1-week ban from Jube a while ago, someone sent me something to my house, a letter that was implying that someone from the logistical community found my actual home address, had a bunch of inflammatory statements and whatnot, but I just wanted you to know that I do not believe it was from you or your higher ups or anything like that. I have also, despite what others claim, never given enough information for my docs to be found. The only public information is 2 things. I live in blank and a nearby park I can walk to. That's it. Jessica says, send a picture. And then this guy responds, I tossed it immediately. It's straight up a schizo rant, calling me a rapist and saying I have the stance I do so I can keep on raping my partner and my patients. It was typed out and not like a handwritten thing. Jessica says, okay, I'm not saying that didn't happen, but the speed with which it happened seems insane. Like, you got a full-blown courier mail from someone in that short a period of time. He says, I mean, if it was local, I wouldn't imagine it would take that long to send a letter within the US. It's less than 5 days. Our USPS is fast as I'm only telling you this because I don't even believe it was intended to make it seem like this is what the district community does or anything like that. That would be actually crazy to endorse or encourage or anything of that sort. But I've told a few others debating on what I should do with it, and I decided I should come to you to talk to you about this. The fact that there are people to this day saying I either support rape and am a rapist in waiting, which is something you said on stream a bit ago, or at least I argue like a rapist in waiting, will eventually encourage this behavior. I don't know if this rape thing has anything to do with arguing about my stuff or not, but okay. He's very big on like trying to define me as being a rapist or whatever. Now I have moved. My address has changed. It was a planned move. I had no fear. It was a planned move. I had no fear for my life or anything like that. This rape rhetoric, it just needs to chill the fuck out. That is the reason I'm reaching out. I got banned for 7 days right now for using a slur in voice chat. Yeah, I did it, but in retaliation, people accusing me of raping my fiance and raping my patients. I'll leave the 7-day ban, but I'm truly hoping something's changed by then. Jessica says, I have no idea about any of that. I just feel like throwing away evidence of someone who is potentially an unhinged stalker is in and of itself unhinged. Please keep anything that comes your way going forward. Yeah, I didn't want to hold on to a letter telling me that I rape my patients or my fiance, but I appreciate you at least reading my messages. Thank you. Jessica says, you understand that is insane, right? And Odashar says, fighting my real docs, sending me a letter saying I rape my partner and my patients, saying I only defend Destiny so that I can rape. Oh, that's why. Remember, if you don't take the unhinged anti-Destiny position, like you are... You will be destroyed in these servers. Yeah. Okay, so that's why they're going after him. Okay, makes sense. Also, remember, this guy's first message is like, I'm not saying it's from your community. I don't think anybody in your community did it, or none of the higher ups. I don't think you guys endorsed that. Like, he was even trying to be careful in this, but you have to carry the community line. Saying only defend Destiny so that I can rape, and then claim it's from your community. Like, why mention your shit at all? Even if they're a super big fan doing this, why throw your name in it? Jessica says, I'm telling you that not taking a picture and throwing it out is probably something only a completely insane person would do. He says, why would I want to keep that anywhere? Jessica says, because it would be from a completely unhinged schizophrenic that you should probably start a record of for your own safety. He says, I've moved. People who do this stuff online are mostly cowards. If they were sure they were sending it to my home and wanted to hurt me, then they have either showed up by now or contacted others around me, like my mom or my fiance. I'm way more scared of the violence I see at my job as a nurse than some schizo online. I can sort of see Justicle's point here, like, why wouldn't you say that? But I've actually tossed letters like this before, but although I'm more of a long figure, because like they'll send it from like not PO box addresses, but from like a post office. Like, you have no idea who's sending the letter. You're never going to find it. And usually people are that unhinged, they're not going to be retarded enough to like mail it from their fucking home, you know? Justicle says, okay. Odashara says, like, as much as you hopefully were joking about our healthcare being in danger because I'm a nurse, I'm at a much higher risk of a patient tracking me down, especially the actual psych patients and unhinged family I deal with, threaten me to my face. They know where I work, what I look like, and my first and last name, which is incredibly unique. But to reiterate, I'm like 98% positive that this wasn't someone from your community. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. And then after that, this was March 9th, 2025 at 1:54 p.m. 3 hours later, he is permanently banned from Justicle's server. Based. King. An actual king. And then they still, on this particular guy, to this day, go hard. It's crazy Destiny's defending known patient rapist, Odashara. Very concerning. Based. There was a person I used to engage with a long time ago on social media. I'm not going to say anything in particular about this, but maybe I'll do screenshots in the future of this because I don't want to give away who this is. But like, there's a person I used to interact with a long time ago on social media who has been stalked and harassed in real life because somebody was convinced, I don't know if they were a farmer or somebody from Justicle's server, somebody was convinced that I sent this person a ton of videos of me and Pixie or me and other people, and they found this girl's address and started contacting her work with AI Photoshop nudes of her and me, even though I've never met this person in real life, claiming that they were going to try to get them fired from every job that they're at and then harass them and their family members until they admit and then send them the stuff that I'd supposedly sent her about Pixie and any other person. But I've never sent this person anything like this before, right? But just this is like the level of like insane, unhinged. I would show screenshots of this, but I don't want to give away who it is for obvious reasons. But yeah, it's the everything around this is like, these people are insane.
Oh, sure. I'm not even like. So,
okay.
I don't know.
I think regardless of whether we have a shirt.
Oh wait, I'm so sorry. Apparently this ban date was a couple weeks later. I thought it was the same day, but it's not the same day. My bad. It wasn't 309. It was 319. My bad. So it was 10 days later. But there you go.
Notion of Tanky.
Yeah. Whatever your notion is.
Whatever my notion of Tanky is Tanky bad. Whatever Steven's notion of Tanky is Tanky bad. Thank you, Dr. Fault.
Is that relevant to your court case / in court? No, because of the way that Pixie and the rest of the people did it. She gave them like just enough stuff to attack me and all of these peripheral communities that she doesn't have to directly interact with, although she does, right? That one leak from Gisticle showed that she and him are in direct contact with each other, but I think that they're not going to turn anything over in discovery. I'm fully confident that she's going to lie about her connection with all of these people, and I'm not going to get to see anything there. We'll see what she actually turns over when they finally, when all the rulings come through. But yeah, yeah, it's all part of the great circle of memes.
False. Whatever. Yeah. So that's the thread: is the Tanky or not discourse, and whether all communists or all socialists are tankies or should be considered as such, or those who use the label should be considered as such. Then there's the thread of do these people dembash disproportionate to what they're deserve?
Yeah.
And then what I'm hearing from you is, regardless of whether they deserve it, does the split of the time spent dembashing indicate some ulterior motive?
Ulterior, yes. It indicates some ulterior rather than some genuine concern for the Democratic.
Okay. So apply that and help me make sense of the convo.
And also the split in conjunction with like some sort of like, even when you're bashing the other side, you're bashing your side.
Yeah. Someone says, I'm a democratic socialist, definitely not a Tanky. Yeah. So like, here's another thing. Like, so I know this is it seems separate from what we're talking about. I take one.
Someone said that. Ryan Beard. Why is Ryan Beard? How many viewers did Pisco have last night? Like a few hundred? How does he even know that this stream is happening? Okay.
Moment of ultimate bad faith from Stephen to be the moment when we're discussing specific.
Wait, what? Oh.
I take one moment of ultimate bad faith from Stephen to be the moment when we're discussing specifically in the context of a conversation where I agree, it's not everything's well defined, but like whether or not all democratic socialists, all socialists, all communists are Marxist-Leninists. He accuses one of my co-hosts for one of my shows I do, Aaron, of being a Marxist-Leninist, specifically Marxist-Leninist. I ask him for proof to demonstrate that she's a Marxist-Leninist, and he pulls up a clip that says that she's
the fact that he would think that that's me being bad faith, for him to demand in the middle of the panel debate for me to instantly produce evidence, like I could just that's just I'm not even going to hedge on that. I'm sorry. That's a ridiculous assertion that I need to be able to produce a video clip on. It's not like we were prepared to discuss that particular subject. The fact that I should be prepared to produce that immediately, that's ridiculous.
The communist and acts as though I wasn't aware that she's a communist, or we're not just here to discuss whether or not like communism entails Stalinism or socialism entails Tankyism or anything like that, right? So I can't explain that behavior by anything other than bad faith. I really cannot. Tankyism or anything like that, right? We're not just here to discuss whether or not like communism entails Stalinism or socialism entails Tankyism or anything like that, right? So I can't explain that behavior by anything other than bad faith. I really cannot.
Like, does Pisco know where Aaron came from in my community? Like, does he remember? Like, is he not aware that? Like, her whole entry point into my community was a big debate that we had on a college campus with her being like significantly further to the left of me. Biology. Like this is the whole entry point of our like of our interactions. Like, am I really ultra super bad faith at assuming that? I do think that Erin is. I don't know if she would full on admit it, but I would. Like, if you were to ask me to bet money on it, I'd say over 50% chance. Yeah, she's like in favor of like the revolution. Oh shit! Hold on one second. There was like 250 to 300 live viewers and a bunch of YouTube checkmarks in chat. Oh, gotcha. Also, to be clear, I don't think that Ryan Beard is part of like the secret cabal of people or whatever. He just doesn't come off that way to me, and I've never, ever seen proof of him hanging out in those circles or anything like that.
And that sours me. Like, and if we're all here to have a discussion about whether or not we should be aligned with certain groups of people, whether or not there are good socialists, whether or not there are socialism and liberalism are compatible or not, for him to specifically pull up that clip where Aaron admits she's a communist, act as though he just owned me on a point that wasn't disputed, that is, that Aaron is a communist. That to me is the height of bad faith, and to me indicates that
the point wasn't that she was a communist. Not only was she a communist, she said she was a communist because, and she said that most socialists don't go far enough because they're too much of a pussy to like admit it. Like, also, again, if you're a communist, you say communist, like 99% you're a Marxist-Leninist. Like that, what else? I don't know what else you would be at that point, unless you're like an anarcho, which is, come on, hold on. Destiny, she does the meme. Wait, what is the meme? At Ryan Beard, the way everyone is assuming violence/force is not already being used to maintain the status quo. LOL. Like, capitalism is a benign state of affairs, apparently. Okay. Points in that direction. That's not like 100% proof, though, right? But
these different threads that you're presenting, it's not what's going on. I don't think that moment. I think that moment is indicative of an intention here.
Also, Jesus, again, you're asking me to pull this up in the middle of a fucking.
Oh, I agree with that.
What is it? I'm not going to dig through all the Aaron shit right now, but.
Couple questions about that.
Yeah.
So do you think that at that moment when that happened, do you think in Stephen's mind there's like this clear distinction between a communist and a Marxist-Leninist? well, that's question one. Do you think like in his mind there was like those things are different?
I think that he understands in his mind that they are different. That he might have a position that like in practice it's all bullshit because they all kind of ground out, like, you know, practically they all come down to different things. But given the fact that he professes to have a proficiency in understanding and discerning Marxist-Leninism and how it differs from other traditions of socialism and anarcho-communism, I think it defies all credulity for us to think that
defies all credulity. Oh my goodness.
Stephen isn't at least aware of the quote-unquote official distinction between communism generally, as more broadly defined, versus Marxist-Leninism specifically. I think that defies credulity. And he might say ultimately the distinction is meaningless because the distinction, it just amounts to the same thing, and it's just one is just it leads to another and inexorably. But to pretend that he isn't aware of at least like the on-paper distinction between those two things, to me, defies credulity.
Do you think? Okay, so you think he does know there's a distinction? You suspect that he'll say something along the lines of like, okay, well, it's a distinction without a difference.
Yes.
But you still think he should have either acknowledge that distinction, that, you know, because you still didn't get to the, you know, it's not at least proof of Marxist-Leninism.
The whole argument is basically, are socialists/communists, are they invariably Marxist-Leninists? And even
is it socialists or communists?
I think it's both. No, it's both, because Stephen.
Oh my God, I took a huge gamble here, relying on the good faith and the commitment to the debate from Econo Boy, because I thought about it for a second. I was like, hold on. And I was going to stop and say, Wick, do you think that I think that communists and socialists are the same thing? Because Pisco tried to accuse this of me, but I didn't. I asked Econo Boy. I was like, Econo Boy, do you think that I think that communists and socialists are the exact same thing? And even Econo Boy said, no, I don't think you think that. Like, it's so obvious that that's not. And I like that Pisco is just repeating this right here when every single person in that debate, including his debate partner, disagreed with how he was reading that. Oh, well, maybe he just thinks socialists and communists are all the same. I think I said a million times. I think I did say a million times. Econo Boy, I don't think is a hardcore tanky. I don't think he's a super commie. I wouldn't even know if I consider him a socialist, right? I don't think he's like far left or masking any of that shit at all. I've said that over and over and over again. I don't know if Pisco is still here confused about like, oh, well, I don't know if he, I think he thinks they're all the same or they're all ground out the same. Or
even himself says he considers socialists and communists like, I guess, the same thing yesterday. So I think in Stephen's mind, if he doesn't see a distinction, consider socialists and communists. And even
is it socialists or communists?
I think it's both. No, it's both, because Stephen himself says he considers socialists and communists like, I guess, the same thing yesterday. So I think,
I'm pretty sure that's the exact opposite when I asked Econo Boy if he thought I thought they were the exact same thing. Now, I will argue that to get to full socialism or whatever, you're going to end up getting there. But it's obviously a lot different for you to naively believe that we could achieve socialism through peaceful means versus being somebody who like overtly says we need a revolution to overthrow the capital class, right?
In Stephen's mind, if he doesn't see a distinction, an analytical distinction, or one worth commenting on between communists and socialists, I take his references to socialism to be references to communism.
You don't think he was being hyperbolic or anything like that, or any of the stuff that he does when he's like,
what's the difference between a commie and an ML? The reality, bro, is it's hard to really define any of these terms because everybody uses like all of these words in different ways now anyway. Like you can have like I didn't agree with or co-sign Connor's definitions because Connor's defining socialism in a very strict way that nobody really does anymore, and sometimes I'll do depending on the conversation, it just depends. But the idea that like the workers own the means of production and that the style of the economy you have is basically a command economy. Your means and mode of production are of a certain way. And then a communist society, I think, is supposed to emerge eventually from a socialist society. So you have capitalism, your feudalism or some bullshit. I don't know. You get kings, you get cities, you get land. Then you get like you evolve into like this liberal capitalistic society. And because of the efficient allocation of capital, you build factories and you build massive cities and you have all these goods and services you're producing. And then the natural tension between the proletariat and the bourgeois, the natural tension between the owner and the worker class will result in a revolution, like what happened in Russia. And then from that revolution, you will move on to guiding the revolution will be like this vanguard party, you know, that will purge all of the capitalists and the disloyal motherfuckers. You move to some socialist mode of production, and in the socialist economy, you know, all of the workers now own things. There is no more owner class. And then eventually you move to the abolition of the state because you don't want the state to own everything. You don't want just state-owned enterprises because now you're just doing capitalism, except the state is extracting surplus value instead of the labor. And eventually from socialism, you go to communism, where now there is no more state. You don't even have money anymore. And you just have a bunch of people who are working voluntarily in these like collective communes, and they're kind of like bartering with each other for goods and services, and basically like that, right? And like there's going to be, if you ask 100 socialists or communists to say what I just said, you're probably going to get like 90 different answers, right? Everybody will have different things in that, but
because I know he will.
but then if he's aware that there are these distinctions or slight distinctions, technical distinctions, or whatever, then for him to act as though it's an own that he thought that I meant, right? That he thought that I was conflating Marxist-Leninism with communism or Marxist-Leninism with some of these other traditions. I think that defies credulity. Like, so do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm saying like to think that he would think that I am saying, or I have the position that Aaron is not a communist, by which I'm using that equivalently to Marxist-Leninism.
That was actually my next question. Is did he actually know what was his impression of what your beliefs were about her beliefs? Like, did he?
I think he knows. I think he knows that I view those separately. And
no, different question. So he knows you view those separately. But what do you think his view of what you knew her view was? Like, do you think that he knew that you already knew she was a communist?
Yes, I do think that because he knows that Erin wears that on her sleeve. He knows that. Erin wears that on her sleeve. You have to be Erin wears the communist label on her sleeve. She introduces almost every interaction. So I truly think, and I'm
not
sure
like a memeing.
No, it's not a meme. No. She goes on all these podcasts and everyone knows that. And like I just reviewed a thing with Hutch, right?
I know that, right? Or what? Oh, because he's saying I know she's a communist, so I know she can't be a Marxist-Leninist because she's a communist, right? Marxist-Leninist is a type of communist,
right? And
right,
and like in the first interaction with Hutch, he's in the tower now. Shout out Hutch, my boy. Hutch is like, so what do you call yourself? And she's like, yeah, I'm a communist. And she says that same line that she always gives. I think most socialists are just scared communists. And so I think that Stephen's aware of that. And so given that Stephen's aware of that,
yeah, was he? Do you think he was instead of providing proof, was he in any way making some sort of like inference or indicator type of argument, like by the fact that she said like most socialists are just scared to say that they're communists, to try to make the case that, okay, well, there's some distinction here. She's not just a socialist. She's something over and above a socialist. She says she is.
Yeah,
and she clearly is saying that she is something other than that. And she's also saying the reason she's something other than that is because they're kind of pussies.
Yes, but
own more like potentially unpalatable position to others or more
correct. But we're not using her semantics and her like we're talking about our visions of for what we think, right? What him and I understand to be Marxist-Leninism and communist, and especially given the fact that he was downplaying, how much you can read into a label itself for purposes when it benefited him. Like, you can't read into the labeling of AOC, and I hope we do get into that at some point, at AOC and Bernie Sanders. You can't read into those labels for him to then take what is essentially a label argument and say and it doesn't have to do with the
that's such a naive answer. It's to say that you can't read into the label. I mean, I would just say that you wouldn't just take a self-identification. You can't self-identify as a thing and be the thing. That doesn't make any sense. That's not how labels work. Otherwise, words would be meaningless, right? I don't think I said that the label is meaningless. Maybe I did. I could have been imprecise in my language, depending on where we're at. When AOC or Bernie call themselves socialists, I would say they're not socialists. There's a reason why they identify that way sometimes, or they call themselves sock dems, or they call themselves dem socks. It's not meaningless for why they do it. I just don't think it means that they're a socialist, right? But also, I'm not just talking about the way that somebody labels themselves. It wasn't just the fact that she said, I'm a communist. It's the fact that she said, I'm a communist. And I think that a lot of people would be, but they're too scared to admit it. That's like, okay, well, we're adding more content there, right? It's not just a label.
Erin's description of how they're different and why communists are socialists doesn't have to do with a policy difference. It's basically just a connotation difference, right? That's what she's describing in what's going on here. So no.
That's a read that you could have. I just don't agree with it. So she's saying most people would call themselves communists because it's the exact same thing as socialist, but they're too pussy to own just the label, I guess. I mean, it could be a reading of what she's saying, I guess. I feel like I've had enough experience with her arguing on stream and stuff that's just not at all how I would read into that. But again, I didn't have any time to prepare to bring up clips here. He demanded video evidence in the middle of the debate where we weren't going to debate this particular hyper-specific topic.
It doesn't have to do with a policy difference, but basically just a connotation difference, right? That's what she's describing in what's going on here. So no, I don't think that
I understand you can refute that inference. So right now you're generating a refutation for the inference. That's fine. But what I'm trying to, that's a bit of a separate thing to what I'm trying to get at, which is whether he's making that inference in bad faith or not. So you can refute the inference and he could have still made it in good faith. So so it's possible for him to say, okay, look, it seems like she's not just using a label. She is using a label, but it's more than that. She's giving some qualifiers to the label. She's saying, okay, well, I'm not just saying I'm a communist. I'm saying I'm a communist, and that's different from socialism in some meaningful way, in the way that it's more.
No, she's saying it's the same way, right? Like she's saying that they are the same. I think it's not her point that it's different. I think her point is that they're the same.
Well, at least in the sense that it's different in the sense that because she's willing to use that label, she's going to take a view where it's like she's going to be more able to own some positions, some that may be seen as nefarious in some way, or maybe seen as unpalatable.
But it wouldn't be on the basis that these ideologies are different.
Now you're going back to refuting the inference. You can refute the inference.
So I'm not trying to refute the inference. I'm trying to direct. So tell me in which way we're not matching. So,
I'm presenting to you an inference that could be faulty. Like I'm just putting that right now. The inference could be faulty. Mike, what I'm trying to assess now is whether he made the inference made a fault. Even if we grant it's faulty, he could have made the faulty inference in good faith, or he could have made the faulty inference in bad faith. So you seem to be under the impression like this is the moment where he's bad faith.
Yep.
He's saying that because there's no explanation. This is the moment where it's like I have no idea how anything can explain this other than bad faith.
Yep.
So he's saying that okay, like he showed.
This is kind of funny. Now it's just the socialism subreddit, so maybe it doesn't mean anything, but Is AOC a true socialist, or is she just another Bernie Sanders? No, she's less leftist than Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders may be guilty of misconstruing social democracy as socialism, but at least he seems truly committed to his ideals and never backing down in the face of opposition. AOC, however, presents herself as a lefty for popular support, but the track record shows that she backed down and wanted compromise anytime leftist policies were opposed by not just Republicans, but even the centrist branch of Democrats. AOC has become more and more liberal the longer she serves in Congress, while Bernie has mostly stayed true to his ideals and got him elected. In my mind, AOC is a progressive liberal and not a socialist. Bernie is not a socialist either, but he's much closer to being one. Remember when I said in the debate, I got so frustrated here, but it's hard, when I was like, if you were to put Hasan Piker and Bernie Sanders in a room, or Hasan Piker and AOC in a room, and you would ask 100 people who've like read theory and know like hardcore what these political terms mean, and say which one is more a socialist, this is 100 people, 100 of 100 say Hasan is easily more central to what it means to be a socialist than AOC or Bernie Sanders. AOC and Bernie Sanders it's that picture I drew earlier. They're like the outer perimeter, maybe, of what you could consider socialism. If we're running with like the very generous definitions that like Econoboy wants to run with.
Showing a clip. The clip is saying that she's a communist. You were already aware of that. It doesn't make her a Marxist-Leninist. You think he's aware of that distinction. Correct. You think he knows you were aware of that distinction. You think he knows you were aware that she's already a communist.
Correct.
What I'm asking is, could he have been making some inference that she is more likely to fit into that sort of more nefarious box by her qualifiers? Like, and whether that inference is correct or not, whether that inference works or not, is not the question.
Because I view that inference to be, and do tell me if it makes sense. Does the implausibility of the inference reflect on whether or not we think someone who is generally rational would hold it?
In a heated debate, while you guys are screaming at each other at that point?
Like, it's so crazy that in Pisco's mind, I would almost say that bad faith is him accusing me of being bad faith is bad faith. But like, or he's just significantly less able to imagine another state of mind than what I would have previously assumed. The fact that he cannot possibly think that I could be making this inference in good faith, but maybe I'm incorrect, right? That is a statement you can take. I don't know.
I'm not sure, because like, keep in mind, at this point, you already said that there may be personal backdrop here, and you are at the point in the debate where you guys are basically screaming at each other.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess, I don't want it to feel like a dodge, but let me just tell you what I'm waiting. So it's possible that it's a faulty inference, I suppose. If I possible, I mean logically. I think it's logically possible that that's correct. So there is a logical way in which he's, or like one which would not entail a contradiction, right?
Yeah, I'm not just asking if it doesn't entail a contradiction. Let's go to plausible. Do you think it's plausible that if there is all this personal backdrop between you two, and then you get into a debate, it gets heated, you guys are screaming at each other, you clearly both would very much like to have a dunk on each other, it seems like, or at least seems like that, and then you get this clip, and then you.
When did Pisco pick up this logical lingo? It's from Avi, and I think Ask Yourself. And I bring that up, and I'm sorry, it sounds negatively loaded all the time. I don't think it's necessarily negatively loaded, but I just think sometimes when it gets wheeled out in the middle of a debate, it can be kind of cringe. But yeah, is it logically possible that this thing could happen? It's a very logic-brained thing. Not logic-brained. It's a very philosophy-brained thing, and most people don't use the term that way, right? Like, is it logical that you could have, skipped work yesterday and lied about it? And it's like, logical? Are you saying that in no possible universe is it like theoretically, conceptually possible that this series of events could have unfolded? And it's like, well, okay, nobody really means it that way, right?
Here's the time. The clip doesn't get there, but maybe I can make some inference to get there. Okay. The question is, could he make that inference to try to argue that without just completely being?
I put it at 5%, Avi. I put it at 5%. This is why I'm 95. I'm 95 because I think that the heated nature of the discourse at that point lends to the notion that he would be willing at that moment, given the high stake, quote unquote, high stakes of it, and that he's attacking my co-host, and he's saying she's a Marxist-Leninist, and he's putting it all out there. And just like where he was unwilling to grant the notion that communism carries a more negative connotation in the American context than socialism, which you would say is absurd, right? He was at that moment. I actually do want to ask you that question. Don't you think it's absurd? Don't you think it's absurd to think that communism doesn't have a meaningfully more negative connotation than socialism in the American context? That's an absurd position.
I think it does have I think communism is seen as a more like taboo, or more like a more negative sort. It's a term that they both carry negative connotations, but I think the communist term carries more negative connotations in the United States.
In a meaningful and significant way.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I think they both carry meaningfully negative connotations in the United States, at least in many areas. But I think that socialism, in a meaningfully significant way, is less of that, especially in like liberal academic, institutions,
right.
Especially.
So that to me is evidence of a course of conduct during the conversation, where even when something
then it's bad faith. I can't just have that opinion. That's bad faith.
I think anybody who is a political observer who is given that situation and says, for example, I am going to bed that there's no meaningful difference. I'm going to die on the hill. There's no meaningful connotative difference between these two terms. Is showing themselves during their course of conduct to be unwilling to die on even the most obvious hill. So I think that course of conduct is evidence in favor of when the tensions are up. Now he feels that he needs to get a W. It might have happened before.
The funny, and this is the same Pisco who was like screaming at Connor after misspeaking on the. Do you think that food is more of a basic necessity than healthcare, and wanted to die on that hill? But okay.
But I think it indicates a state of mind even before.
And sometimes I know that so sometimes I'll notice this. I don't know if you would agree. Sometimes I notice this with that after he checks out of a debate, like he'll do this. Like after he's already like given up, like he'll just plant his feet in the sand on something and just like kind of check out.
That's possible. But
I definitely was not the one that checked out of that debate. You can go and look at the facial expressions for the last hour of that one and see who checked out. But okay.
Build the case. You tell me what you think. And so the 95% is I think that he's someone who is trying to actually get to a disagreement and see where we disagree wouldn't be like, oh my God, like in the way he is, where he's using really just the term communist, actually he's a commie. And
keep in mind, does he really want to get to the meat of the issue? The only reason we're going through clips here is because people are like, you need to show me an exact actual video. Where like, you need to show me an actual video. Exactly. And it's like, holy, in the middle of the debate, I don't have the video evidence on hand.
Again, bringing up the second clip where he brings up she wants private property to be abolished, which he knows. He knows that the abolishment of private property is like a core tenet in socialism and communism, and that doesn't move the point along either. That he is now.
But that's not true. But Pisco doesn't really know that because there are people who dance around that. Like when, for instance, like when Vosh talks about like market socialism, and there are ways that everything can like workers can slowly own everything in the form of like cooperatively owned stuff, or maybe some people can still have their businesses, and you can also have a lot of co-ops in society that are funded. Like it's, I mean, like it kind of is. I would argue that if you're calling yourself, I would argue that for a socialist, you need the abolition of all priority. But like we define socialist as being very broad at the beginning of this conversation, and even Econo Boy, I don't believe said ideally it would be all socially owned, but in practice not really. So it's like what does that even mean? You know, like.
Now just trying to find clips of, and really being fed clips, that are the most communist sounding.
Being fed clips! Bro, yeah, I'm in the middle of a debate. I don't have these saved. No shit, I'm being fed clips. I have to ask my chat. As opposed to this guy being fed messages from chat and from like Queeman and Jessica the entire conversation for what to say to me. Like, come on.
Either. That he is now just trying to find clips of, and really being fed clips, that are the most communist sounding and the most scary sounding, and trying to make a big show of it. And that reaction, I think, indicates to me that the overwhelming possibility.
Do you recall when he listened to that clip, he had this reaction that was like, there was a moment where he listened to the clip and had this reaction, be like, the sort of reaction like he laughed and was like, oh, I got him now.
Yeah.
Do you remember when that? No. Do you remember if that moment was when she said she was a communist, or when she made that further point?
I think it was the first one was the communist, but he doubled down on it for the private property point. But what's your?
No. I'm asking about the reaction.
Yeah, I think the reaction was with the first communist clip. That was like the major reaction.
No. I mean, not the first, because she said in the first communist clip two things. In the first communist clip, so it happened in the first. I'm asking more specific. When in the first clip did he have that reaction?
Oh, I don't recall that.
Oh my God, this is such an insane read by Abby. Jesus. Listen, I love Abby. Okay, the Israel thing is cringe, but you know what, bro?
Yeah. So I do recall that, and the reaction wasn't when she said he was a communist. His laughing reaction be like, oh yeah, I've heard enough now. Like I got it. He actually had a pretty straight face from what I recall when she said she was a communist. The moment where that changed was when she made that further thing about like, oh, because they're pussies. Like they're kind of like the difference. I think really just socialists are just too pussy to admit it or something.
Yeah, but I think
because Abby's pointing out the reason why I had that reaction was because just hearing her say she's a communist, like again, even in the middle of the debate, I'm not trying to be like the most bad faith motherfucker. I was like, okay, she said she's a communist, whatever. But then when she's like, yeah, because socialists are too pussy to come out. There's like, yeah, okay, there we go, right? That's a really good read by Abby, though. Jesus.
That he's aware that that's her. That's what she says all the time. That's like he knows that that's her position.
You don't think? I see. So you don't think that further thing is plausibly like some?
Because I think he's always known that, and so he is play acting as though he's never heard Aaron say that. That's what I take to be bad. Like for us to think that he, given the fact that Aaron comes out of his community, they've had these conversations before.
Just to be perfectly clear. So your view is not just that he already knows that Aaron describes herself as a communist, that she wears the communist hat.
He represents in the conversation, Avi, that he's had private discussions in which Aaron has expounded on.
If I implied that, that's my mistake. I never meant to imply that I've had private conversations with Erin where she's admitted to being thank you, whatever. I'm talking about she's had a ton of conversations on our stream. Like, I'm pretty sure my community, you can probably go back and find threads of like, said like, oh, is Erin like a hardcore tanky or whatever? And then like, and we banned the joke about it, but about like, oh, Lycan is becoming a like crazy on Israel-Palestine because Erin is so like far left, right? Like this has been a common like rift, or not rift, this has been like a common thread of conversation that's happened in my community for like years.
On her ideas to him, so he cannot claim this mantle of ignorance.
Specifically, like you're saying, he's already aware that she makes this point of the socialists are just like too shy to admit that they're communists or something.
Yes, and the fact that he's saying that he's had private conversations that reveal the fact that she has said that she's at least is indicating in his mind that he has some deeper understanding of Aaron's position. So it's not plausible, I think, that reaction.
You think that's not, and you think that he doesn't have in his mind that has like any tie into like.
It was him that didn't know she was commie, I thought. I don't think Pisco said that she wasn't commie. He was asking for evidence that she was a Marxist-Leninist, right? There's no way Pisco said she wasn't commie, right?
Her being a Marxist-Leninist in any way.
I think that he thinks that. Sorry, say that one more time.
Do you think that him knowing that from her, do you think that has any tie-in in his mind, be it an inference or otherwise, to her being a Marxist-Leninist?
Also, I thought I heard you say that you've heard her make the argument in private, but you don't want to leak the convos. Maybe you said prior? Why would we? I don't. If I said that, I was hallucinating. I would have to see a clip of that. I either misspoke or I'm hallucinating or I was being so bad faith, my own mind deleted it for myself. I don't know if you've ever had like private conversations about like, I need to know how extremist radical tanky are you? I don't know why I would ever have that conversation with somebody. Dustin, you said prior convos and he thinks you said private convos. Oh, okay, maybe. That might be it.
Or do you think he's just using that as some sort of he said he doesn't believe that's a time.
It's the latter because to the extent that it's overdetermined, because to the extent that he thinks that comment specifically would indicate Marxist-Leninist tendencies, it's already overdetermined because he thinks that all communists are Marxist-Leninists, or sorry, that's at least his position.
Yes,
his public-facing position.
Basically,
these things are meaningless, and so the whole notion that his perception of Aaron as a Marxist-Leninist would turn on the additional comment as opposed to just her general identification as a communist, I think that's not. I hope I'm making sense there.
And you think that position? So right, so you.
Somebody should push Pisco. It won't happen in this convo. I don't even know how much Dr. Evie knows about this. Although Dr. Evie is significantly more like online than Pisco is in terms of like this like crazy weird internet debate world shit. I wonder what Evie would think. Somebody should ask Pisco, what percentage of people that say they're communists are like Marxist-Leninists versus what else can you be besides an ML or like a like an anarcho-communist? There's probably like, am I making up musicians? Like Trotsky communist? Like I'm sure there's like a bunch of weird flavors that I like if you go to Washington community or something. But like how many people a Maoist communist or whatever. Like I feel like it's basically MLs. Like that's like I feel like it's like 95% of people. If they say I'm a communist, I'm an actual communist, right? They mean they're Marxist-Leninists. What is Zizek? Zizek is based, okay? We don't hate Zizek here ever. I don't care how crazy his political opinions are sometimes.
Well, so a couple things. So going back to the move to say there's no meaningful difference. Do you think he's making that move in bad faith? Because the whole thing we're discussing was whether he's being bad faith when he's doing it.
Yes.
Yes. Because if he wasn't bad faith when he's doing that, then he could just be making that clip in good faith.
And the best way to remove all doubt would be to say something like, "Oh yeah, I recognize that this is like not a dunk at all. That we were discussing Marxist-Leninism and whether or not communism entails Marxist-Leninism, whether these distinctions matter. And I recognize that now there's objective evidence that Pisco was aware of this, literally reacted to multiple clips and had these conversations with Aaron that this was silly of me to act this way, or at least I was wrong in thinking that this was any kind of move on any point. But I think there's a 0% chance that he would do that." But I think that in the moment he was pressed, just like when he was pressed on the issue of whether communism has.
I was pressed, by the way. He pressed me to produce video evidence of a position that somebody that I was a private debate about had. Yeah, I was super pressed. I didn't have the video evidence on hand. Holy shit.
A deeper connotative negative reaction in America, and he was gonna always produce some clip in that moment to make it seem like he won the point. Mm-hmm. And that's my perception of it, and it's a strong perception.
So if he at a point later says like, okay, yes, I don't think he's going to give the concession that the way you framed it. If he does, I think it would be a more of a sort of say, okay, yeah, technically that clip doesn't actually show that she's a Marxist-Leninist. She could just be has extreme tendencies.
But he won't do that either, Avi, because his whole thing is these distinctions are meaninless.
But they don't say that too. They don't say follow it up with. But yeah, honestly, none of this really matters. They're all the same. But like,
I'm an ANCOM. Not enough characters to explain the difference between socialist and communist. She's an anarcho-communist. Okay, chief. Yeah.
Discuss, Avi. The whole thing we're there to discuss. I guess we don't know what the whole thing is that we're there to discuss is whether or not
I don't think. Well, that's the biggest issue. See how it is when you get into a debate when you don't clear.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's frustrating, but so can we move to the actual issue of the socialist policies and Bernie and all that stuff? Yeah, because
I mean, there was one thing I actually did put some work into about and again, it's sorry to get all importance on definitions and everything. But, one thing that actually got it with my field is this question. I have no idea. I forgot how you guys got into this, but is single payer healthcare
socialist policy? Yeah, so this happened.
You guys spent on that? It was I don't know. Was it like a good?
There was a good amount. So basically, my whole point in doing that, and this is just to give you the chronology there, and then I want to hear your point on it because you do take a view of it, which you did make a tweet about it. Was I was basically saying that their definition they're giving of socialist is narrow beyond what people use the term to be. That it doesn't track usage of the term socialist, and certainly not labeling of people as socialist. That's why I brought up Bernie Sanders, Zarnoff Donnie. And by the way, for those of you guys in the chat right now, we have clips of Destiny calling Mamdani socialist, clips of him calling AOC socialist, clips of him calling Bernie socialist. Like, so he previously has referred to these people as socialists. And so, I guess he could have changed his mind about what it is.
This is the thing where Pisco is either significantly less smart than I thought he was. This is like a really disappointing, like negative, like below 100 IQ take. But I don't think that's what's happening. Or like a ultra hardcore bad faith read. And I would say this is bad faith. And I think Pisco even did this to me in the debate where he asked me, like, didn't you say that, like, it was with didn't you say all socialists are communists? Like, have I called these people this before in the past? Yeah, I have. But like, there's a difference between kind of like saying like, oh yeah, like, fine, I don't know, like the socialist candidates, whatever, versus like, let's sit down and write an essay. Do you believe that this person is a socialist? Like, no, probably not, right? I've also said, like, I go back and forth all the time on if I call Trump a fascist or not, right? I'm pretty sure probably even the past few months I've gone back and forth like, is he fascist? Yeah, he wants to be. Or no, I don't think he is because he's too fucking stupid to even be a fascist, The idea that you're going to, like, if we're going to sit down and have a very strict debate on these terms or a strict debate on the usage of all these things, then don't go back to me like, just kind of like offhandedly rambling in the middle of the thing like, yeah, I don't know, socialist candidate's kind of weird or whatever, supporting these people and be like, oh, look, you believe that they're socialists, so you are automatically done. It's like, that wasn't like the central point of what we were discussing there. If you want to talk about, or rather pulling it back, this partially is like my whole issue also. I think I said that a few times in the debate. This is my whole issue with this term, is that a lot of these are so ill-defined that it's even hard to say like what is socialist or what is anything anyway, which is part of my problem with it, because there are people who do use these labels who try to be subversive in movements, and I think it is a problem.
There's a real socialist, but my whole point in that discussion was specifically
you could be using it in a different sense. Like you can use words.
It's possible.
Yeah, true. If you were looking for a more formal way to criticize what Pisco's doing here, this would be called taking rather than the holding of a statement that somebody might say. These are the dicta comments. Okay, maybe for legally he can understand that. You wouldn't cite a Supreme Court case for random comments that a Supreme Court justice is writing about. You call that dicta. This isn't part of the holding of the case. But.
Well, but then if he's recognizing that they could be used in different senses,
you should clear it up. What sense you're using?
Yes. I think it's important to.
That's different. That's different. But the criticism of failure to clear up the senses is different from the criticism of like just changing your view or.
Right, but here's the issue, Avi. Like when we did clear up usage, and
Econoboy, you guys cleared up usage.
When Econoboy was at least clear about what he meant, right? What he meant by socialist is this model of from Clement Attlee, this model of this different socialist tradition that appeared elsewhere. When he cleared up what Econoboy meant, like Econoboy said, this is what I mean when I use socialism. I'm using it in the sense of Clement Attlee, not in the sense of Mao Zedong. I'm using it in the sense of Clement Attlee. And so when he cleared it up, Stephen's
what are we talking about? Like Pisco earlier argued that usage is how we define terms, which actually I kind of largely agree with. But like this Attlee government, this was like 70 years ago in the UK. Why the fuck are we looking to this as guiding for anything today? Like nobody talks about any of these terms the same way they did 70 years ago. Democrat and Republican didn't even mean the same thing 70 years ago. Like what the fuck?
Prescription was still kicked Econoboy off the podcast, and so it doesn't seem therefore that like clarifying the terminology changed the prescription, and maybe the prescription is consistent.
And like this thing, like to try to go to there, should we kick Econoboy off the podcast? Like he was trying to like make some weird division. Like no, I think that the solution is Econoboy shouldn't call himself a socialist.
Between someone who labels himself, regardless of the ideology behind it, because you just have such a aversion to using it as a label, but whatever. Yeah.
He might wait, but did he see? I don't know what the clarification of that notion of socialism was. I may have not watched that part, but did you think he saw that as the same sense of socialism?
Actually, I might have even said that in the podcast. In the debate. I might have even said I don't think I would even consider Econoboy a socialist. I might have even said that. I don't remember though 100%.
Socialism was. I may have not watched that part, but did you think he saw that as the same sense of socialism that he may have used when he described someone like Bernie Sanders?
I think that he would be consistent in his. I think that he would recognize Econoboy's description of socialism as used in those other models in these other countries historically. I think that he would view that in the same vein as AOC uses it, in the same vein that Bernie Sanders uses it, and he would just say, "But that's not real socialism, bro." That would be his response, I think.
That's not real socialism, bro. Good faith summary. I would say that though, probably, or rather, I wouldn't say that's not real socialism. I would say. Like the problem is there are people that identify with this label that are so much more hardcore than you. I think we didn't spend enough time on my analogy on the spot. I thought it was a really good analogy. Imagine you have a group of friends and you guys like to go to a Chinese food restaurant, right? And there are other people and they want to go to a pizza restaurant, right? And let's say that as part of you go to the Chinese food restaurant, you start to pick up some friends and they really like chicken wings, okay? Now, chicken wings are, if you go to a lot of Chinese buffets or whatever, they have chicken wings, right? And they're like, yeah, we love Chinese food, bro. But the only thing they like are chicken wings, okay? But you bring along your chicken wing friends, okay? And you're like, okay, well, they help us beat the pizza voters. We're never going to go to the pizza place because we have our friends here that love chicken wings, so they all vote for the Chinese food place. But let's say that you also know that these guys are like, actually, Chinese food blows horsecock. I don't want to be a fucking cat eater, okay? So Chinese food, what we really want is B-dubs. And as soon as we have enough wing voters, and we agree with the Chinese food guys that we all like wings, but as soon as we have enough wing voters, we're going to fucking B-dubs because fuck this bullshit, right? Why would I align myself with the wing voters here? They don't like Chinese food. Not only do they not like Chinese food, they fucking hate it. The only part of the Chinese food that they like are the fucking wings, and that's not even like Chinese food. It's just fucking wings, right? And as soon as they have enough voters, they're gonna kick us out, and we're all gonna have to go to B-dubs, right? Like this. It's so crazy that you're looking at the outer perimeter issue, like, oh, high minimum wage and single payer or whatever healthcare. And it's like, bro, this is not like if you read a book on socialism, if you read any theory whatsoever, it's like, oh, Marx, what does he get into right after the labor theory of value? Page 247, volume 1 of Capital. My desire for a higher minimum wage and how I think that a multi-payer or single-payer healthcare system will usher in, the revolution of the proletariat. Like, give me a break. Like Lenin in the Tsarist Russia was like, let's fight, comrades. After we win, we're gonna have the best welfare redistribution system ever. Like, come on, bro, are we serious? I'm pretty sure even the short fat otaku guy was saying in the part of the Communist Manifesto where they mention like minimum wages, they're like, this is like a subversive thing that capitalists do just to keep the proletariat happy so that they can put off the revolution. Okay, sorry.
So he is using different senses. Like when he's describing Bernie Sanders as a socialist, he doesn't mean like, it would be something like I'm describing, this is not a one-to-one analogy, but like if I describe someone as a pig because they're a sloppy eater versus then I'd say, oh, like this is a pig, a swine. It's like, there's different, or if I describe different, oh, you're a real right winger, and I talk about Ben Shapiro versus Nick Fuentes. I mean, it's not really the same sense of right winger.
I agree. But that's why. But then why? Therefore, why does it say we need to click all socialists out of the party? If what you mean by socialist is the tankies, then yeah, then there's no disagreement, right? But
when I say kick all socialists out of the party and not like flirt with the label, I'm talking about the label. Because I don't think I've said. Because he's heard me say over and over again. I praise AOC so much, and I say like Bernie Sanders is fine, and I said I'd support Mamdani, right? Like, how does Pisco reconcile his mind? How is it that Destiny said he would support Mamdani, but then he also said we have to kick him out of the party? Do you think I'm just doing this like a pragmatic, practical reality? It's not like I'm a politician. I don't need to do that.
It seems like he's still
say when you say kick all socialists, are you talking about
econo boys, right?
And about socialists or socialists?
But not really. I don't think I'm saying that. I think I'm saying like I just wish Econo Boy wouldn't identify as a socialist. He doesn't need to.
Fine. Like when you say kick all right wingers, Republican Party, are you talking about Ben Shapiro right winger? Or are you talking about because you can say all right wingers, and you could still be consistent on that if you don't clear the sense up. Because you could just be talking about the radical sense, and then you.
But if he does say all socialists in the sense of any reasonable definition of socialists, including any of the
that's a different way.
Any definition of socialist, I suppose that's used, right? Okay,
but that's a different.
Okay, then help me out.
Because okay, so for example, if I say we should kick all right wingers out of the Republican Party, and by right wingers I just mean like Nick Fuentes style stuff.
Yeah, then we'd be like, oh great, we agree.
Then someone was, but now someone is like, well, wait a minute, you said all right wingers, but you said Ben Shapiro was a right winger. Now someone is like, well, wait a minute, you said all.
Can you explain the strategy behind appealing to current media for a definition of socialism, but then also appealing to historic texts sometimes? Hopefully that makes sense. For me, I think that the definition of socialism is truly all over the place right now in society. This is my issue, is that socialist can mean fucking anything right now, and it's ill-defined. And the fact that it's ill-defined is allowing some people who have malicious intention to sneak into our coalition and to pretend that they're on the same team, but they're not. They're subversive and they're trying to destroy it. This is the whole Hasan clip and how he serves as part of the radicalization funnel and all that.
All right wingers. But you said Ben Shapiro was a right winger. That could just be an issue of not clearing the sense up. It doesn't mean that someone says all right wingers also mean Ben Shapiro.
Because it's just carrying forward the same terminology issue. Yeah. So I think I understand what you said. But then help me out here. Because the prescription that Stephen gave applies to anyone using the socialist label.
Oh, he said that regardless of what you mean by it,
yes.
then anyone.
Yes. Now he adjusted that in the debate to be okay. Anyone who uses a socialist label who's a media figure, but not a politician, and that is so bizarre as to be seemingly crafted for the specific purpose of dodging certain hypotheticals that make.
Like, this is full on retarded. And I have to just assume it's because Pisco didn't even know what ML was 4 days ago. He doesn't know much about the political landscape and like exclusively focused on law and just current affairs in the United States. To say like, I don't even know what to say. Like in every leftist circle, you would get made fun of, maybe in some retarded. I don't even know where you go. If you walked into a leftist circle, we just saw this subreddit, right? You're like, oh, who's your favorite socialist? My favorite socialists are AOC and Bernie Sanders, right? They would just tell you like outright, like you're retarded. These are liberals. They're not socialists. You read. For him to be like, why can't we always talk about AOC and Bernie Sanders, right? One of who's not even supported by the socialists in the United States anymore, and then Bernie, who's on his way out because of support for Israel and the apartheid state, right? You know, why can't we hang our hat on these elected politicians, bro? How about we look at who are like the fact that I asked for a single example in the media of a leftist who's not constantly shitting on Democrats, and neither of these guys can produce a single example. Maybe that's a little bit more important to what we're talking about right now.
Make them look bad. what, only media figures? So your prescription is only excise from these areas of control people who use a socialist label, regardless of.
Also, this isn't even that confusing. Oh, you only want to get rid of people in the media who are against you, but not elected politicians? No, elected power is good. I want people who are elected to vote for the shit that I want to be voted for. What the fuck?
They mean by socialist and what they mean by the label, but do it only for media figures and not for actual politicians you're voting for. Like, make sense of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
No,
well,
but I think I even said in the debate too, didn't I say I wish that AOC wouldn't label herself as a socialist, because then we wouldn't even be having this conversation? And I think a lot of problems came from Bernie Sanders calling himself a socialist, because now it got way more trendy and popular in a way more radical way than I think Bernie Sanders ever meant it to be.
I'm more. I could speculate. I guess it's not really the purpose, but I mean, like, so someone, I guess, could take a view that like socialism just has too much baggage. We like the word Nazi. It's just like, okay.
But then presumably you would apply that to the Democratic politician, wouldn't you? I mean, like, why would it be specific and exclusive to the media figure?
Say like, all right, well, if we really need to beat the Republicans, and they're using, they don't really mean that they're a Nazi when they describe themselves as a Nazi, and we need to get Trump out, then just because they're doing something bad by using a label that's inappropriate, but they don't really mean that they espouse Nazi ideology, that could be overlooked for the pragmatic purpose of like, politics and all. So one could take that sort of view, where it's like, okay, well, you're doing something inappropriate by using the label. It carries too much baggage, but
I'll still vote for you.
We still need.
I like how Avi didn't watch the fucking debate, and he's like able to put together like so obviously what I meant. Now, Avi's really good faith, and I love him, but so I'm not trying to take away from Avi. Like, it's very obvious and easy to understand, I think, my line of argumentation. And Avi, having not even seen the debate, seems to be able to very clearly and easily understand exactly what I meant and what I was saying. Like, it's.
Need your vote together.
But then mine would be like, okay, Econoboy, you're doing something inappropriate by using the label, but.
Does he realize that I did say that? That I don't think I'm pretty sure I wish I had timestamps for all this. I did say I don't think Econoboy is a socialist. Didn't I say this exactly?
Like, he could still be on the show. Like, I don't understand why.
Oh, and then he goes to be on the show. Oh my God. Like, how did this all become over? Like, who should you guys kick off Live and Learn? Like, oh my God.
What reasonable prescription would?
We don't need you to be on the show, because you being on the show doesn't really have the same impact of like whether Trump is out or not, or whether like the Republicans win. It's like that. The point is that it's more consequential if it's a politician.
So because there are higher stakes with politicians who use the label socialist, regardless of what the label they use the label to be.
Right, they're using the label inappropriately, but like that can be overlooked for the high stakes.
Okay, but it can't be overlooked in the context of Econoboy.
Low stakes.
Like, him trying to make this all about Econoboy is like, okay, Destiny, true or false? I have a child, he's 12 years old, and they have a political club at school called Local Dems, Support Local Dems. And in their club, there is another 11-year-old boy, and that 11-year-old says that he's a socialist. Should they kick him out of the fucking group? Destiny? Should they get it banned from that group? Should they kick out the 11-year-old child from the Support Democrats group? Destiny? Should they kick him out? It's like, bro, I'm not here to talk. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what? This is not at all like central to what we're talking about. And then he pulled out the Andrew Wilson. I'm just engaged actually in an internal critique. Actually, it's an internal critique. Like, what the? You don't even understand your own position. How the fuck can you critique mine? What the fuck are you talking about? You just learned half this vocabulary yesterday, and you're trying to internally critique my positions.
Or just low stakes more broadly. It's like if the stakes are much lower, then it's like, okay, no, we should punish this. It's like then it's worth it to punish the user.
Do you think that's what he means? And that's what his position is?
You didn't ask me what he meant. You asked me to make sense of it.
Oh, okay. Okay. So then you successfully.
You sort of asked me to steal man his position, which I'm doing now. Copy?
So you just steal man it. Do you think that that's reasonably like his position? Sorry, I won't ask reasonably. Do you think that that's?
I'll tell you what I think people have loose notions of what I think at the point in. I think sometimes people have loose notions of what their position actually is, and sometimes it might vaguely track something like that, even if they're not able to articulate it in the moment. I don't know if that's actually his position. If it is his position, I don't think he had it like articulated, and I don't think he had it like crystal or clear. Maybe it's not his position at all. But I think people sort of sometimes operate on vague notions, and they're kind of clustering around something. And
the issue is that we're not here to talk about Econoboy. Like, my notion around what should be done with Econoboy, it would be kind of vague. Like, I don't know. Like if I had a group of friends, or if I was doing a show and one of them was like, oh, I don't know, I think I'm a socialist. The solution would be, oh, well, you're kicked off immediately. The solution would be, why I need to convert you back to being a liberal and not being a socialist. Like, you're part of our friend group, but we discuss politics. Hopefully I can get you to drop the socialist label. It wouldn't be we need to kick you immediately. Like, But the prescription that I would have for Econoboy, who is a relatively small figure on a relatively online show, is not going to be the same for what should we do with people like Hasan Piker, or people who like the Vanguard, or people like Brianna Joy Gray, or the old all of these like leftist shows and podcasts, Emma Vigeland and the Majority Report, all these shows that constantly and incessantly shit on Dems. My prescription is not going to be the same as like what should we do with Econoboy, who like 2 weeks ago announced that he's going to identify as socialist. What? Like, that's what my position has to be solidified on? What the
until the light bulb hits, and they're like, "Oh, maybe that's like something I can." So I think something you might. I think if something for the future is maybe. And again, like I said, I'm happy to mod between you two guys so you guys actually can communicate with each other, or at least try to help you guys. If you want to elicit that position out of him. But look, the task was for me to make sense out of it, and I at least found one way in which someone can make sense.
Yeah, I'll have to think about that a little bit because I'll have to rewatch the debate and see whether that will make light of the other comments that he made there. So, but I appreciate the effort in trying to make sense of it, and
you asked me.
No, I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that. No, okay, so let's get to the actual. So you messaged me.
Yeah. About So is single payer socialism?
Yeah.
And so right off the bat, like it seemed like you were using again, like same issue. You seem to have been operating with a different notion of socialism than definitely what that other I forgot his name. There was another person who
Counterboy.
Actually, counterpoints. Actually, like straight up like outlined the view, like or at least the definition.
Oh, counterpoints.
They actually said at some point like, and this is a good thing. Okay, they actually did. Like now they said some kind of silly things like, do you disagree with the definition? That I don't even think that question.
I was trying to push that a little bit. It'll be like I don't understand the normative notion of.
I don't think.
By your definition, it's impossible to be socialist and liberal at the same time. Yes. Socialists, historically, generally, like socialist governments or regimes or people advocating for social revolutions, are not liberal. You are generally not. You are a liberal, or you could be like a fascist. That's out of the political compass. Or you can be like a socialist or communist or like further left. They're not generally liberals. That's why they use liberal L as an insult. They're insulting liberalism because things like free enterprise are kind of a necessary part, and like multiple political parties and stuff, like liberal parties and capitalist parties, are kind of like a necessary part of liberalism. But yes. I feel like you're asking a question in good faith, and yes, I mean yes. Somebody made this for if this was ever going to come up in the debate or whatever. But yes, like people who are like communists over here, or who are like Christian nationalists, fascists, feudalist monarchists, these are not liberals. They're not. They're outside of what you would consider like a liberal, like neocons or conservative Christians or libertarian might be, depending on what kind of libertarian you're talking about. Republicans, MAGA is like on the outer perimeter of liberal at this point. Or you've got like centrists, or on the left, you've got like Nordic model people, or progressives, or Democrats, or woke scolds or whatever, right? But outside of that, you're not liberal. You're outside, you're in an illiberal zone. Again, scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds. That's what they mean when they say that. They do not consider themselves liberal.
I don't even think like you can, I guess you can like have a normative like opposition, but I wouldn't even call that a disagreement. Like
the hardcore ones don't, but like Econoboy, like Econoboy thinks you can be socialist and a liberal. Yes, for sure. You're saying that he's retarded. I'm not necessarily saying Econoboy's retarded. Like I said, if the media environment looked different, if there were 15 popular leftist podcasts that identified as socialists, and like 5 of them were like, we want the vanguard, the Democrats, whatever, and like 10 of them were like, like we largely agree with the Democrats on most things, whatever, then I would probably feel a lot different. Or if it was even split 50-50, I'd probably feel a lot differently about this. But when every single podcast that identifies as leftist or socialist is incessantly both siding both political parties, they don't both sides both political parties because they think they're necessarily just as bad as each other. The reason why these guys both sides is because they're both liberal parties, and all liberals at the end of the day will bow to fascists. All liberals at the end of the day are only concerned with defending capital interest, right? That's the issue, is they view all of them as being liberals. I don't have that Hasan clip anymore, but that was what Hasan meant when he was saying like these issues are just thrown up as like a smokescreen or whatever. Oh, like this.
Like social policies are literally completely the social policies are completely irrelevant.
The reason why the social policies are irrelevant is because social policies are things that liberals talk about, right? On the right, we might be against abortion, against gay marriage. On the left, we're for women's rights to choose, and we're for LGBT stuff, right? But those are social policies. That's a debate that liberals have amongst themselves. Democrats and Republicans are liberals, broadly speaking. Now, it's confusing to us because we call Democrats liberals and conservatives Republicans, but liberals broadly are debating these social issues. That's why they're irrelevant. It's a distraction.
It's literally just distractions. Like if you are actually interested in dialectical thinking, you should know that. You should literally be like, yeah, this social policy is just a simple distraction. As capital owners squeeze every ounce of surplus labor value from you.
Like, he wants to criticize this from a dialectical materialism perspective, right? The philosophy of Hegel, right? I think which is what Marx uses to build off of the LVT and all that. Something, I think half of what I said there might be correct. Okay, don't ask me to respond to that. But like this is an illiberal ideology. Communism and socialism are illiberal ideologies, generally speaking. The people that actually hardcore identify as that will tell you that, right? Hasan says that half the time.
We fight left and right when we should be united as workers. The f
united
you mean?
Over here.
But again, this guy's not a socialist nor a communist. He's not a...
Okay. Link this here if you want it. I think I don't want to give credit to the wrong person. Eben made this, I think, but
take definitions to even be propositional, right? In that, but So, but regardless, one thing he did.
Sorry, Marx was the guy who did the dialectic materialism. It just came from Hegel's stuff.
That a lot of people weren't doing was he actually defined a term. Like, good, finally. Like, I take and you know, to be honest, from what I could tell, it wasn't that crazy of a definition. It's like it was something like
decommodification of private property and something else. Yeah.
Like, okay, yeah, something antithetical to private ownership of the means of production. Yeah. Right, and that's not crazy definition. Like, that is sort of close to what standard economists would say. Now they'll put more they'll be more precise about it. They'll say like, okay, it's not just the means of production; it's also the means of distribution. It's also, you know, it's other services as well, and also it's not necessarily. It's like it could be community at large versus public versus a co-op. You know, they'll have, but broadly speaking, it sort of tracks. Okay, means of production are not privatized. Like,
yeah. So I when I was asked what I take socialism to be, I said at its broadest, what I understand socialism to be like very broadly is workers owning the means of production, and that is, you know, broad and maybe
also not crazy. It's not a crazy. But notice, but you gave that definition then.
I did, yes.
So then if you gave that definition, then I'm not. So then I see an issue with this whole. So then
why is that?
But if you're operating, unless you're using a different definition, because then I'm not sure why.
Sorry, let me explain. So what I take to be, what my understanding of workers owning the means of production is, the fact that it's my notion doesn't mean that I still don't think that like definitions, to the extent there's any norm, like what I take the word socialism to mean is broader and it should track usage, or it does track usage. People use it in different ways, and so when people
you can sure, I'm not saying what you've offered is the univocal sense of socialism.
Okay,
you could use it in senses. However, though, if you've offered an operating definition in the context of a debate, and you're going to say something like, okay, well, single payer healthcare is socialist, you probably would want to say, okay, well, I know I gave a different definition of socialism.
Why didn't Destiny like Connor's definition? I mean, it's okay. We could fight for that. It's just nobody really uses it that way anymore.
As an operating definition,
kind
but I'm using a different operating definition now, because you understand, like, if you gave that operating definition, you have an issue with that claim.
But here's another issue, right? Because a quote unquote socialist policy doesn't necessarily have to be like coextensive with the broad definition of socialism. So someone could have a different notion of socialist policy.
But then you wouldn't really call it a socialist policy. This is why I didn't like Econo Boy calling like minimum wage a socialist policy, right? Like, would I call like, I don't know if I would call green energy like a capitalist policy. I think there's nothing inherently capitalist about green energy. Now, a capitalist society could deploy, you know, capital privately towards green energy, sure. So could a communist society, well, maybe not communist, but like a socialist society could, an authoritarian society could, a fascist society could, a monarchical society could, a feudalist society could. Like, would I call green energy like a capitalist policy? Probably not. It feels kind of weird. So to call things like socialist policies that don't even have anything to do with like the central core tenets of socialism, I don't know, it just feels kind of stupid. No, I don't want to say stupid, but it feels like inappropriate.
Reminds me of a debate that I reviewed with Isaac about.
There's another issue with that. I agree.
Yeah.
There's a problem. There's another issue. So when you invoke something and say, okay, well, this is a socialist policy, you have to dial in what you mean by that at that point, because if you're going to say something is a socialist policy, that's also compatible with it being a capitalist policy.
Oh yeah, okay, good. Avi is hitting on this, right? Now again, it goes into the language usage and everything else, right? Like when we say that this is a table, right? But it's a small table with 4 legs. Actually, it's not even just a small table with 4 legs. It's a small table with 4 legs that has like an upper desk part on it or whatever, right? Like, depending on like who we're talking about and the size and shape and everything, like it could also be like a chair, right? We're starting to hit like high overlap area, right? And we're like, well, this is clearly a table, or this is clearly a chair. And I'm arguing about including a whole bunch of other things that look like this, but they're way more in the table direction, or they're way more in the chair direction, right? Well, now it matters if we call this like a table or a chair, but like you wouldn't just call this just one or the other. And if it was more in one direction than the other, like let's say that these legs were, you know, like 5 feet tall or whatever, right? Well, now this definitely, it's not a chair. Nobody's sitting on a 5 foot tall chair. It's ridiculous, right? But so don't call it a chair when it could be a chair. Don't call it a chair when in chair world, like maybe the most ridiculous chairs look this way. Because if you're going to call that a chair, and then I'm going to ship in 100 more random chairs tomorrow, the vast majority of the chairs aren't going to look like this. They're going to be way smaller. And if I need tables instead of chairs, I'm going to be right. So it's just this. It's
like saying like, well, this is an atheist position, but it's also a theist position.
That reminds me. Yeah. So can you help me out? So suss out.
Oh yes, that was a good argument. Yeah, there's an atheist position. It's also a theist, right? When I say like meditation, that's a very Christian thing. It's like, no, it's not. Meditation, that's a very atheist thing. I mean, like, not really. Maybe it's a replacement for prayer if you qualify more, sure, but like, not really.
Because you have a position that single payer is not socialist policy, not capitalist policy.
I don't know if you've gone over this earlier in the stream already, but please don't let people like Econo Boy use social democrat parties in Europe as examples for socialism. These are and were after the war staunchly democratic parties and no goals of abolishing party. Oh, dude, I hate calling these bad faith. I really do try to do it in a very limited manner. But like when, I don't know if I called this out. If I didn't, I would have. Connor might have called it out, and he was right to do so. When Connor was like, no, I think Connor called it out. When you say that there was a socialist government, because you said socialist regimes in the past have been successful, do you mean that like it was a whole socialist country, or that just like somebody who called themselves a socialist was elected in a liberal society? And then they did this dance where they said, well, it was just a socialist who was elected, but they also, like, if a socialist wins the presidency, you could say it's a socialist government, and that's fair to call it then like a socialist like thing. And it's like, bullshit. What a bait and switch. And I think a Econo boy went on with that one. I was like, no, come on. And I think Wick asked, if you made a socialist president in the United States, would you call the United States socialist? And like, well, we wouldn't call the United States socialist, but we would say they have a socialist government. It's like, oh, come on. That's wacky as fuck, I think. That's super wacky.
That single payer is not socialist policy, not a capitalist
It's
policy.
it's neither strictly socialist nor strictly.
But you have the vision that universal healthcare or national health, the NHS in UK is a socialist policy. Can you explain that?
They have nothing. It's like, it depends on what we're talking about. Like, there's social policy, but socialist, like the workers owning the means of production, like even, I guess, it's such a dumb, but this is also why I hate this term. It's why I hate the word socialist. It's why we should call this. We don't need, like, we could describe all of these systems without even using the word socialist, right? The government controls and owns shit. Like, boom. I don't need socialist to describe any of that. Like,
For instance, that they own the means of production. The
no.
NHS owns the majority of the hospitals.
Okay, but if you had a single payer system where the government owned all health insurance, why wouldn't that be compatible?
Because they're not owning the means of, because just paying for the production doesn't mean you own the means of production.
I see.
If you pay, and you also own the means of production, then that's different. Okay. Then that is within the definition of socialism.
So if what you're saying is because insurance cannot be viewed as a quote means of production because it's not producing things.
Not in the same way that a hospital is.
Okay.
Now, again, I just want to reiterate for the 50 millionth time, I think it's totally cool to like go down this road of thinking about things. I think that's totally fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. And I encourage people to investigate and look into political beliefs and ideologies. I think that's totally fine. But how can we have how are we having like Babby's first introduction to socialism and what that means after getting into like a 4-hour screeching match with me, accusing me of being like bad faith and, you know, intentionally misconstruing terms and intentionally getting there. And it's like, well, if the government had all health insurance, wouldn't that make it socialist? Don't the workers own the means of production? That's like Hasan saying I gave the means of production to my employee because I bought him a computer. And Hasan's definition there is actually more correct than Pisco's.
All right, but then the question,
even if you do it as a sort of means of production, it's not going to be of the same magnitude as owning the hospital system. It's like just
it might not be the same magnitude of owning a hospital, but
not even kissing toes. Like, it's like if you're like what? So two points. So one, you can make the case that it's not really the means of production; it's the funding for the means. So you can make a categorical argument.
Okay.
But even if you let the categorical argument slide, there would be a heavy scale argument as well. There would be to say like, okay, well, I guess in some small even if that categorical case fails, like in some small technical sense, maybe it is socialist if we somehow consider payments a single payer as owning funding as the means of production. Although, I guess there would be a whole lot of other issues with that. Anyway, but like even if that's aside, we surely could appreciate the distinction between
a hospital and the payment system for the hospital. I think I could buy. I think so. I think I can buy that. You know, maybe we can categorically treat a hospital I guess as a more productive or as a productive thing, whereas insurance maybe is not. So I guess 2 questions on that. So first is, if I had substituted universal health care in socialist policy.
Destiny, I understand not wanting to break bread with socialists, but you have to understand that the right wins elections because of their ability to create a coalition that has one representative. The right has a zero tolerance policy on breaking from the candidate. You are in some ways very correct that the right can have a broader coalition of different beliefs, but the reason why is because there is a hardcore ideological enforcement about who you support. You will not be able to find me a single set of clips where Charlie Kirk is hardcore criticizing president. Look at the fucking coalition around the Epstein shit, bro. You have half the conservative movement right now looking for a 14-year-old outside that they can so that they can show their commitment to the party line, okay? Do not tell me that conservatives have this broad-based ideology where they accept all of this self-criticism, all right? The conservatives are on another level of enforcing this homogeneity when it comes to supporting their candidate. It's not even close.
Would you have an objection in the same degree?
It's what you mean by universal health. Well, when you say universal health care, do you mean a system in which everyone...
I think my DoorDash driver just showed up. Listening to me talk about fucking... 1 second. Sorry, hold on. Eat fresh, okay?
Shorter, do you mean a system
government-owned healthcare systems?
The means of production. Oh no, then if you're saying the government owns the means of production, that is just straightforwardly the standard economic definition of socialism. It's just like the or at least it would fall into that category.
Okay.
The public would be owning the means of production of the healthcare.
Okay, and so a major.
That's not true, but that's not necessarily true with single payer.
And it's not true of single payer because insurance is fundamentally different, and the means of payment.
You can have single payer with private ownership of the means of production of the healthcare system.
Correct, and you don't consider the single payer itself to be production.
The means of production, or at least not nearly kissing the toes.
Well, no, I mean, insurance can be a business, and you could have workers that cooperatively own, or workers that own a company that issues insurance. Because theoretically, you could have like a socialist model that issues insurance from that's possible.
Degree as a hospital, a clinic, or a lab, or something. And this, you could view this in a similar way of any other industry. Like, for example, if I had a coal mine, and the government subsidized
the voucher system.
But I still own it. Was still privately owned versus if the government owned it.
Okay, so let's if for example, and it wouldn't just be government doing stuff in parallel to. You wouldn't consider any socialism to be like the government introducing a system that has where it's dual private public, right? So for example, there's public pension systems.
Well, that's a little different.
Somebody in YouTube chat said, this idea that liberal policies are actually socialism is unfortunately ubiquitous. I thought this was true before watching your stream. So, depending on the conversation, I might grant part of that. The issue is that all of this happens under the framework of liberalism. One of the great things about liberalism, and it's one of the most hated things about liberalism, depending on who you are, is that liberalism is really good about incorporating a whole bunch of different stuff into it and somehow making it all work together. You can have fascists like Donald Trump, you can have socialists, I guess, or socialist adjacent people like AOC or Bernie Sanders or Mamdani, and all of these people can exist within the same system and they can advocate for the things that they believe in, all on the same playing field. And that's one of the biggest strengths and awesome things about liberalism. So, for instance, I might be able to say, I don't know how true this is, and I don't grant anything to socialists anymore, but I'll grant this for the sake of this hypothetical. I've heard people say things like, some of the workers' rights that the United States got was because in the USSR, they tried to guarantee rights to some of their workers, and the United States did it as well because they didn't want to fall behind what socialist countries were doing, so they wouldn't look bad on paper or whatever. I don't know how true that is, but I've heard that argument given, and that might be an example of a thing that you're doing because you're pressured by socialists to do so. But it's happening in a liberal framework. The difference is that, let's say there are good things from capitalism, like the ability to join a company and leave a company willingly without having to buy into the company to work there, right? Maybe that's a cool idea that exists under an employment system. Well, under a liberal system, you can incorporate the good socialist ideas if you want, some of them at least, and you can incorporate cool ideas from capitalism, or some of them at least, or most of them if you're at a capitalist system. But if you were in a socialist country, you can't incorporate those things. You are far more restricted on which quote unquote cool ideas you can incorporate if you're part of a socialist or like an authoritarian fascist system, as opposed to being part of a liberal system. This is why I don't like saying, wow, look at how cool all these awesome ideas we got from socialism are in our liberal system. Let's become socialists. Because well, hold on. Doesn't that mean we're going to lose on all the other stuff that we might not be able to have under a socialist system because socialism is not compatible with things like free enterprise or private investment or something like that, That's why even if it is a socialist idea, even if I did grant all of that, that doesn't mean you get any closer to saying we should have a socialist system. Maybe you get a tiny itty bit little closer.
That's a whole different scenario because now we can start making cases like, okay, maybe there's gradations because if the government owns 20% of the hospital,
right,
50%, you can make some okay, well, is it this percent socialist now? That's a whole different conversation.
Okay,
but I don't think we even need to have that conversation because that's tangential. It's because the conversation we're having now is not even about if it's single payer. It's not even about government ownership of the means of production like a hospital or a clinic or a lab.
But it would be
it's just where the funding is coming from. It's just is the funding being paid? And by the way, single payer doesn't even mean the government has to do it, although the government usually is supposed to do it. If it's
single payer assuming universal government ownership.
Right.
Yeah. So I guess I could specify that. But okay. But
that's a more minor point. But the point is that it just means that one entity, in this case usually the government, is paying for it. It doesn't mean they own it. But ownership is the part of the definition and standard definition of economic.
I mean, but ownership of health insurance companies are things. They have buildings. People work in them. There's papers that funnel into these buildings.
That would just depend on whether you consider it just the means of healthcare production versus the
health insurance production. Yeah, I guess. So
health insurance, then you can say the health insurance system is socialist, but the healthcare system is not necessarily.
So you wouldn't necessarily have a problem with saying we're socializing the health insurance system.
If you mean the means of production of health insurance is publicly owned.
Yeah, to extend these health insurance products. There's a lot of.
That's the question that was at hand. The question at hand. People think what is the healthcare system socialist or a single payer socialist? Would people take that to mean? I don't think they're taking it to mean a very trivial truth, or it's almost a tautology where it's like, okay, well, single payer provided that it's the government. Yeah, by definition that means
socialist health insurance.
Yeah, by definition, but I think that's not really the.
So you didn't think I meant? So you think when I said single payer socialist, you think I meant single payer where there's a private component, or did you think
I think what people take that conversation to mean is the healthcare system socialist broadly? Is this a socialist healthcare system? I don't take
and
it
not
to
health
them
insurance system.
just to be. Yeah, I don't take them to be asking the question, hey, is our health insurance specifically socialist and a capitalist healthcare system? I don't think they're asking that. I think the question that just comes to mind is, say, is it a socialist healthcare system?
Well, the question is it a socialist policy? And if the question is it a socialist policy with respect to health insurance? The answer, I think you're saying it's trivially true, but I think the answer is yes, right?
I think people, even a capitalist, could take that view and they wouldn't really care because they were like, okay, I don't really consider that part of the, means of production of healthcare. If you want to have like some kind of view where you're defining health insurance as a product that's produced and
I mean, these are like complicated products, because you're in the industry. These are complicated products that are sold. Yeah.
I get it. But the point being is that broadly, there are capitalists who advocate for single payer.
I agree, and guess what? There are capitalists who argue in favor of national ownership of healthcare.
But I'm saying it's like they're consistent. No, I don't mean like they're an idiot by doing it, or like they're not seeing the inconsistency. Like what they're saying is that I think it's pretty simple what they're saying. They're taking a view that like it would you can take a view that it would improve capitalism.
But you can take that view of healthcare, right? If you socialize healthcare and you produce a NHS-like system in the United States, you could say, oh, this just improves our capital system.
They don't take it to be that, and it's not something that definitionally is in contrary to capitalist philosophy. Like you're not taking a means of production as, again, like with that move about like treating health insurance itself as a
set of complicated products. I mean, like in the coming world, there's a bunch of digital and complicated systems of I don't know why.
So here's what I'm saying. I agree that if, to whatever degree, health insurance or payment itself, or money itself, rather, or funding itself, is considered a product.
Cryptocurrencies, Bobby. I mean, this is a new thing.
Okay, listen, I'm not trying to
Does socialism mean firms are owned by their workers, or that the government provides services towards people? And how are these related? It's complicated, and who the f cares? Some people would argue that actually state-owned enterprises are not socialist. This is getting like very into the weeds on this, and I don't know who would even what this argument would even be about. But they would say that actually, just because the government owns it, even if the government owns the entire industry, Avi is saying, well, that would make it socialist. Not necessarily. A state-owned enterprise is still owned by a capital owner, the government. The profits of a state-owned enterprise are not necessarily redistributed to the workers of that state-owned enterprise. The profits go to the government. So you've actually got like a form of like state capitalist model where instead of the workers owning the means of production, you just have a single party, a single entity, a capital owner, but the capital owner just happens to be the state. So there's still exploitation going on there, but the exploitation is happening on behalf of the state instead of a private owner who's not the state. And then I've heard some people even make the argument that even co-ops are a form of exploitation, because you're not just bartering with or trading with people. However, in a co-op, the workers are engaging in the exploitation of their own labor. That a laborer is not collecting the full value of his labor when he buys or sells a product. He's exploiting and extracting some of the surplus value, and he's just pocketing that for himself. This is like way into the.
I'm trying to say it's like most likely, to whatever degree that funding itself is considered how standard that is, but okay. To whatever degree that is, then trivially, if that product is
nationalized,
if it's like and if you consider that not just a product but a means of production, I don't know if like a funding itself is just like
categorically not a means of production.
Yeah, like I don't know if that's considered. I don't know enough about economics to know if that would be considered standard like a means of production rather than just funding, and so some funding mechanism, if that's distinct or not. So I don't know. But so I would say is to whatever degree that is a means of production, if it's publicly owned, then that is. Okay. If it is not a means, however, if it is not a means of production, if it's not considered to be a means of production, rather it's just some funding system.
Then definitionally it can be socialist or capitalist.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. Putting aside the issue,
the rest of the healthcare system you would understand
would be capitalistic.
It would be capitalist or socialist, depending on what it could be either.
Right.
Like it depends on if the hospitals are publicly owned or privately owned. It depends on whether the clinics are publicly owned or privately owned.
So addendum there to see if means of production fairly, I don't know, in standard economic terminology would capture things like insurance, things like these other kind of payment schemes, maybe. Okay. All right. So, but putting aside.
So, unless I'm misremembering, this is kind of why I'm saying it's kind of cringe to be so hardcore on these things that you're calling me bad faith when you don't even understand them. I believe, didn't Pisco start this segment out by saying this is just like unequivocal proof that Destiny is bad faith when he won't even admit that single-payer healthcare is socialist? And then now, after having a 15-minute conversation where he realizes, I don't actually know what socialist means at all. Actually, I really don't. Now he's like, okay, yeah, sure, I get what you're saying there. It's kind of crazy to go from he was unequivocally bad faith to, I actually didn't really know enough about this topic to even make that assertion.
Whether or not using that definition of means of production, you would consider single payer to be a socialist policy. You would agree that in terms of usage, common usage, that in this country, single payer would be considered a socialist policy.
So in some circles, yes. Although I will tell you, funny you mention this, because I used to be, that notion I'm criticizing in my tweet. there's a reason like it's personal because I used to be one of those people that I'm criticizing. I used to be like, oh, single payer healthcare, like that's socialist. And I was this was a long time ago, but I was very quickly corrected. And do you know which group corrected me?
Was it the doctors or was it
It was the socialists.
Oh, what did the socialists say?
I got very quickly corrected by socialists, and they said, no, like, what are you talking about? Like, you don't know what socialism is. Like, socialism is public ownership of the means of production. And
yeah, but I asked you about common usage.
Yeah, so now that's part of that. That was part of the common usage. But anyway, so to answer your question, I don't have the data on this. However, I will give you my intuition.
Yeah.
My intuition is that, especially in some areas of the United States, particularly in the more red states, they will have this notion that single payer. If you go to more blue states and you go to especially more like in academic areas where they have like a more sophisticated understanding, that becomes less of a common
Whoa,
usage.
you're shitting on red states, Avi.
I mean, I'm just telling you what my impression is of the data.
Right, sorry, continue. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, sure. If that's a shit on red states, I think at least my leaning now is that's what it would be.
Okay.
Because and it's an obvious reason for it. It's just because like that's where that criticism resonates with them. They bought into single payer being socialist because it worked on them. They hate socialism, and by extension, it's been so single payer has been demonized as being socialist.
But it's kind of like the term entitlements, right? There's this whole push for entitlements, entitlement reform. That hit the zeitgeist, and people are like, "What are entitlements? What are entitlement programs?" Well, entitlement programs include Medicare, include Social Security, and yeah, it was tactical done, but it now tracks usage in political circles.
Yeah. So but you're asking me. So I'm not dealing with like the justification or I'm invoking the mechanism by which it turned out, not to say like it's the right or wrong notion. I'm invoking the mechanism just to explain the difference in common usage in different areas. So to answer your question, I
don't know how many. I feel like I've given enough examples. Okay, but I don't know if I gave a rape one yet. We always have everyone. Imagine if I'm like, I'm a rapist, and you're like, wait a second, what do you mean by that? It's like, I think that we should have water and food for everybody. I think we should have a house. I like to travel. I think and I even have sex with people. I'd say like I'm a rapist. It's like, what do you mean by rapist? Well, we have a ton of overlap on things that we agree with. Okay, what about like the Vanguard Party, like forcible insertion sex? I don't think that you necessarily have to agree with that. To be like, there might be some that do, but I think we should also appeal to those people. We should appeal to the rapists because we do have a ton in common. And if you look at like how rapists have lived their lives, especially when they're not raping, like there's a huge overlap between rapists and non-rapists. It's like, and then for AOC and Bernie Sanders, like, what about people that do consent, non-consent? They're kind of like rapists. And it's like, well, not really. This argument is goofy. All of this is so goofy. Like if you plot, this is so goofy.
There's a mixed common usage.
Like, can we just build our liberal base? We didn't need the socialists to win in 2020. We didn't need the socialists for Obama both times. Like, we were liberals. Hillary got 3 million more votes without appealing to socialists. We don't need this coalition. We don't need these people who only serve to shit on our party relentlessly and are way more extreme on average than what we would like our beliefs to be like.
Explain the difference in common usage in different areas. So to answer your question, I suspect there's a mixed common usage of this. I don't think there's going to be like this broad notion that like in layman's terms, like no matter where you are, it's just going to be like broadly speaking, single payer or socialist. I think that's going to depend on what kind of layman you're talking to. I think if you went into a college campus, I don't think you get that answer.
Okay.
If you went into Texas or if you went into Alabama, I think you get that answer nearly all the time.
So let me do the harder case then. I think common usage, common understanding, people would say Bernie Sanders, Zoran Mamdani, and AOC are all socialists.
Yeah, they probably would. But then of course.
True. Imagine if you were on like a consent, non-consent podcast and somebody was like, would you consider yourself like a consent, non-consent person? And you're like, no, I actually just like rape. And I actually feel like more consent, non-consent people would say they just like rape if they weren't such pussies about it.
That's the importance of clearing up notions. Like they would. If your question, okay. So before we get to that thing, so just to quickly answer that, so then you would want to clear up your terms. You would want to say, okay, well, on common parlance usage and layman's spoke, it seems pretty clear that whatever they mean by socialist, they're using that term for these people. And so if that's not in line with like the standard academic notions, whether you're in any field of economics or any of that, they may not fit that. But if it's some notion that's used with, so whatever it's picking out that people are using that term, it's picking something else out. But again, you want to clear that up, especially if you gave an operating definition of socialism that's not what the average layperson says in the debate.
Fair, although I think jury's out on the on this little insurance trivial point on it, and I admit I'm not well read on socialist literature, but more to come on that. But no, I hear you, and I think there are certainly ways in which I could have.
Just to be clear, like even if it turns out that there are some economists that say like, okay, yes, like there's a way to classify
insurance as a means of production
as not just a product but a means of production itself. Even if that's true, the bullet that would be bitten by the capitalist then would be to say, okay, well, this thing, sure, like this thing, or at least the capitalist that endorses that would be like, okay, so this,
socialist policy. I'm okay with this.
I'm okay with socialist policy for this one means of production, and broadly, like every other means of production on the entire healthcare system is capitalist. Like that's the
but that's what I think. I think that's a notion of socialism that's sort of embodied by people like Clement Attlee, like people who from like the labor tradition, and that is like a real tradition with legs. You know?
Sure. So well,
the labor tradition goes back 70 years to a UK party, bro. Come on.
Again, I don't know the empirics, but if that is a notion that you're putting forward, that really does need to be cleared up.
I think Econoboy was trying to clear that up.
Okay, well, no, I did notice that Econoboy. Okay, so yes, I did notice that Econoboy did also make some attempts to clear notions up. So actually, you know what I will say?
Yeah.
I will say is that the two people that were least trying to clear it were you and Stephen.
I mean, I was trying to. First of all, I defined when asked. I take your point, but when I asked about a definition for socialism, I did provide one. I thought it was a broad one, and what I was trying to do was, what's that?
But then you went back on it. Then you gave notions of common usage, and then without even specifying that you changed your notion.
No, but first of all,
started to bring up the Communist Manifesto. True.
I don't think that my notion, again, I'm sticking by my official position is that I don't see anything inconsistent with the definition that I provided of means of production. I haven't been shown that that's inconsistent with.
No, the claim is not that it's inconsistent. Okay. No. The claim is it's a discussion about who was better at trying to clear things up semantically. I'm just saying that you were the worst because you provided a definition and then you were operating with a different one without clearing up that you changed.
Wait, I'm not convinced that first of all, I'm not convinced that I changed it.
No, not that you changed the definition, but that you were making claims with respect to a different notion without clearing up that it was with a different notion after you provided a different notion.
No, because I think I was explicit, because I said things like, if what you mean by socialism is blah 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 blah, then yes, we agree with you. So I don't know. I have to rewatch the debate. Maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. So I'll rewatch the debate and maybe we can have an argument about who was most trying to.
I think there was a point where you were defending it. You were saying, okay, well, if you asked. Like the average person, they would say this. So by implication, like you were
right. So for example, Destiny said in that like, if you would put people in a room as between Hasan and AOC, who do you think would be more socialist? And then if that's the test, then why wouldn't it be okay as an internal critique of Stephen to be like, well, if you ask the room, do you think most people identify AOC and Bernie as socialist?
That's a different question. People who had studied theory knew what the they were talking about, and you would ask them to identify who's more of a socialist, Hasan or AOC. It would be Hasan 100 out of 100, easily.
I don't think that entails me.
Right, but yeah, sure. If the context was just like, well, if that is your notion, and you're clearly like, okay, well, I'm operating out of what I said was notion, but if that is your notion, then how do you do that? Then you could run an internal critique. I'd have to rewatch it. I probably won't. But just to be honest with you. But okay, but the point is that like these things need to be made a whole hell of a lot more clear. Like you don't want to have these things done by implication. You don't want to have the audience or more importantly, your interlocutor try to like rely on it. So this charitable, like, okay, well, if he's using this justification, then I should really infer that he's using a different notion, or like just explicitly say like, here's the internal critique on your notion, or here's a different notion that this would fall under. And I know I said this notion, here's this other one. Like,
I agree. I agree that the conversation could have used a lot more clarity. I totally agree that we should be very specific about our usages. But this is what I want from you, Avi. Like, I was trying to get and say like, all right, let's accept your definition of socialism. What's the disagreement? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear what the actual prescription or the substantive disagreement was once we like, all right.
Yeah, I did hear that. That was now to be fair, that was like what, like
an hour. Sure, but like
probably like 3 hours in.
An hour and a half. I think he was done at that point. I think it was completely checked out.
But I think from the beginning.
I was not checked out. I was totally plugged in the entire time. I was not the one who was checked out of the debate.
My point was, we're not going to see beyond semantics some major disagreement, except picking at the edges of how I interacted with the Vanguard. That the fact that I have Aaron as a co-host on
picking at the edges. We didn't even want to talk about like your show necessarily in particular. It was the entire left-wing media apparatus that like you wanted to make it about. Should we kick off Econoboy?
On a show that we do, I'm not really getting any substantive critique here, and it seems like this is all much ado about nothing. And even with respect to the potential prescription of using the label, it doesn't even seem like there's a coherent argument as to whether, or when I say coherent, I mean fleshed out, I should say. Whether there's a fleshed out argument as to the label usage. And
the argument is literally the fact that you don't even know what it means, and you were arguing about it. You just had to break down. I had to explain for 20 minutes what would actually make a social healthcare system a socialist policy, and you are here adamantly defending the day before the use of the term socialist. That's the argument. You guys are all using it and defending it and arguing why it should be okay. You don't even know what it is. What the fuck?
You had to right now like jerry rig an explanation, which I agree is like kudos to you. I think you did.
Request, just to be clear, you requested that.
I did request it. I'm not saying you did anything wrong there. But
and on the fly, I did it.
And good on you for doing it. I'm not saying you did anything wrong, and Avi gets his flowers. But I just, to me, one of the reasons why I'm so frustrated with the conversation is it played out in ways that I expected, in that we weren't going to have major substantive disagreements, and they were going to be mostly semantic and mostly posturing and signaling, and not like if anyone comes away like this is what they really disagree about, I don't really know.
all of that might be true. The problem is right now you're left with an underdetermination. The underdetermination is people, and even maybe yourself, even though you may suspect otherwise, are not going to know whether you came out with no non-semantic issues because you didn't clear up the semantics well, or if you don't have any disputes beyond semantic usage. And so that's the ultimate problem here. You may be right. You may be right that there's no disputes beyond the semantics. But the problem is you haven't resolved the underdetermination there because you didn't clear up the semantics.
Probably true, but I have my strong suspicions. And I think
so that's,
I'm right.
I mean, so I guess I'll just end on it like this. So if you do engage with him, if you do engage with him, if I would very, very strongly recommend to do everything, put way more effort into clearing up term usage. If I happen to be available, I'll be happy to assist with that if I can make a mod. If not, then I would just wish you guys would just that's probably the most important thing because you're never gonna know if you have a propositional dispute or not. If you two can't, regardless of whose fault it was or anything like that, like you both didn't do it. You both failed to do it. Like you guys didn't understand each other. At the end of the day, you guys were screaming at each other, past each other. You guys did not. At no point did I feel like, hey, the notion you're using right now, he understands it. The notion he's using right now, you're driving. Like I'm at no point in that discussion did it click with me like, oh yeah, these people are following each other.
I would agree with Evie there, but Pisco was the one that was leading the entire time on the most unhinged attacks, and he got again, you can literally watch from the beginning. Like Pisco comes at the gate at 100%. And within an hour is at 100,000%. It's like, bruh.
But the thing is, if the so this is maybe pricing in some of my priors on kind of the bad faith and the pre-debate stuff, but and his conduct, what I take to be his conduct in the middle of the debate, which you might see differently and people might see differently. It seems like there's an effort to change things I say, to change things Econoboy says. There's other examples of it, right? Econoboy very clearly said on his notion of socialism, it's not incompatible with liberalism. And Stephen essentially had a conversation with Counterpoints and was like, Econoboy said he would get rid of all opposing political parties. Complete lie, complete fabrication when Econoboy was being completely clear.
Why can't he cite what I said? What I said was, even if somebody says that they aren't going to get rid of all political parties, when you follow it all to its logical end, generally that's what's necessitated. You can't have political parties that are advocating for things that a socialist disagrees with, because the socialist thinks that the only way you can advocate for those things is by necessarily immoral means, right? A lot of socialists, now maybe not Econoboy, but when he says things because I even asked him in the debate, how would you get 100% of the private property owned by the government? And Econoboy was like, well, going from 90 to 100% is easy. And it's like, hold on, how do you get to 90%, right?
Then I understand that there's not an entailed contradiction necessarily between Stephen saying all these different people are socialists in one context.
I don't think he's lying about that. I think he may be wrong, but I don't think he's lying. I think he really does believe that.
You think that he believes that Econoboy? You think he believes that Econoboy wants to, in his ideal society, would ban all other political parties?
He said in his ideal society be 100% socially owned. This necessitates the banning of capitalist parties, because the only way capital can gain influence is through immoral means, like extracting surplus value from labor and then exploiting the class differences in order to propagate their ideas. Now, Econoboy might not say that outwardly, but I think Econoboy would agree with all the underlying concepts. He just either hasn't pieced them together himself, or he's got some way to escape this that I would probably argue is fantastical and improbable. We might have a conversation on Wik about this, but what? I've explained all of this ad nauseum. To say that I'm just lying about it or bad faith, what?
Yes, and the reason I think that is because on that Twitter thing he answered yes and no, and I think that's all he read. Once he got the yes and no, he just but you're he may be wrong, but I think he actually does believe that.
Really? I find that Econoboy laid it out.
And actually, you know what? I'll be sympathetic to Pisco here. I actually think in this moment, I think Pisco does think that I'm legitimately being bad faith. But the reason why Pisco thinks I'm being bad faith is because Pisco just doesn't know anything about socialism. And in Pisco's mind, there is absolutely no reason why socialism couldn't be fully compatible with liberalism. So the only way that somebody could say that a socialist is not also in favor of multiple parties and a strong liberal society, it must be bad faith. Pisco's ignorance here, I think, is what's him in his analysis of my interpretation of what Econoboy is saying.
Remembering his argument, but
at least from what I watched, from what I watched in terms of the back and forth on Twitter and his recollection of that back and forth on Twitter, I think he really well. I think he took that Twitter exchange to be I'm pretty open to banning opposing political parties. How
about this whole notion of us pussyfooting around with the Vanguard and not actually pushing?
It's also so annoying because, again, I've done this a million times, bro. I stream so much. Maybe not anymore, but I stream a lot. You can see my views on everything. You can watch me discover stuff and research stuff and write stuff up and my debate from anything else. Where is this notion that he's bad faith? How? Where am I hiding my beliefs at? Come on. The worst case scenario would be I get emotionally dug in on a point and I'm stubborn past where I should concede something. But to accuse me of being secretly bad faith, I mean, bad faith, I think it necessitates being some level of secrecy, right? It's ridiculous.
opposing political parties that would.
How about this whole notion of us like pussyfooting around with the vanguard and like not actually pushing back in any meaningful way and this kind of tone policing? You really think that this is a genuine criticism coming out, even based on your
like Hutch criticized you for that? So is Hutch also a bad faith loser? Is that true? Are you going to accuse Hutch of being an unhinged, deranged, controlled by the DGG secret police, like asshole who's criticizing you guys because he's bad faith? Because Hutch had this exact same criticism of you. That's the only reason I watched all of this.
Priors on him? That he's actually concerned about the tone in which we're not like forcefully enough combating the vanguard? Like, you think that that's a legitimate concern of his, or do you think it has to do more like is there something else going on there? Do you really think that?
Oh my God. Oh, true. Wait, Avi's being bad faith right now because he doesn't want to offend his favorite IDF complimenter.
That's a legitimate concern of his, or do you think it has to do more like is there something else going on there? Do you really think that?
I can speculate. I will just say right off the bat, like this is coming from someone who is not familiar with Vanguard's content. I probably have never watched them. This is also coming from someone who I'm not even one of your regular watchers. I engage with you way more than I watch you. Okay. So that
hurts me a little bit, but no, I'm totally joking.
But no, I'm not. I don't mean that as an insult or anything.
Yeah, no, I know.
I enjoy engaging more than I enjoy watching. It's
sure.
Probably me. It's not you. It's
not
me. I do genuinely believe that there is a very genuine concern that Stephen has when people unduly bash the Democrat Party more than it's deserved, and it seems like they're just doing it and they're engaging in something other than politics. And I think that really does cause a genuine sense of enragement. And I do suspect, that there is a component of that where he might, again, this is coming from a very strong place of ignorance because I'm not really in it, but my initial suspicion is he probably sees you hanging out with the people he takes to be that, and he's not seeing you doing it in a way that, like, in opposition to them. It's kind of like sort of very friendly. It would be like, to use an extreme example, this is an extreme example. Like, imagine if I like hung out with Nick Fuentes and I was really friendly.
What a wild example! When did that happen? A very wild situation.
I was literally about this.
Like, I know he's half joking, but it's like so fucking bad faith that he's like on this fucking podcast, like flirting 8 hours a day with fucking Aaron, pretending that that's the same as like my actual heart. Again, what's the difference? Like, Hutch is in Pisco's chat fighting for his fucking life, okay, against all the fucking tanky filth that are invading his shit. And then meanwhile, like, where is my huge fan base of groypers? Like, give me a fucking break. It's such an unbelievably bad faith comparison to pretend that our association, like, oh, I co-host a fucking show, with Nick Fuentes 8 hours a day. Oh my God, dude.
That was my little.
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry for taking your thunder. Sorry.
I was about to say a little ironic since he used to do that. Although to his credit, he did axe him. He doesn't do that anymore. He just stopped doing that. But yeah, it's a little ironic since he. Yeah, he's
but Myron is a raging anti-Semite. I mean, you must see this. Like he is wearing the.
Okay, he's not even joking. He's actually he's brain broken. He's brain broken. This is Destiny derangement syndrome. That's what's actually going on here. Okay, that's like it must be.
He's making a farce of Jewish culture.
No, I'm not. Again, I'm saying outright that I appreciate the irony.
Yeah.
Of my example. Now that all being said, he might still take a strong view about Democrat bashing, or he might just like.
I know, but then doesn't that put into new light the Hasan stuff? Because much of his critique about Hasan stuff is like Hasan's a raging anti-Semite who would genocide Jews. Like, I think Myron would genocide Jews before Hasan would. I'm dead serious about that.
No shit. Wait. Does he think I would deny that? Well, actually, I don't know. Actually, that would actually be a hard one because both of them really hate Jews. It's hard to say. Actually, I'm not sure. Actually, I think that. In a weird way, I think that the race realist people and like the white supremacist people, which Myron is somehow in the crowd of, would probably be less likely. Actually, you know what? I don't think that's true because I think that Myron's position ultimately, my guess would be, listen, I don't want to support Israel. The Jews and their control over the United States. Maybe we genocide all the Jews in the U.S. or at least get them the fuck out. And if they want to do shit in Israel, they don't deserve our support. That would be Myron's position. Hasan would go further and say we should support the Palestinians in the eradication of all the Jews in the Israeli state and turn it into a one-state solution. I think actually Hasan would go further there. You can actually have him on both the debate because generally usually the neo-Nazi perspective, as strange as it is not actually the genocide of the Jews. It's the idea that Jews are the ones the Zionist occupied government are the ones controlling the government, and you need to eliminate all that influence and stop supporting Israel. That's their perspective generally, is like an isolationist view, at least with regards to Israel. Hasan, I think, would go a step further. Like, Myron Gaines is not out here ardently supporting the Palestinians. He just hates the U.S. association with Israel.
And I think that
I maybe you're right. I don't know. I don't share that confidence.
I have to leave in 2 minutes. Hold on, I'm gonna kill my kick stream and transition in a second.